This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rebecca Dittman, Liverpool, United Kingdom. Web address mercurialspirit.co.uk. Oliver Twist by Charles Dickens. Chapter 31. Involves a critical position. "Who's that?" inquired Brittles, opening the door a little way, with the chain up and peeping out, shading the candle with his hand. "Open the door," replied a man outside. "It's the officers from Bow Street, as was sent to today." Much comforted by this assurance, Brittles opened the door to its full width, and confronted a portly man in a great coat, who walked in without saying anything more, and wiped his shoes on the mat as coolly as if he lived there. "Just send somebody out to relieve my mate, will you, young man?" said the officer. "He's in the gig, a-minding the prad. Have you got a coach-house here, that you could put it up in, for 5 or 10 minutes? Brittles replying in the affirmative, and pointing out the building, the portly man stepped back to the garden gate and helped his companion to put up the gig, while Brittles lighted them in a state of great admiration. This done, they returned to the house, and being shown into a parlour, took off their greatcoats and hats, and showed like what they were. The man who had knocked at the door was a stout personage of middle height, aged about 50, with shiny black hair cropped pretty close, half whiskers, a round face, and sharp eyes. The other was red-headed, bony man in top boots, with a rather ill-favoured countenance and a turned-up, sinister-looking nose. "Tell your governor that Blathers and Duff is here, will you?" said the stouter man, smoothing down his hair, and laying a pair of handcuffs on the table. "Oh, good evening, master. Can I have a word or two with you in private, if you please?" This was addressed to Mr. Losberne, who now made his appearance. That gentleman, motioning Brittles to retire, brought in the two ladies, and shut the door. "This is the lady of the house," said Mr. Losberne, motioning towards Mrs. Maylie. Mr. Blathers made a bow. Being desired to sit down, he put his hat on the floor, and taking a chair, motioned to Duff to do the same. The latter gentleman, who did not appear quite so much accustomed to good society, or quite so much at ease in it, one of the two, seated himself after undergoing several muscular affectations of the limbs, and the head of his stick into his mouth with some embarrassment. "Now, with regard to this here robbery, master," said Blathers, "what are the circumstances?" Mr. Losberne, who appeared desirous of gaining time, recounted them at great length, and with much circumlocution. Messrs. Blathers and Duff looked very knowing meanwhile, and occasionally exchanged a nod. "I can't say for certain till I see the work, of course," said Blathers, "but my opinion at once is, I don't mind committing myself to that extent, that this wasn't done by a yokel. Eh, Duff?" "Certainly not," replied Duff. "And translating the word yokel for the benefit of the ladies, I apprehend your meaning to be that this attempt was not made by a countryman," said Mr. Losberne with a smile. "That's it, master," replied Blathers. "This is all about the robbery, is it?" "All," replied the doctor. "Now what is this about this here boy that the servants are a-talking on?" said Blathers. "Nothing at all," replied the doctor. "One of the frightened servants chose to take it into his head that he was something to do with this attempt to break into the house, but it's nonsense, sheer absurdity." "Wery easy disposed of, if it is," remarked Duff. "What he says is quite correct," observed Blathers, nodding his head in a confirmatory way, and playing carelessly with the handcuffs, as if they were a pair of castanets. "Who is the boy? What account does he give of himself? Where did he come from? He didn't drop out of the clouds, did he, master?" "Of course not," replied the doctor, with a nervous glance at the two ladies. I know his whole history, but we can talk about that presently. You would like first to see the place where the thieves made their attempt, I suppose? Certainly, rejoined Mr. Blathers. We had better inspect the premises first, and examine the servants afterwards. That's the usual way of doing business. Lights were then procured, and Messrs. Blathers and Duff, attended by the native constable, Brittles, Giles, and everybody else in short, went into the little room at the end of the passage and looked out at the window, and afterwards went round by way of the lawn and looked in at the window, and after that had a candle handled out to inspect the shutter with, and after that a lantern to trace the footsteps with, and after that a pitchfork to poach the bushes with. This done, amidst the breathless interest of all beholders, they came in again, and Mr. Giles and Brittles were put through a melodramatic representation of their share in the previous night's adventure, which they performed some 6 times over, contradicting each other in not more than one important respect, the first time, and in not more than a dozen the last. This consummation being arrived at, Blathers and Duff cleared the room and held a long council together, compared with which, for secrecy and solemnity, a consultation of great doctors on the knottiest point of medicine would be mere child's play. Meanwhile, the doctor walked up and down the next room in a very uneasy state, and Mrs. Maylie and Rose looked on with anxious faces. Upon my word, he said, making a halt after a great number of very rapid turns, I hardly know what to do. Surely, said Rose, the poor child's story, faithfully repeated to these men, will be sufficient to exonerate him. I doubt it, my dear young lady, said the doctor, shaking his head. I don't think it would exonerate him, either with them or with legal functionaries of a higher grade. What is he, after all, they would say? A runaway. Judged by mere worldly considerations and probabilities, his story is a very doubtful one. You believe it, surely, interrupted Rose. I believe it, strange as it is, and perhaps I may be an old fool for doing so, rejoined the doctor, but I don't think it is exactly the tale for a practical police officer, nevertheless. Why not? Demanded Rose. Because, my pretty cross-examiner, replied the doctor, because, viewed with their eyes, there are many ugly points about it. He can only prove the parts that look ill, and none of those that look well. Confound the fellows, they will have the why and the wherefore, and will take nothing for granted. On his own showing, you see, he has been the companion of thieves for some time past. He has been carried to a police officer on a charge of picking a gentleman's pocket. He has been taken away forcibly from that gentleman's house to a place which he cannot describe or point out, and of the situation of which he has not the remotest idea. He is brought down to Chertsey by men who seem to have taken a violent fancy to him, whether he will or no, and is put through a window to rob a house, and then, just at the very moment when he is going to alarm the inmates, and so do the very thing that would set him all to rights, there rushes into the way a blundering dog of a half-bred butler, and shoots him, as if on purpose to prevent him doing any good for himself. Don't you see all this? I see it, of course, replied Rose, smiling at the doctor's impetuosity. But still I do not see anything in it to criminate the poor child. No, replied the doctor, of course not. Bless the bright eyes of your sex. They never see, whether for good or bad, more than one side of any question, and that is always the one which first presents itself to them. Having given vent to this result of experience, the doctor put his hands into his pocket and walked up and down the room with even greater rapidity than before. The more I think of it, said the doctor, the more I see that it will occasion endless trouble and difficulty if we put these men in possession of the boy's real story. I am certain it will not be believed, and even if they do nothing to him in the end, still the dragging it forward and giving publicity all the doubts that will be cast upon it must interfere materially with your benevolent plan of rescuing him from misery." "Oh, what is to be done?" cried Rose. "Dear, dear, why did they send for these people?" "Why, indeed!" exclaimed Mrs. Maylie. "I would not have had them here for the world." "All I know is," said Mr. Losberne at last, sitting down with a kind of desperate calmness, "that we must try and carry it off with a bold face. The object is a good one, and that must be our excuse. The boy has strong symptoms of fever upon him, and is in no condition to be talked to any more. That's one comfort. We must make the best of it, and if bad be the best, it is no fault of ours. Come in." "Well, master," said Blathers, entering the room followed by his colleague, and making the door fast before he said any more, "this wasn't a put-up thing." "And what the devil's a put-up thing?" demanded the doctor impatiently. "We shall call it put-up robbery, ladies," said Blathers, turning to them as if he pitied their ignorance, but had a contempt for the doctor's, "when the servants is in it." "Nobody suspected them in this case," said Mrs. Maylie. "Very likely not, ma'am," replied Blathers, "but they might have been in it for all that. More likely on that very account," said Duff. "We find it was a town hand," said Blathers, continuing his report, "for the style of work is first rate." "Very pretty indeed it is," remarked Duff in an undertone. "There was two of 'em in it," continued Blathers, "and they had a boy with 'em. That's plain from the size of the window. That's all to be said at present. We'll see this lad that you've got upstairs at once, if you please." "Perhaps they will take something to drink first, Mrs. Maylie," said the doctor, his face brightening as if some new thought had occurred to him. "Oh, to be sure!" exclaimed Rose eagerly. "You shall have it immediately, if you will." "Why, thank you, miss," said Blathers, drawing his coat sleeves across his mouth. "It's dry work, this sort of duty. Anything that's handy, miss. Don't put yourself out of the way on our accounts." "What shall it be?" asked the doctor, following the young lady to the sideboard. "A little drop of spirits, master, if it's all the same," replied Blathers. "It's a cold ride from London, ma'am, and I always finds that spirits comes home warmer to the feelings." This interesting communication was addressed to Mrs. Maylie, who received it very graciously. While it was being conveyed to her, the doctor slipped out of the room. "Ah," said Mr. Blathers, not holding his wine-glass by the stem, but grasping the bottom between his thumb and forefinger of his left hand, and placing it in front of his chest. "I have seen a good many places of business like this in my time, ladies." "That crack down the back of the lane at Edmonton, Blathers," said Mr. Dove, assisting his colleague's memory. "That was something in this way, wasn't it?" rejoined Mr. Blathers. "That was done by Conky Chickweed, that was." "You always gave that to him," replied Duff. "It was the family pet, I tell you. Conky hadn't any more to do with it than I had." "Get out," retorted Mr. Blathers. "I know better. Do you mind that time when Conky was robbed of his money, though? What a start that was. Better than any novel book I ever see." "What was that?" inquired Rose, anxious to encourage any symptoms of good humour in the unwelcome guests. "It was a robbery, miss, that hardly anybody would have been down upon," said Blathers. "This here Conky Chickweed—" "Conky means nosy, ma'am," interposed Duff. "Of course the lady knows that, doesn't she?" demanded Mr. Blathers. "Always interrupting you are, partner. This here Conky Chickweed, miss, kept a public house over Battlebridge way, and he had a cellar where a good many young lords went to see cockfighting and badger drawing and that, and a weary intellectual manner the sport was conducted in, for I've seen 'em often. He warn't one of the family at that time. The one night he was robbed of 327 guineas in a canvas bag. that was stole out of his bedroom in the dead of night by a tall man with a black patch over his eye, who had concealed himself under the bed, and after committing the robbery jumped slap out of the window, which was only a story high. He was very quick about it. But Conky was quick too, for he fired a blunderbuss after him and roused the neighbourhood. They set up a hue and cry directly, and when they came to look about 'em, found that Conky had hit the robber, for there were traces of blood all the way to some palings a good distance off, and there they lost 'em. However, he had made off with the blunt, and consequently the name of Mr. Chickweed, licensed whittler, appeared in the Gazette among the other bankrupts, and all manner of benefits and subscriptions, and I don't know what all, was got up for the poor man, who was in a very low state of mind about his loss, and went up and down the streets for 3 or 4 days, a pulling his hair off in such a desperate manner that many people was afraid he might be going to make away with himself. One day he came up to the office, all in a hurry, and had a private interview with the magistrate, who, after a deal of talk, rings the bell and orders Jem Spires in. Jem was an active officer, and tells him to go and assist Mr. Chickweed in apprehending the man as robbed his house. "I see him, Spires," said Chickweed, "past my house yesterday morning." "Why didn't you up and collar him?" says Spires. "I was so struck all of a heap that you might have fractured my skull with a toothpick," says the poor man. "But we're sure to have him, for between 10 and 11 o'clock at night he passed again." Spires no longer heard this than he put some clean linen and a comb in his pocket, in case he should have to stop a day or two, and away he goes, and sets himself down at one of the public-house windows behind the little red curtain, with his hat on, all ready to bolt out at a moment's notice. He was smoking his pipe here late at night, when all of a sudden Chickweed roars out, "Here he is! Stop thief! Murder!" Jem Spires dashes out, and there he sees Chickweed a-tearing down the street full cry. Away goes Spires, on goes Chickweed, round turns the people, everyone roars out, "Thieves!" and Chickweed himself keeps on shouting all the time like mad. Spires loses sight of him a minute as he turns a corner, shoots round, sees a little crowd, dives in. "Which is the man?" "Me," says Chickweed. "I've lost him again." It was a remarkable occurrence, but he wasn't to be seen nowhere. So they went back to the public-house. Next morning Spires took his old place and looked out from behind the curtain for a tall man with a black patch over his eye, till his own 2 eyes ached again. At last he couldn't help shutting 'em to ease 'em a minute, and the very moment he did so, he hears Chickweed a-roaring out, "Here he is!" Off he starts once more, with Chickweed halfway down the street ahead of him, and after twice as long a run as yesterday's one, the man's lost again. This was done once or twice more, till one half the neighbours gave out that Mr. Chickweed had been robbed by the devil, who was playing tricks with him afterwards, and the other half that poor Mr. Chickweed had gone mad with grief. "What did Jem Spires say?" inquired the doctor, who had returned to the room shortly after the commencement of the story. "Jem Spires," resumed the officer, "for a long time said nothing at all, and listened to everything without seeming to, which showed he understood his business. But one morning he walked into the bar, and taking out his snuff-book, says, 'Chickweed, I've found out who done this here robbery.' 'Have you?' said Chickweed. 'Oh, my dear Spires, only let me have vengeance, and I shall die contented. Oh, my dear Spires, where is the villain?' 'Come,' says Spires, offering him a pinch of snuff. 'None of that gammon. You did it yourself.' So he had, and a good bit of money he had made by it too, and nobody would ever have found it out if he hadn't been so precious anxious to keep up appearances," said Mr. Blathers, putting down his wine-glass and clinking the handcuffs together. "Very curious indeed," observed the doctor. "Now, if you please, you can walk upstairs." "If you please, sir," returned Mr. Blathers. Closely following Mr. Losberne, the 2 officers ascended to Oliver's bedroom, Mr. Giles preceding the party with a lighted candle. Oliver had been dozing, but looked worse, and was more feverish than he had appeared yet. Being assisted by the doctor, he managed to sit up in bed for a minute or so, and looked at the strangers without at all understanding what was going forward in fact, without seeming to recollect where he was or what had been passing. "This," said Mr. Losberne, speaking softly, but with great vehemence notwithstanding, "is the lad who, being accidentally wounded by a spring gun in some boyish trespass on Mr. What-d'ye-call-him's grounds at the back here, comes to the house for assistance this morning, and is immediately laid hold of and maltreated by that ingenious gentleman with the candle in his hand, who had placed his life in considerable danger, as I can professionally certify." Messrs. Blathers and Duff looked at Mr. Giles, as he was thus recommended to their notice. The bewildered butler gazed from them towards Oliver, and from Oliver towards Mr. Losberne, with a most ludicrous mixture of fear and perplexity. "You don't mean to deny that, I suppose," said the doctor, laying Oliver gently down again. "It was all done for the best, sir," answered Giles. "I am sure I thought it was the boy, or I wouldn't have meddled with him. I am not of an inhuman disposition, sir." "Thought it was what boy?" inquired the senior officer. "The housekeeper's boy, sir," replied Giles. They certainly had a boy." "Well, do you think so now?" inquired Blathers. "Think what now?" replied Giles, looking vacantly at his questioner. "Think it's the same boy, stupid head," rejoined Blathers impatiently. I don't know. I really don't know," said Giles, with a rueful countenance. "I couldn't swear to him." "What do you think?" asked Mr. Blathers. "I don't know what to think," replied poor Giles. "I don't think it is the boy. Indeed, I'm almost certain that it isn't. You know it can't be." "Has this man been a-drinking, sir?" inquired Blathers, turning to the doctor. "What a precious muddle-headed chap you are," said Duff, addressing Mr. Giles with supreme contempt. Mr. Losberne had been feeling the patient's pulse during this short dialogue, but he now rose from the chair by the bedside, and remarked that if the officers had any doubts upon the subject, they would perhaps like to step into the next room and have Brittles before them. Acting upon this suggestion, they adjourned to a neighbouring apartment, where Mr. Brittles, being called in, involved himself and his respected superior in such a wonderful maze of fresh contradictions and impossibilities as tended to throw no particular light on anything but the fact of his own strong mystification, except indeed his declarations that he shouldn't know the real boy if he were put before him that instant, that he had only taken Oliver to be he because Mr. Giles had said he was, and that Mr. Giles had, 5 minutes previously, admitted in the kitchen that he begun to be very much afraid that he had been a little too hasty. Among other ingenious surmises, the question was then raised whether Mr. Giles had really hit anybody, and upon examination of the fellow pistol to that which he had fired, it turned out to have no more destructive loading than gunpowder and brown paper, a discovery which made a considerable impression on everybody but the doctor, who had drawn the ball about 10 minutes before. Upon no one, however, did it make a greater impression than Mr. Giles himself, who, after labouring for some hours under the fear of having mortally wounded a fellow creature, eagerly caught at this new idea and favoured it to the utmost. Finally, the officers, without troubling themselves very much about Oliver, left the Chertsey constable in the house, and took up their rest for that night in the town, promising to return the next morning. With the next morning there came a rumour that 2 men and a boy were in the cage at Kingston, who had been apprehended overnight under suspicious circumstances, and to Kingston Messrs. Blathers and Duff journeyed accordingly. The suspicious circumstances, however, resolving themselves on investigation into the one fact that they had been discovered sleeping under a haystack, which, although a great crime, is only punishable by imprisonment, and is, in the merciful eye of the English law and its comprehensive love of all the king's subjects, held to be no satisfactory proof, is the absence of all other evidence that the sleeper or sleepers have committed burglary accompanied with violence, and have therefore rendered themselves liable to the punishment of death. Messrs. Blathers and Duff came back again, as wise as they went. In short, after some more examination, and a great deal more conversation, a neighbouring magistrate was readily induced to take the joint bail of Mrs. Maylie and Mr. Losberne for Oliver's appearance if he should ever be called upon, and Blathers and Duff, being rewarded with a couple of guineas, returned to town with divided opinions on the subject of their expedition. The latter gentleman, on a mature consideration of all the circumstances, inclining to the belief that the burglarious attempt had originated from the family pet, and the former being equally disposed to concede the full merit of it to the great Mr. Conkey Chickweed. Meanwhile, Oliver gradually throve and prospered under the united care of Mrs. Maylie, Rose, and the kind-hearted Mr. Losberne. If fervent prayers gushing from hearts overcharged with gratitude be heard in heaven, and if they be not what prayers are, the blessings which the orphan child called down upon them sunk into their souls, diffusing peace and happiness. End of chapter 31.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Louise Hoffman. Oliver Twist by Charles Dickens. Chapter 32. Of the happy life Oliver began to lead with his kind friends. Oliver's ailings were neither slight nor few. In addition to the pain and delay attendant on a broken limb, his exposure to the wet and cold had brought on fever and ague, which hung about him for many weeks and reduced him sadly. But at length he began by slow degrees to get better, to be able to say sometimes, in a few tearful words, how deeply he felt the goodness of the two sweet ladies, and how ardently he hoped when he grew strong and well again, he could do something to show his gratitude, only something which would let them see the love and duty with which his breast was full, something, however slight, which would prove to them that their gentle kindness had not been cast away, but that the poor boy whom their charity had rescued from misery or death was eager to serve them with his whole heart and soul. "Poor fellow," said Rose, when Oliver had been one day feebly endeavouring to utter the words of thankfulness that rose to his pale lips. "You shall have many opportunities of serving us, if you will. We are going into the country, and my aunt intends that you shall accompany us. The quiet place, the pure air, and all the pleasures and beauties of spring will restore you in a few days. We will employ you in 100 ways when you can bear the trouble." "The trouble!" cried Oliver. "Oh, dear lady, if I could but work for you, if I could only give you pleasure by watering your flowers, or watching your birds, or running up and down the whole day long to make you happy, what would I give to do it?" "You shall give nothing at all," said Miss Maylie, smiling, "for as I told you before, we shall employ you in 100 ways. If you only take half the trouble to please us that you promise now, you will make me very happy indeed." "Happy, ma'am," cried Oliver. "How kind of you to say so." "You will make me happier than I can tell you," replied the young lady. "To think that my dear, good aunt should have been the means of rescuing anyone from such sad misery as you have described to us, would be an unspeakable pleasure to me. But know that the object of her goodness and compassion was sincerely grateful and attached, in consequence, but delight me more than you can well imagine. Do you understand me?" she inquired, watching Oliver's thoughtful face. "Oh, yes, ma'am, yes," replied Oliver eagerly, "but I was thinking that I'm ungrateful." "To whom?" inquired the young lady. "To the kind gentleman and dear old nurse who took so much care of me before," rejoined Oliver. "If they knew how happy I am, they would be pleased, I am sure." "I am sure they would," rejoined Oliver's benefactress. "And Mr. Losberne has already been kind enough to promise that when you are well enough to bear the journey, he will carry you to see them." "Has he, ma'am?" cried Oliver, his face brightening with pleasure. "I don't know what I shall do for joy when I see their kind faces once again." In a short time Oliver was sufficiently recovered to undergo the fatigue of this expedition. One morning he and Mr. Losberne set out accordingly, in a little carriage which belonged to Mrs. Maylard. When they came to Chertsey Bridge, Oliver turned very pale and uttered a loud exclamation. "What's the matter with the boy?" cried the doctor, as usual, all in a bustle. "Do you see anything, hear anything, feel anything, eh?" "That, sir," cried Oliver, pointing out of the carriage window. "That house." "Yes, well, what of it? Stop, coachman, pull up here," cried the doctor. "What of that house, my man, eh?" "The thieves, the house they took me to," whispered Oliver. "The devil it is!" cried the doctor. "Hello there, let me out." But before the coachman could dismount from his box, he had tumbled out of the coach by some means or other, and, running down to the deserted tenement, began kicking at the door like a madman. "Hello, said a little ugly humpbacked man, opening the door so suddenly that the doctor, from the very impetus of his last kick, nearly fell forward into the passage. "What's the matter here?" "Matter!" exclaimed the other, collaring him without a moment's reflection. "A good deal. Robbery is the matter." "There'll be murder the matter, too," replied the humpbacked man coolly, "if you don't take your hands off. Do you hear me?" "I hear you," said the doctor, giving his captive a hearty shake. "Where's, confound that fellow, what's his rascally name? Skies, that's it. Where's Skies, you thief?" The humpbacked man stared, as if in excess of amazement and indignation. Then, twisting himself dexterously from the doctor's grasp, growled forth a volley of horrid oaths and retired into the house. Before he could shut the door, however, the doctor had passed into the parlour, without a word of parley. He looked anxiously round. Not an article of furniture, not a vestige of anything, animate or inanimate, not even the position of the cupboards, answered Oliver's description. "Now," said the humpbacked man, who had watched him keenly, "what do you mean by coming into my house in this violent way? Do you wish to rob me, or to murder me? Which is it?" "Did you ever know a man to come out to do either in a chariot and pair, you ridiculous old vampire?" said the irritable doctor. "What do you want, then?" demanded the hunchback. "Will you take yourself off before I do you mischief, curse you?" "As soon as I think proper," said Mr. Losberne, looking into the other parlour, which, like the first, bore no resemblance whatever to Oliver's account of it. "I shall find you out some day, my friend." "Will you?" sneered the ill-favoured cripple. "If you ever want me, I'm here. I haven't lived here mad and all alone for 25 years to be scared of you. You shall pay for this. You shall pay for this." And so saying, the misshapen little demon set up a yell and danced upon the ground, as if wild with rage. "Stupid enough, this," muttered the doctor to himself. "The boy must have made a mistake. Here, put that in your pocket and shut yourself up again." With these words he flung the hunchback a piece of money and returned to the carriage. The man followed to the chariot door, uttering the wildest imprecations and curses all the way. But as Mr. Losberne turned to speak to the driver, he looked into the carriage and eyed Oliver for an instant with a glance so sharp and fierce, and at the same time so furious and vindictive, that, waking or sleeping, he could not forget it for months afterwards. He continued to utter the most fearful imprecations until the driver had resumed his seat, and when they were once more on their way, they could see him some distance behind, beating his feet upon the ground and tearing his hair, in transports of real or pretended rage. "I am an ass," said the doctor after a long silence. "Did you know that before, Oliver?" "No, sir." "Then don't forget it another time." "An ass," said the doctor again, after a further silence of some minutes. "Even if it had been the right place, and the right fellows had been there, what could I have done single-handed? And if I had had assistance, I see no good that I should have done, except leading to my own exposure and an unavoidable statement of the manner in which I have hushed up this business. That would have served me right, though. I am always involving myself in some scrape or other by acting on impulse. It might have done me good." Now, the fact was that the excellent doctor had never acted upon anything but impulse all through his life. And it was no bad compliment to the nature of the impulses which governed him, that so far from being involved in any peculiar troubles or misfortunes, He had the warmest respect and esteem of all who knew him. The truth must be told, he was a little out of temper, for a minute or two, at being disappointed in procuring corroborative evidence of Oliver's story on the very first occasion on which he had a chance of obtaining any. He soon came round again, however, and finding that Oliver's replies to his questions were still as straightforward and consistent, and still delivered with as much apparent sincerity and truth as they ever had been, he made up his mind to attach full credence to them from that time forth. As Oliver knew the name of the street in which Mr. Brownlow resided, they were enabled to drive straight thither. When the coach turned into it, his heart beat so violently that he could scarcely draw his breath. "Now, my boy, which house is it?" inquired Mr. Losberne. That, replied Oliver, pointing eagerly out of the window. "The White House. Oh, make haste. Pray make haste. I feel as if I should die. It makes me tremble so." Come, said the good doctor, patting him on the shoulder. "You will see them directly, and they will be overjoyed to find you safe and well." "Oh, I hope so," cried Oliver. "They were so good to me, so very, very good to me." The coach rolled on. It stopped. No, that was the wrong house, the next door. It went on a few paces, and stopped again. Oliver looked up at the windows, with tears of happy expectation coursing down his face. Alas, the White House was empty, and there was a bill in the window, "To let." "Knock at the next door," cried Mr. Losberne, taking Oliver's arm in his. "What has become of Mr. Brownlow, who used to live in the adjoining house? Do you know?" The servant did not know, but would go and inquire. She presently returned and said that Mr. Brownlow had sold off his goods and gone to the West Indies 6 weeks before. Oliver clasped his hands and sank feebly backward. "Has his housekeeper gone too?" inquired Mr. Losberne after a moment's pause. "Yes, sir," replied the servant. "The old gentleman, the housekeeper, and a gentleman who was a friend of Mr. Brownlow's, all went together." Then turn towards home again, said Mr. Losberne to the driver. "Don't stop to bait the horses till you get out of this confounded London." "The bookstall keeper, sir," said Oliver. "I know the way there. See him, pray, sir. Do see him." "My poor boy, this is disappointment enough for one day," said the doctor. "Quite enough for both of us. If we go to the bookstall keeper's, we shall certainly find that he is dead, or set his house on fire, or run away. No, home again straight." And in obedience to the doctor's impulse, home they went. This bitter disappointment caused Oliver much sorrow and grief, even in the midst of his happiness, for he had pleased himself, many times during his illness, with thinking of all that Mr. Brownlow and Mrs. Bedwin would say to him, and what delight it would be to tell them how many long days and nights he had passed in reflecting on what they had done for him, and in bewailing his cruel separation from them. The hope of eventually clearing himself with them, too, and explaining how he had been forced away, had buoyed him up and sustained him under many of his recent trials. And now, the idea that they should have gone so far, and carried with them the belief that he was an impostor and a robber, a belief which might remain uncontradicted to his dying day, was almost more than he could bear. The circumstance occasioned no alteration, however, in the behavior of his benefactors. After another fortnight, when the fine warm weather had fairly begun, and every tree and flower was putting forth its young leaves and rich blossoms, they made preparations for quitting the house at Chertsey for some months, sending the plate, which had so excited Fagnan's cupidity, to the bankers, and leaving Giles and another servant in care of the house. They departed to a cottage at the same distance in the country, and took Oliver with them. Who can describe the pleasure and delight, the peace of mind and soft tranquillity the sickly boy felt in the balmy air, and among the green hills and rich woods of an inland village? Who can tell how scenes of peace and quietude sink into the minds of pain-worn dwellers in close and noisy places, and carry their own freshness deep in their jaded hearts? Men who have lived in crowded, pent-up streets through lives of toil, and who have never wished for change. Men to whom custom has indeed been second nature, and who have come almost to love each brick and stone that form the narrow boundaries of their daily walks. Even they, with the hand of death upon them, have been known to yearn at last for one short glimpse of nature's face, and, carried far from the scenes of their old pains and pleasures, have seemed to pass at once into a new state of being, crawling forth from day to day to some green sunny spot. They have had such memories wakened up within them by the sight of the sky, and hill and plain, and glistening water, that a foretaste of heaven itself has soothed their quick decline, and they have sunk into their tombs as peacefully as the sun whose setting they watched from their lonely chamber window but a few hours before, faded from their dim and feeble sight. The memories which peaceful countryside call up are not of this world, nor of its thoughts and hopes. Their gentle influence may teach us how to weave fresh garlands for the graves of those we loved, may purify our thoughts and bear down before its old enmity and hatred. But beneath all this there lingers, in the last reflective mind, a vague and half-formed consciousness of having held such feelings long before, in some remote and distant time, which calls up solemn thoughts of distant times to come, and bends down pride and worldliness beneath it. It was a lovely spot to which they repaired. Oliver, whose days had been spent among squalid crowds and in the midst of noise and brawling, seemed to enter on a new existence there. The rose and honeysuckle clung to the cottage walls, the ivy crept around the trunks of the trees, and the garden flowers perfumed the air with delicious odors. Nearby was a little churchyard, not crowded with tall, unsightly gravestones, but full of humble mounds covered with fresh turf and moss, beneath which the old people of the village lay at rest. Oliver often wandered here, and, thinking of the wretched grave in which his mother lay, would sometimes sit himself down and sob unseen. But, when he raised his eyes to the deep sky overhead, he would cease to think of her as lying on the ground, and would weep for her, sadly, but without pain. It was a happy time. The days were peaceful and serene. The nights brought with them neither fear nor care, no languishing in a wretched prison, or associating with wretched men. Nothing but pleasant and happy thoughts. Every morning he would go to a white-headed old gentleman who lived near the church, who taught him to read better and to write. And when he spoke so kindly and took such pains that Oliver could never try enough to please him, then he would walk with Mrs. Maylie and Rose, and hear them talk of books, or perhaps sit next to them in some shady place and listen whilst the young lady read, which he could have done, until it grew too dark to see the letters. Then he had his own lesson for the next day to prepare, and at this he would work hard in a little room which looked into the garden, till evening came slowly on, when the ladies would walk out again, and he with them, listening with such pleasure to all they said, and so happy if they wanted a flower that he could climb to reach, or had forgotten anything that he could run to fetch, that he could never be quick enough about it. When it became quite dark, they returned home. The young lady would sit down to the piano and play some pleasant air, or sing in a low and gentle voice some old song which it pleased her aunt to hear. There would be no candles lighted at such times as these, and Oliver would sit by the one of the windows, listening to the sweet music in perfect rapture. And when Sunday came, How differently the day was spent from any way in which he had ever spent it yet! And how happily, too, like all the other days in that most happy time. There was the little church in the morning, with the green leaves fluttering at the windows, the birds singing without, and the sweet-smelling air stealing at the low porch, and filling the homely building with its fragrance. The poor people were so neat and clean, and knelt so reverently in prayer, that it seemed a pleasure, not a tedious duty. Their assembly there together, and though the singing might be rude, it was real, and it sounded more musical, to Oliver's ears at least, than any he had ever heard in church before. Then there were the walks as usual, and many calls at the clean houses of the labouring men, and at night Oliver read a chapter or two from the Bible, which he had been studying all the week, and in the performance of which duty he felt more proud and pleased than if he had been the clergyman himself. In the morning Oliver would be afoot by 6 o'clock, roaming the fields and plundering the hedges far and wide for nosegays or wild flowers, which he would return laden home, and which it took great care and consideration to arrange to the best advantage for the embellishment of the breakfast table. There was fresh groundsel, too, for Miss Maylight's birds, with which Oliver, who had been studying this subject under the able tuition of the village clerk, would decorate the cages in the most approving taste. When the birds were made all spruce and smart for the day, there were usually some little commissions of charity to execute in the village, or, failing that, was rare cricket play, sometimes on the green, or, failing that, there was always something to do in the garden or about the plants, to which Oliver, who had studied this science also, under the same master who was a gardener by trade, applied himself with hearty good-will until Miss Rose made her appearance, when there were 1,000 commendations to be bestowed on all that he had done. So 3 months glided away, 3 months which, in the life of the most blessed and favoured of mortals, might have been unmingled happiness, and which, in Oliver's, were true felicity, with the purest and most amiable generosity on one side, and the truest, warmest, so-felt gratitude on the other. It is no wonder that, by the end of that short time, Oliver Twist had become completely domesticated with the old lady and her niece, and that the fervent attachment of his young and sensitive heart was repaid by their pride in, and attachment to, himself. End of chapter 32.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ezwa. Oliver Twist by Charles Dickens. Chapter 33. Wherein the happiness of Oliver and his friends experiences a sudden check. Spring flew swiftly by, and summer came. If the village had been beautiful at first, it was now in the full glow and luxuriance of its richness. The great trees, which had looked shrunken and bare in the earlier months, had now burst into strong life and health, and stretching forth their green arms over the thirsty ground, converted open and naked spots into choice nooks, where was a deep and pleasant shade from which to look upon the wide prospect, steeped in sunshine, which lay stretched beyond. The earth had donned her mantle of brightest green, and shed her richest perfumes abroad. It was the prime and vigour of the year. All things were glad and flourishing. Still, the same quiet life went on at the little cottage, and the same cheerful serenity prevailed among its inmates. Oliver had long since grown stout and healthy, but health or sickness made no difference in his warm feelings of a great many people. He was still the same gentle, attached, affectionate creature that he had been when pain and suffering had wasted his strength, and when he was dependent for every slight attention and comfort on those who tended him. One beautiful night, when they had taken a longer walk than was customary with them, for the day had been unusually warm, and there was a brilliant moon, and a light wind had sprung up, which was unusually refreshing. Rose had been in high spirits too, and they had walked on in merry conversation until they had far exceeded their ordinary bounds. Mrs. Maylie being fatigued, they returned more slowly home. The young lady, merrily throwing off her simple bonnet, sat down to the piano as usual. After running abstractedly over the keys for a few minutes, she fell into a low and very solemn air, and as she played it, they heard a sound as if she were weeping. "Rose, my dear!" said the elder lady. Rose made no reply, but played a little quicker, as though the words had roused her from some painful thoughts. "Rose, my love!" cried Mrs. Maylie, rising hastily and bending over her. "What is this? In tears! My dear child, what distresses you?" "Nothing, aunt, nothing," replied the young lady. "I don't know what it is. I can't describe it, but I feel—" "Not ill, my love?" interposed Mrs. Maylie. "No, no, oh, not ill," replied Rose, shuddering as though some deadly chillness were passing over her while she spoke. "I shall be better presently. Close the window, pray." Oliver hastened to comply with her request. The young lady, making an effort to recover her cheerfulness, strove to play some livelier tune, but her fingers dropped powerless over the keys. Covering her face with her hands, she sank upon a sofa and gave vent to the tears which she was now unable to repress. "My child," said the elderly lady, folding her arms about her, "I never saw you so before." "I would not alarm you if I could avoid it," rejoined Rose, "but indeed I have tried very hard and cannot help this. I fear I am ill, aunt." She was indeed, for when candles were brought, they saw that in the very short time which had elapsed since their return home, the hue of her countenance had changed to a marble whiteness. Its expression had lost nothing of its beauty, but it was changed, and there was an anxious haggard look about the gentle face which it had never worn before. Another minute and it was suffused with a crimson flush, and a heavy wildness came over the soft blue eye. Again this disappeared, like the shadow thrown by a passing cloud, and she was once more deadly pale. Oliver, who watched the old lady anxiously, observed that she was alarmed by these appearances, and so in truth was he; but seeing that she affected to make light of them, he endeavoured to do the same, and they so far succeeded that when Rose was persuaded by her aunt to retire for the night, she was in better spirits and appeared even in better health, assuring them that she felt certain she should rise in the morning quite well. "I hope," said Oliver, when Mrs. Maylie returned, "that nothing is the matter. She don't look well tonight, but—" The old lady motioned to him not to speak, and sitting herself down in a dark corner of the room, remained silent for some time. At length she said, in a trembling voice, "I hope not, Oliver. I have been very happy with her for some years. Too happy, perhaps. It may be time that I should meet with some misfortune, but I hope it is not this." "What?" inquired Oliver. "The heavy blow," said the old lady, "of losing the dear girl who has so long been my comfort and happiness." "Oh, God forbid!" exclaimed Oliver hastily. "Amen to that, my child," said the old lady, wringing her hands. "Surely there is no danger of anything so dreadful," said Oliver. "2 hours ago she was quite well." "She is very ill now," rejoined Mrs. Maylie, "and will be worse, I am sure. My dear, dear Rose! Oh, what shall I do without her?" She gave way to such great grief that Oliver, suppressing his own emotion, ventured to remonstrate with her, and to beg earnestly that, for the sake of the dear young lady herself, she would be more calm. "And consider, ma'am," said Oliver, as the tears forced themselves into his eyes, despite of his efforts to the contrary, "oh, consider how young and good she is, and what pleasure and comfort she gives to all about her. I am sure, certain, quite certain that, for your sake, who are so good yourself, and for her own, and for the sake of all she makes so happy, she will not die. Heaven will never let her die so young." "Hush," said Mrs. Maylie, laying her hand on Oliver's head. "You think like a child, poor boy. But you teach me my duty, notwithstanding. I had forgotten it for a moment, Oliver, but I hope I may be pardoned, for I am old and have seen enough of illness and death to know the agony of separation from the objects of our love. I have seen enough, too, to know that it is not always the youngest and best who are spared to those that love them. But this should give us comfort in our sorrow. For heaven is just, and such things teach us impressively that there is a brighter world than this, and that the passage to it is speedy. God's will be done. I love her, and He knows how well." Oliver was surprised to see that, as Miss Maylie said these words, she checked her lamentations as though by one effort, and drawing herself up as she spoke, became composed and firm. He was still more astonished to find that this firmness lasted, and that under all the care and watching which ensued, Mrs. Maylie was ever ready and collected, performing all the duties which had devolved upon her steadily, and to all external appearances even cheerfully. But he was young, and did not know what strong minds are capable of under trying circumstances. How should he, when their possessors so seldom know themselves? An anxious night ensued. When morning came, Mrs. Maylie's predictions were but too well verified. Rose was in the first stage of a high and dangerous fever. "We must be active, Oliver, and not give way to useless grief," said Mrs. Maylie, laying her finger on her lip as she looked steadily into his face. "This letter must be sent, with all possible expedition, to Mr. Losberne. It must be carried to the market town, which is not more than 4 miles off, by the footpath across the field, and thence dispatched by an express on horseback straight to Chertsey. The people at the inn will undertake to do this, and I can trust to you to see it done, I know." Oliver could make no reply, but looked his anxiety to be gone at once. "Here is another letter," said Mrs. Maylie, pausing to reflect. "But whether to send it now, or wait until I see how Rose goes on, I scarcely know. I would not forward it unless I feared the worst." "Is it for Chertsey too, ma'am?" inquired Oliver, impatient to execute his commission, and holding out his trembling hand for the letter. "No," replied the old lady, giving it to him mechanically. Oliver glanced at it, and saw that it was directed to Harry Maylie, Esquire, at some great lord's house in the country, where he could not make out. "Shall it go, ma'am?" asked Oliver, looking up impatiently. "I think not," replied Mrs. Maylie, taking it back. "I will wait until tomorrow." With these words she gave Oliver her purse, and he started off, without more delay, at the greatest speed he could muster. Swiftly he ran across the fields and down the little lanes which sometimes divided them, now almost hidden by the high corn on either side, and now emerging on an open field where the mowers and haymakers were busy at their work. Nor did he stop once, save now and then for a few seconds, to recover breath, until he came in a great heat and covered with dust on the little market-place of the market town. Here he paused and looked about for the inn. There were a white bank and a red brewery and a yellow town hall, and in one corner there was a large house with all the wood about it painted green, before which was the sign of the George. To this he hastened as soon as it caught his eye. He spoke to a post-boy who was dozing under the gateway, and who, after hearing what he wanted, referred him to the ostler, who, after hearing all he had to say again, referred him to the landlord, who was a tall gentleman in a blue neckcloth, a white hat, drab breeches, and boots with tops to match, leaning against a pump by the stable door, picking his teeth with a silver toothpick. This gentleman walked with much deliberation into the bar to make out the bill, which took a long time making out, and after it was ready and paid, a horse had to be saddled and a man to be dressed, which took up 10 good minutes more. Meanwhile, Oliver was in such a desperate state of impatience and anxiety that he felt as if he could have jumped upon the horse himself and galloped away full tier to the next stage. At length all was ready, and the little parcel having been handed up, with many injunctions and entreaties for its speedy delivery, the man set spurs to his horse, and rattling over the uneven paving of the market-place, was out of the town and galloping along the turnpike road in a couple of minutes. As it was something to feel certain that assistance was sent for and that no time had been lost, Oliver hurried up the inn-yard with a somewhat lighter heart. He was turning out of the gateway when he accidentally stumbled against a tall man wrapped in a cloak, who was at that moment coming out of the inn-door. "Ha!" cried the man, fixing his eyes on Oliver and suddenly recoiling. "What the devil's this?" "I beg your pardon, sir," said Oliver. "I was in a great hurry to get home, and didn't see you were coming." "Death!" muttered the man to himself, glaring at the boy with his large dark eyes. "Who would have thought it? Grind him to ashes! He'd start up from a stone coffin to come in my way." "I'm sorry," stammered Oliver, confused by the strange man's wild look. "I hope I have not hurt you." "Rot you!" murmured the man, in a horrible passion, between his clenched teeth. "If I had only had the courage to say the word, I might have been free of you in a night. Curses on your head, and black death on your heart, you imp! What are you doing here?" The man shook his fist as he uttered these words incoherently. He advanced towards Oliver, as if with the intention of aiming a blow at him, but fell violently on the ground, writhing and foaming in a fit. Oliver gazed for a moment at the struggles of the madman, for such he supposed him to be, and then darted into the house for help. Having seen him safely carried into the hotel, he turned his face homewards, running as fast as he could to make up for lost time, and recalling with a great deal of astonishment and some fear the extraordinary behaviour of the person from whom he had just parted. The circumstance did not dwell in his recollection long, however, for when he reached the cottage there was enough to occupy his mind and to drive all consideration of self completely from his memory. Rose Maylie had rapidly grown worse. Before midnight she was delirious. A medical practitioner, who resided on the spot, was in constant attendance upon her, and after first seeing the patient, he had taken Mrs. Maylie aside and pronounced her disorder to be one of a most alarming nature. In fact, he said, it would be little short of a miracle if she recovered. How often did Oliver start from his bed that night, and stealing out, with noiseless footstep, to the staircase, listen for the slightest sound from the sick chamber! How often did a tremble shake his frame, and cold drops of fear start upon his brow, when a sudden trampling of feet caused him to fear that something too dreadful to think of had even then occurred! And what had been the fervency of all the prayers he had ever muttered, compared with those he poured forth now, in the agony and passion of his supplication for the life and health of the gentle creature who was tottering on the deep grave's verge? Oh, the suspense, the fearful acute suspense of standing idly by while the life of one we dearly love is trembling in the balance! Oh, the racking thoughts that crowd upon the mind, and make the heart beat violently and the breath come thick, by the force of the images they conjure up before it! The desperate anxiety to be doing something to relieve the pain or lessen the danger which we have no power to alleviate! The sinking of soul and spirit which the sad remembrance of our helplessness produces! What tortures can equal these? What reflections or endeavours can, in the full tide and fever of the time, allay them? Morning came, and the little cottage was lonely and still. People spoke in whispers. Anxious faces appeared at the gate from time to time. Women and children went away in tears. All the livelong day, and for hours after it had grown dark, Oliver paced softly up and down the garden, raising his eyes every instant to the sick chamber, and shuddering to see the darkened window, looking as if death lay stretched inside. Late that night Mr. Losberne arrived. "It is hard," said the good doctor, turning away as he spoke. "So young, so much beloved! But there is very little hope." Another morning the sun shone brightly as if it looked upon no misery or care, and with every leaf and flower in full bloom about her, with life and health and sounds and sights of joy surrounding her on every side, the fair young creature lay, wasting fast. Oliver crept away to the old churchyard, and sitting down on one of the green mounds, wept and prayed for her in silence. There was such peace and beauty in the scene, so much of brightness and mirth in the sunny landscape, such blithesome music in the songs of the summer birds, such freedom in the rapid flight of the rook careering overhead, so much of life and joyousness in all, that when the boy raised his aching eyes and looked about, the thought instinctively occurred to him that this was not a time for death, that Rose could surely never die when humbler things were so glad and gay, that graves were for cold and cheerless winter, not for sunlight and fragrance. He almost thought that shrouds were for the old and shrunken, and that they never wrapped the young and graceful form in their ghastly folds. A knell from the church bell broke harshly on these youthful thoughts. Another! Again! It was tolling for the funeral service. A group of humble mourners entered the gate, wearing white favours, for the corpse was young. They stood uncovered by a grave, and there was a mother once, among the weeping train. But the sun shone brightly, and the birds sang on. Oliver turned homeward, thinking on the many kindnesses he had received from the young lady, and wishing that the time could come again, that he might never cease showing her how grateful and attached he was. He had no cause for self-reproach on the score of neglect or want of thought, for he had been devoted to her service, and yet 100 little occasions rose up before him, on which he fancied he might have been more zealous and more earnest, and wished he had been. We need be careful how we deal with those about us, when every death carries to some small circle of survivors thoughts of so much omitted and so little done, of so many things forgotten, and so many more which might have been repaired. There is no remorse so deep as that which is unavailing. If we would be spared its tortures, let us remember this in time. When he reached home, Mrs. Maylie was sitting in the little parlour. Oliver's heart sank at sight of her, for she had never left the bedside of her niece, and he trembled to think what change could have driven her away. He learnt that she had fallen into a deep sleep, from which she would awaken either to recover and live, or to bid them farewell and die. They sat, listening and afraid to speak, for hours. The untasted meal was removed, with looks which showed that their thoughts were elsewhere. They watched the sun as he sank lower and lower, and at length cast over sky and earth those brilliant hues which herald his departure. Their quick ears caught the sound of an approaching footstep. They both involuntarily darted to the door as Mr. Losberne entered. "What of Rose?" cried the old lady. "Tell me at once! I can't bear it! Anything but suspense! Oh, tell me, in the name of heaven!" "You must compose yourself," said the doctor, supporting her. "Be calm, my dear ma'am, pray." "Let me go, in God's name! My dear child! She's dead! She's dying!" "No!" cried the doctor passionately. "As He is good and merciful, she will live to bless us all for years to come." The lady fell upon her knees and tried to fold her hands together, but the energy which had supported her so long fled up to heaven with her first thanksgiving, and she sank into the friendly arms which were extended to receive her. End of chapter 33.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Oliver Twist by Charles Dickens, Chapter 34. Contains some introductory particulars relative to a young gentleman who now arrives upon the scene, and a new adventure which happened to Oliver. It was almost too much happiness to bear. Oliver felt stunned and stupefied by the unexpected intelligence. He could not weep, or speak, or rest. He had scarcely the power of understanding anything that had passed, until, after a long ramble in the quiet evening air, a burst of tears came to his relief, and he seemed to awaken all at once to a full sense of the joyful change that had occurred, and the almost insupportable load of anguish which had been taken from his breast. The night was fast closing in when he returned homeward, laden with flowers which he had culled, with peculiar care, for the adornment of the sick chamber. As he walked briskly along the road, he heard behind him the noise of some vehicle, approaching at a furious pace. Looking round, he saw that it was a post-chaise driven at great speed, and as the horses were galloping and the road was narrow, he stood leaning against a gate until it should have passed him. As it dashed on, Oliver caught a glimpse of a man in a white nightcap, whose face seemed familiar to him, although his view was so brief that he could not identify the person. In another second or two, the nightcap was thrust out of the chaise window, and a stentorian voice bellowed to the driver to stop, which he did as soon as he could pull up his horses. Then the nightcap once again appeared, and the same voice called Oliver by his name. "Here!" cried the voice. "Oliver, what's the news? Miss Rose! Master Oliver!" "Is it you, Giles?" cried Oliver, running up to the chaise door. Giles popped out his nightcap again, preparatory to making some reply, when he was suddenly pulled back by a young gentleman who occupied the other corner of the chaise, and who eagerly demanded what was the news. "In a word," cried the gentleman, "better or worse?" "Better, much better," replied Oliver, hastily. "Thank heaven!" exclaimed the gentleman. "You are sure?" "Quite, sir," replied Oliver. "The change took place only a few hours ago, and Mr. Losberne says that all danger is at an end." The gentleman said not another word, but, opening the chaise door, leaped out, and taking Oliver hurriedly by the arm, led him aside. "You are quite certain? There is no possibility of any mistake on your part, my boy, is there?" demanded the gentleman, in a tremulous voice. "Do not deceive me by awakening hopes that are not to be fulfilled." "I would not for the world, sir," replied Oliver. "Indeed, you may believe me. Mr. Losberne's words were that she would live to bless us all for many years to come. I heard him say so." The tears stood in Oliver's eyes as he recalled the scene which was the beginning of so much happiness, and the gentleman turned his face away and remained silent for some minutes. Oliver thought he heard him sob, more than once, but he feared to interrupt him by any fresh remark, for he could well guess what his feelings were, and so stood apart, feigning to be occupied with his nosegay. All this time, Mr. Giles, with the white nightcap on, had been sitting on the steps of the chaise, supporting an elbow on each knee, and wiping his eyes with a blue cotton pocket-handkerchief dotted with white spots. That the honest fellow had not been feigning emotion was abundantly demonstrated by the very red eyes with which he regarded the young gentleman, when he turned round and addressed him. "I think you had better go on to my mother's in the chaise, Giles," said he. "I would rather walk slowly on, so as to gain a little time before I see her. You can say I am coming." "I beg your pardon, Mr. Harry," said Giles, giving a final polish to his ruffled countenance with the handkerchief, "but if you would leave the post-boy to say that, I should be very much obliged to you. It wouldn't be proper for the maids to see me in this state, sir. I should never have any more authority with them if they did." "Well," rejoined Harry Maylie, smiling, "you can do as you like. Let him go on with the luggage, if you wish it, and do you follow with us. Only first exchange that nightcap for something more appropriate covering, or we shall be taken for madmen." Mr. Giles, reminded of his unbecoming costume, snatched off and pocketed his nightcap and substituted a hat, of grave and sober shape, which he took out of the chaise. This done, the post-boy drove off. Giles, Mr. Maylie, and Oliver followed at their leisure. As they walked along, Oliver glanced from time to time with much interest and curiosity at the newcomer. He seemed about 25 years of age, and was of the middle height. His countenance was frank and handsome, and his demeanour easy and prepossessing. Notwithstanding the difference between youth and age, he bore so strong a likeness to the old lady that Oliver would have had no great difficulty in imagining their relationship, if he had not already spoken of her as his mother. Mrs. Maylie was anxiously waiting to receive her son when he reached the cottage. The meeting did not take place without great emotion on both sides. "Mother," whispered the young man, "why did you not write before?" "I did," replied Mrs. Maylie, "but, on reflection, I determined to keep back the letter until I had heard Mr. Losburn's opinion." "But why?" said the young man. "Why run the chance of that occurring which so nearly happened? If Rose had— I cannot utter that word now. If this illness had terminated differently, how could you have forgiven yourself? How could I ever have known happiness again?" "If that had been the case, Harry," said Mrs. Maylie, "I fear your happiness would have been effectually blighted, and that your arrival here, a day sooner, or a day later, would have been of very, very little import." "And who can wonder if it be so, mother?" rejoined the young man. "Or why should I say if? It is. It is. You know it, mother. You must know it." "I know that she deserves the best and purest love the heart of man can offer," said Mrs. Maylie. "I know that the devotion and affection of her nature require no ordinary return, but one that shall be deep and lasting. If I did not feel this, and know, besides, that a changed behaviour in one she loved would break her heart, I should not feel my task so difficult of performance, or have to encounter so many struggles in my own bosom, when I take what seems to me to be the strict line of duty." "This is unkind, mother," said Harry. "Do you still suppose that I am a boy ignorant of my own mind, and mistaking the impulses of my own soul?" "I think, my dear son," returned Mrs. Maylie, laying her hand upon his shoulder, "that youth has many generous impulses which do not last, and that among them are some which, being gratified, become only the more fleeting. Above all, I think," said the lady, fixing her eyes on her son's face, "that if an enthusiastic, ardent, and ambitious man marry a wife on whose name there is a stain, which, though it originate in no fault of hers, may be visited by cold and sordid people upon her, and upon his children also, and in exact proportion to his success in the world be cast in his teeth, and made the subject of sneers against him, he may, no matter how generous and good his nature, one day repent of the connection he reformed in early life, and she may have the pain of knowing that he does so." "Mother," said the young man, impatiently, "he would be a selfish brute, unworthy alike of the name of man and of the woman you describe, who acted thus." "You think so now, Harry," replied his mother. "And ever will," said the young man. "The mental agony I have suffered during the last 2 days wrings from me the avowal to you of a passion which, as you well know, is not one of yesterday, nor one I have lightly formed. On Rose, sweet, gentle girl, my heart is set, as firmly as ever heart of man was set on woman. I have no thought, no view, no hope in life beyond her. And if you oppose me in this great stake, you take my peace and happiness in your hands, and cast them to the wind. Mother, think better of this, and of me, and do not disregard the happiness of which you seem to think so little." "Harry," said Mrs. Maylie, "it is because I think so much of warm and sensitive hearts that I would spare them from being wounded. But we have said enough, and more than enough, on this matter just now." "Let it rest with Rose, then," interposed Harry. "You will not press these overstrained opinions of yours so far as to throw any obstacle in my way?" "I will not," rejoined Mrs. Maylie. "But I would have you consider—" "I have considered," was the impatient reply. "Mother, I have considered years and years. I have considered ever since I have been capable of serious reflection. My feelings remain unchanged, as they ever will, and why should I suffer the pain of a delay in giving them vent, which can be productive of no earthly good? No, before I leave this place, Rose shall hear me." "She shall," said Mrs. Maylie. "There is something in your manner which would almost imply that she will hear me coldly, mother," said the young man. "Not coldly," rejoined the old lady. "Far from it." "How then?" urged the young man. "She has formed no other attachment." "No, indeed," replied his mother. "You have, or I mistake, too strong a hold on her affections already. What I would say, resumed the old lady, stopping her son as he was about to speak, is this. Before you stake your all on this chance, before you suffer yourself to be carried to the highest point of hope, reflect for a few moments, my dear child, on Rosa's history, and consider what effect the knowledge of her doubtful birth may have on her decision. Devoted as she is to us, with all the intensity of her noble mind, and with that perfect sacrifice of self which, in all matters, great or trifling, has always been her characteristic. What do you mean? That I leave you to discover, replied Mrs. Maylie. I must go back to her. God bless you. I shall see you again tonight? Said the young man, eagerly. By and by, replied the old lady, when I leave Rose. You will tell her I am here, said Harry. Of course, replied Mrs. Maylie. And say how anxious I have been, and how much I have suffered, and how I long to see her. You will not refuse to do this, mother? No, said the old lady. I will tell her all. And pressing her son's hand affectionately, she hastened from the room. Mr. Losberne and Oliver had remained at another end of the apartment while this hurried conversation was proceeding. The former now held out his hand to Harry Maylie, and hearty salutations were exchanged between them. The doctor then communicated, in reply to multifarious questions from his young friend, a precise account of his patient's situation, which was quite as consolatory and full of promise as Oliver's statement had encouraged him to hope, and to the whole of which Mr. Giles, who affected to be busy about the luggage, listened with greedy ears. "Have you shot anything particular lately, Giles?" inquired the doctor, when he had concluded. "Nothing particular, sir," replied Mr. Giles, colouring up to the eyes. "Nor catching any thieves, nor identifying any housebreakers?" said the doctor. "None at all, sir," replied Mr. Giles, with much gravity. "Well," said the doctor, "I am sorry to hear it, because you do that sort of thing admirably. Pray, how is Brittles?" "The boy is very well, sir," said Mr. Giles, recovering his usual tone of patronage, "and sends his respectful duty, sir." "That's well," said the doctor. "Seeing you here reminds me, Mr. Giles, that on the day before that on which I was called away so hurriedly, I executed, at the request of your good mistress, a small commission in your favour. Just step into this corner for a moment, will you?" Mr. Giles walked into the corner with much importance, and some wonder, and was honoured with a short whispering conference with the doctor, on the termination of which he made a great many bows, and retired with steps of unusual stateliness. The subject matter of this conference was not disclosed in the parlour, but the kitchen was speedily enlightened concerning it, for Mr. Giles walked straight thither, and having called for a mug of ale, announced, with an air of majesty which was highly effective, that it had pleased his mistress, in consideration of his gallant behaviour on the occasion of that attempted robbery, to deposit in the local savings bank the sum of £25 for his sole use and benefit. At this the two women servants lifted up their hands and eyes, and supposed that Mr. Giles, pulling out his shirt frill, replied, "No, no," and that if they observed that he was at all haughty to his inferiors, he would thank them to tell him so. And then he made a great many other remarks, no less illustrative of his humility, which were received with equal favour and applause, and were, withal, as original and as much to the purpose as the remarks of great men commonly are. Above stairs, the remainder of the evening passed cheerfully away, for the doctor was in high spirits, and however fatigued or thoughtful Harry Maylie might have been at first, he was not proof against the worthy gentleman's good humour, which displayed itself in a great variety of sallies and professional recollections, and an abundance of small jokes, which struck Oliver as being the drollest things he had ever heard, and caused him to laugh proportionately, to the evident satisfaction of the doctor, who laughed immoderately at himself, and made Harry laugh almost as heartily by the very force of sympathy. So they were as pleasant a party as, under the circumstances, they could well have been, and it was late before they retired, with light and thankful hearts, to take that rest of which, after the doubt and suspense they had recently undergone, they stood much in need. Oliver rose next morning in better heart, and went about his usual occupations with more hope and pleasure than he had known for many days. The birds were once more hung out to sing in their old places, and the sweetest wild flowers that could be found were once more gathered to gladden Rose with their beauty. The melancholy which had seemed to the sad eyes of the anxious boy to hang, for days past, over every object, beautiful as all were, was dispelled by magic. The dew seemed to sparkle more brightly on the green leaves, the air to rustle among them with a sweeter music, and the sky itself to look more blue and bright. Such is the influence which the condition of our own thoughts exercise even over the appearance of external objects. Men who look on nature and their fellow men, and cry that all is dark and gloomy, are in the right. But the sombre colours are reflections from their own jaundiced eyes and hearts. The real hues are delicate, and need a clearer vision. It is worthy of remark, and Oliver did not fail to note it at the time, that his morning expeditions were no longer made alone. Harry Maylie, after the first morning when he met Oliver coming laden home, was seized with such a passion for flowers, and displayed such a taste in their arrangement, as left his young companion far behind. If Oliver were behindhand in these respects, he knew where the best were to be found, and morning after morning they scoured the country together, and brought home the fairest that blossomed. The window of the young lady's chamber was opened now, for she loved to feel the rich summer air stream in and revive her with its freshness. But there always stood in water, just inside the lattice, one particular little bunch, which was made up with great care every morning. Oliver could not help noticing that the withered flowers were never thrown away, although the little vase was regularly replenished. Nor could he help observing that whenever the doctor came into the garden, he invariably cast his eyes up to that particular corner, and nodded his head most expressively as he set forth on his morning's walk. Pending these observations, the days were flying by, and Rose was rapidly recovering. Nor did Oliver's time hang heavy on his hands, although the young lady had not yet left her chamber, and there were no evening walks, save now and then for a short distance, with Mrs. Maylie. He applied himself, with redoubled assiduity, to the instructions of the white-headed old gentleman, and laboured so hard that his quick progress surprised even himself. It was while he was engaged in this pursuit that he was greatly startled and distressed by a most unexpected occurrence. The little room in which he was accustomed to sit when busy at his books was on the ground floor at the back of the house. It was quite a cottage room, with a lattice window, around which were clusters of jessamine and honeysuckle that crept over the casement and filled the place with their delicious perfume. It looked into a garden, whence a wicket gate opened into a small paddock. All beyond was fine meadowland and wood. There was no other dwelling near in that direction, and the prospect it commanded was very extensive. One beautiful evening, when the first shades of twilight were beginning to settle upon the earth, Oliver sat at this window intent upon his books. He had been poring over them for some time, and, as the day had been uncommonly sultry, and he had exerted himself a great deal, it is no disparagement to the authors, whoever they may have been, to say that gradually and by slow degrees he fell asleep. There is a kind of sleep that steals upon us sometimes, which, while it holds the body prisoner, does not free the mind from a sense of things about it, and enable it to ramble at its pleasure. So far as an overpowering heaviness, a prostration of strength, and an utter inability to control our thoughts or power of motion can be called sleep, this is it. And yet we have a consciousness of all that is going on about us, and if we dream at such a time, words which are really spoken, or sounds which really exist at the moment, accommodate themselves with surprising readiness to our visions, until reality and imagination become so strangely blended that it is afterwards almost matter of impossibility to separate the two. Nor is this the most striking phenomenon incidental to such a state. It is an undoubted fact that although our senses of touch and sight be for the time dead, yet our sleeping thoughts, and the visionary scenes that pass before us, will be influenced and materially influenced by the mere silent presence of some external object, which may not have been near us when we closed our eyes, and of whose vicinity we have had no waking consciousness. Oliver knew perfectly well that he was in his own little room, that his books were lying on the table before him, that the sweet air was stirring among the creeping plants outside. And yet he was asleep. Suddenly the scene changed. The air became close and confined, and he thought, with a glow of terror, that he was in the Jew's house again. There sat the hideous old man in his accustomed corner, pointing at him, and whispering to another man, with his face averted, who sat beside him. "Hush, my dear," he thought he heard the Jew say. "It is he, sure enough. Come away." "He," the other man seemed to answer. "Could I mistake him, think you? If a crowd of ghosts were to put themselves into his exact shape, and he stood amongst them, there is something that would tell me how to point him out. If you buried him 50 feet deep, and took me across his grave, I fancy I should know, if there wasn't a mark above it, that he lay buried there." The man seemed to say this with such dreadful hatred that Oliver awoke with a fear and started up. Good heaven! What was that which sent the blood tingling to his heart and deprived him of his voice and power to move? There at the window, close before him, so close that he could have almost touched him before he started back, with his eyes peering into the room and meeting his, there stood the Jew, and beside him, white with rage or fear, or both, were the scowling features of the man who had accosted him in the inn-yard. It was but an instant, a glance, a flash before his eyes, and they were gone. But they had recognized him, and he them, and their look was as firmly impressed upon his memory as if it had been deeply carved in stone and set before him from his birth. He stood transfixed for a moment, then, leaping from the window into the garden, called loudly for help. End of chapter 34. Recorded by Jen in Madison, Wisconsin, July 8, 2006.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Corrie Samuel. Oliver Twist by Charles Dickens. Chapter 35. Containing the unsatisfactory result of Oliver's adventure and a conversation of some importance between Harry Maylie and Rose. When the inmates of the house, attracted by Oliver's cries, hurried to the spot from which they proceeded, they found him, pale and agitated, pointing in the direction of the meadows behind the house, and scarcely able to articulate the words, "The Jew! The Jew!" Mr. Giles was at a loss to comprehend what this outcry meant, but Harry Maylie, whose perceptions were something quicker, and who had heard Oliver's history from his mother, understood it at once. "What direction did he take?" he asked, catching up a heavy stick which was standing in a corner. "That," replied Oliver, pointing out the course the man had taken. "I missed them in an instant." "Then they are in the ditch," said Harry. "Follow, and keep as near me as you can." So saying, he sprang over the hedge and darted off with a speed which rendered it matter of exceeding difficulty for the others to keep near him. Giles followed as well as he could, and Oliver followed too, and in the course of a minute or two Mr. Losberne, who had been out walking and just then returned, tumbled over the hedge after them, and picking himself up with more agility than he could have been supposed to possess, struck into the same course at no contemptible speed, shouting all the while, most prodigiously, to know what was the matter. On they all went, nor stopped they once to breathe, until the leader, striking off into an angle of the field indicated by Oliver, began to search narrowly the ditch and hedge adjoining, which afforded time for the remainder of the party to come up, and for Oliver to communicate to Mr. Losberne the circumstances that had led to so vigorous a pursuit. The search was all in vain. There were not even the traces of recent footsteps to be seen. They stood now on the summit of a little hill, commanding the open fields in every direction for 3 or 4 miles. There was the village in the hollow on the left, but in order to gain that, after pursuing the track Oliver had pointed out, the men must have made a circuit of open ground, which it was impossible they could have accomplished in so short a time. A thick wood skirted the meadowland in another direction, but they could not have gained that covert for the same reason. "It must have been a dream, Oliver," said Harry Maylie. "Oh no, indeed, sir," replied Oliver, shuddering at the very recollection of the old wretch's countenance. "I saw him too plainly for that. I saw them both as plainly as I see you now." "Who was the other?" inquired Harry and Mr. Losberne together. "The very same man I told you of, who came so suddenly upon me at the inn," said Oliver. "We had our eyes fixed full upon each other, and I could swear to him." "They took this way?" demanded Harry, Are you sure?" "As I am that the men were at the window," replied Oliver, pointing down as he spoke to the hedge which divided the cottage garden from the meadow. "The tall man leaped over, just there, and the Jew, running a few paces to the right, crept through that gap." The two gentlemen watched Oliver's earnest face as he spoke, and looking from him to each other, seemed to feel satisfied of the accuracy of what he said. Still, in no direction were there any appearances of the trampling of men in hurried flight. The grass was long, but it was trodden down nowhere, save where their own feet had crushed it. The sides and brinks of the ditches were of damp clay, but in no one place could they discern the print of men's shoes, or the slightest mark which would indicate that any feet had pressed the ground for hours before. "This is strange," said Harry. "Strange?" echoed the doctor. "Blathers and Duff themselves could make nothing of it." Notwithstanding the evidently useless nature of their search, they did not desist until the coming on of night rendered its further prosecution hopeless, and even then they gave it up with reluctance. Giles was dispatched to the different alehouses in the village, furnished with the best description Oliver could give of the appearance and dress of the strangers. Of these the Jew was, at all events, sufficiently remarkable to be remembered, supposing he had been seen drinking or loitering about. But Giles returned without any intelligence calculated to dispel or lessen the mystery. On the next day fresh search was made, and the inquiries renewed, but with no better success. On the day following, Oliver and Mr. Maylie repaired to the market town, in the hope of seeing or hearing something of the men there, but this effort was equally fruitless. After a few days the affair began to be forgotten, as most affairs are, when wonder, having no fresh food to support it, dies away of itself. Meanwhile Rose was rapidly recovering. She had left her room, was able to go out, and mixing once more with the family, carried joy into the hearts of all. But although this happy change had a visible effect on the little circle, and although cheerful voices and merry laughter were once more heard in a cottage, there was at times an unwonted restraint upon some there, even upon Rose herself, which Oliver could not fail to remark. Mrs. Maylie and her son were often closeted together for a long time, and more than once Rose appeared with traces of tears upon her face. After Mr. Losberne had fixed a day for his departure to Chertsey, these symptoms increased, and it became evident that something was in progress which affected the peace of the young lady, and of somebody else besides. At length, one morning, when Rose was alone in the breakfast parlour, Harry Maylie entered, and with some hesitation begged permission to speak with her for a few moments. A very few will suffice, Rose," said the young man, drawing his chair towards her. "What I have to say has already presented itself to your mind. The most cherished hopes of my heart are not unknown to you, though from my lips you have not heard them stated." Rose had been very pale from the moment of his entrance, but that might have been the effect of her recent illness. She merely bowed, and bending over some plants that stood near, waited in silence for him to proceed. I ought to have left here before," said Harry. "You should, indeed," replied Rose. "Forgive me for saying so, but I wish you had." "I was brought here by the most dreadful and agonizing of all apprehensions," said the young man, "the fear of losing the one dear being on whom my every wish and hope are fixed. You had been dying, trembling between earth and heaven. We know that when the young, the beautiful, and good are visited with sickness, their pure spirits insensibly turn towards their bright home of lasting rest. We know, heaven help us, that the best and fairest of our kind too often fade in blooming." There were tears in the eyes of the gentle girl, as these words were spoken, and when one fell upon the flower over which she bent, and glistened brightly in its cup, making it more beautiful, it seemed as though the outpouring of her fresh young heart claimed kindred naturally with the loveliest things in nature. "A creature," continued the young man passionately, "a creature as fair and innocent of guile as one of God's own angels, fluttered between life and death. Oh, who could hope, when the distant world to which she was akin half opened to her view, that she would return to the sorrow and calamity of this? Rose, Rose, to know that you are passing away like some soft shadow, which a light from above casts upon the earth, to have no hope that you would be spared to those who linger here, hardly to know a reason why you should be, to feel that you belonged to that bright sphere whither so many of the fairest and best have winged their early flight, and yet to pray, amid all these consolations, that you might be restored to those who loved you. These were distractions almost too great to bear. They were mine, by day and night, and with them came such a rushing torrent of fears, and apprehensions, and selfish regrets, lest you should die, and never know how devotedly I loved you, as almost bore down sense and reason in its course. You recovered. Day by day, and almost hour by hour, some drop of health came back, and mingling with the spent and feeble stream of life which circulated languidly within you, swelled it again to a high and rushing tide. I have watched you change, almost from death to life, with eyes that turned blind with their eagerness and deep affection. Do not tell me that you wish I had lost this, for it has softened my heart to all mankind. I did not mean that, said Rose, weeping. I only wish you had left here, that you might have turned to high and noble pursuits again, to pursuits well worthy of you. There is no pursuit more worthy of me, more worthy of the highest nature that exists, than the struggle to win such a heart as yours, said the young man, taking her hand. Rose, my own dear Rose, for years I have loved you, hoping to win my way to fame, and then come proudly home and tell you it had been pursued only for you to share, thinking, in my daydreams, how I would remind you in that happy moment of the many silent tokens I had given of a boy's attachment, and claim your hand as in redemption of some old mute contract that had been sealed between us. That time has not arrived, but here, with not fame won, and no young vision realized, I offer you the heart so long your own, and stake my all upon the words with which you greet the offer. Your behaviour has ever been kind and noble, said Rose, mastering the emotions by which she was agitated. As you believe that I am not insensible or ungrateful, so hear my answer. It is that I may endeavour to deserve you. It is, dear Rose? It is, replied Rose, that you must endeavour to forget me, not as your old and dearly attached companion, for that would wound me deeply, but as the object of your love. Look into the world. Think how many hearts you would be proud to gain are there. Confide some other passion to me, if you will. I will be the truest, warmest, and most faithful friend you have. There was a pause, during which Rose, who had covered her face with one hand, gave free vent to her tears. Harry still retained the other. "And your reasons, Rose?" he said at length in a low voice. "Your reasons for this decision?" "You have a right to know them," rejoined Rose. "You can say nothing to alter my resolution. It is a duty that I must perform. I owe it alike to others and to myself." "To yourself?" "Yes, Harry, I owe it to myself that I, a friendless, portionless girl, with a blight upon my name, should not give your friends reason to suspect that I had sordidly yielded to your first passion, and fastened myself, a clog, on all your hopes and projects. I owe it to you and yours to prevent you from opposing, in the warmth of your generous nature, this great obstacle to your progress in the world." "If your inclinations chime with your sense of duty," Harry began. "They do not," replied Rose, colouring deeply. "Then you return my love," said Harry. "Say but that, dear Rose, say but that, and soften the bitterness of this hard disappointment." "If I could have done so, without doing heavy wrong to him I loved," rejoined Rose, "I could have received this declaration very differently," said Harry. "Do not conceal that from me, at least, Rose." "I could," said Rose. "Stay," she added, disengaging her hand. "Why should we prolong this painful interview? Most painful to me, and yet productive of lasting happiness notwithstanding, for it will be happiness to know that I once held the high place in your regard which I now occupy, and every triumph you achieve in life will animate me with new fortitude and firmness. Farewell, Harry. As we have met today, we meet no more, but in other relations than those in which this conversation have placed us, we may be long and happily entwined, and may every blessing that the prayers of a true and earnest heart can call down from the source of all truth and sincerity cheer and prosper you." "Another word, Rose," said Harry. "Your reason in your own words. From your own lips let me hear it." "The prospect before you," answered Rose firmly, "is a brilliant one. All the honours to which great talents and powerful connections can help men in public life are in store for you. But those connections are proud, and I will neither mingle with such as may hold in scorn the mother who gave me life, nor bring disgrace or failure on the son of her who has so well supplied that mother's place. In a word," said the young lady, turning away, as her temporary firmness forsook her, "there is a stain upon my name, which the world visits on innocent heads. I will carry it into no blood but my own, and the reproach shall rest alone on me." "One word more, Rose, dearest Rose, one more," cried Harry, throwing himself before her. "If I had been less fortunate, the world would call it, if some obscure and peaceful life had been my destiny, if I had been poor, sick, helpless, would you have turned from me then? Or is my probable advancement to riches and honour given this scruple birth?" "Do not press me to reply," answered Rose. "The question does not arise, and never will. It is unfair, almost unkind, to urge it." "If your answer be what I almost dare to hope it is," retorted Harry, "it will shed a gleam of happiness upon my lonely way, and light the path before me. It is not an idle thing to do so much, by the utterance of a few brief words, for one who loves you beyond all else. Oh, Rose, in the name of my ardent and enduring attachment, in the name of all I have suffered for you, and all you doom me to undergo, answer me this one question." "Then, if your lot had been differently cast," rejoined Rose, "if you had been even a little, but not so far above me, if I could have been a help and comfort to you in any humble scene of peace and retirement, and not a blot and drawback in ambitious and distinguished crowds, I should have been spared this trial. I have every reason to be happy, very happy now. But then, Harry, I own I should have been happier." Busy recollections of old hopes, cherished as a girl long ago, crowded into the mind of Rose while making this avowal, but they brought tears with them, as old hopes will when they come back withered, and they relieved her. "I cannot help this weakness, and it makes my purpose stronger," said Rose, extending her hand. "I must leave you now, indeed." "I ask one promise," said Harry. "Once, and only once more, say within a year, but it may be much sooner, I may speak to you again on this subject, for the last time." "Not to press me to alter my right determination," replied Rose, with a melancholy smile. "It will be useless." "No," said Harry, "to hear you repeat it, if you will, finally repeat it. I will lay at your feet whatever of station of fortune I may possess, and if you still adhere to your present resolution, will not seek, by word or act, to change it." "Then let it be so," rejoined Rose. "It is but one pang the more, and by that time I may be enabled to bear it better." She extended her hand again, but the young man caught her to his bosom, and imprinting one kiss on her beautiful forehead, hurried from the room. End of chapter 35. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Corrie Samuel. Oliver Twist by Charles Dickens, Chapter 36. Is a very short one, and may appear of no great importance in its place, but it should be read notwithstanding as a sequel to the last, and a key to one that will follow when its time arrives. "And so you are resolved to be my travelling companion this morning, eh?" said the doctor, as Harry Maylie joined him and Oliver at the breakfast table. "Why, you were not in the same mind or intention 2 half-hours together." "You will tell me a different tale one of these days," said Harry, colouring without any perceptible reason. "I hope I may have good cause to do so," replied Mr. Losberne, "though I confess I don't think I shall. But yesterday morning you had made up your mind, in a great hurry, to stay here, and to accompany your mother, like a dutiful son, to the seaside. Before noon you announced that you are going to do me the honour of accompanying me as far as I go, on your road to London. And at night you urge me with great mystery to start before the ladies are stirring, the consequence of which is that young Oliver here is pinned down to his breakfast, when he ought to be ranging the meadows after botanical phenomena of all kinds. Too bad, isn't it, Oliver?" "I should have been very sorry not to be at home when you and Mr. Maylie went away, sir," rejoined Oliver. "That's a fine fellow," said the doctor. "You shall come and see me when you return. But to speak seriously, Harry, has any communication from the great Nobbs produced this sudden anxiety on your part to be gone?" "The great Nobbs," replied Harry, "under which designation I presume you include my most stately uncle, have not communicated with me at all since I have been here, nor, at this time of the year, is it likely that anything would occur to render necessary my immediate attendance among them." "Well," said the doctor, "you are a queer fellow. But of course they will get you into Parliament at the election before Christmas, and these sudden shiftings and changes are no bad preparation for political life. There's something in that. Good training is always desirable, whether the race be for place, cup, or sweepstakes." Harry Maylie looked as if he could have followed up this short dialogue by 1 or 2 remarks that would have staggered the doctor not a little, but he contented himself with saying, "We shall see," and pursued the subject no further. The post-chaise drove up to the door shortly afterwards, and Giles coming in for the luggage, the good doctor bustled out to see it packed. "Oliver," said Harry Maylie in a low voice, "let me speak a word with you." Oliver walked into the window recess, to which Mr. Maylie beckoned him, much surprised at the mixture of sadness and boisterous spirits which his whole behaviour displayed. "You can write well now," said Harry, laying his hand upon his arm. "I hope so, sir," replied Oliver. "I shall not be at home again, perhaps for some time. I wish you would write to me, say once a fortnight, every alternate Monday, to the General Post Office in London. Will you?" "Oh, certainly, sir, I shall be proud to do it," exclaimed Oliver, greatly delighted with the commission. "I should like to know how my mother and Miss Maylie are," said the young man, "and you can fill up a sheet by telling me what walks you take, and what you talk about, and whether they, I mean, seem happy and quite well. You understand me?" "Oh, quite, sir, quite," replied Oliver. "I would rather you did not mention it to them," said Harry, hurrying over his words, "because it might make my mother anxious to write to me oftener, and it is a trouble and a worry to her. Let it be a secret between you and me, and mind you tell me everything. I depend on you." Oliver, quite elated and honoured by a sense of his importance, faithfully promised to be secret and explicit in his communications. Mr. Maylie took leave of him, with many assurances of his regard and protection. The doctor was in the chaise. Giles, who it had been arranged should be left behind, held the door open in his hand, and the women servants were in the garden looking on. Harry cast one slight glance at the latticed window and jumped into the carriage. "Drive on!" he cried. "Hard, fast, full gallop! Nothing short of flying will keep pace with me today." "Halloa!" cried the doctor, letting down the front glass in a great hurry and shouting to the postilion. "Something very short of flying will keep pace with me. Do you hear?" Jingling and clattering, till distance rendered its noise inaudible and its rapid progress only perceptible to the eye, the vehicle wound its way along the road, almost hidden in a cloud of dust, now wholly disappearing and now becoming visible again as intervening objects or the intricacies of the way permitted. It was not until even the dusty cloud was no longer to be seen that the gazers dispersed. And there was one looker-on who remained with eyes fixed upon the spot where the carriage had disappeared, long after it was many miles away, for, behind the white curtain which had shrouded her from view when Harry raised his eyes towards the window, sat Rose herself. "He seems in high spirits and happy," she said at length. "I feared for a time he might be otherwise. I was mistaken. I am very, very glad." Tears are signs of gladness as well as grief, but those which coursed down Rose's face as she sat pensively at the window, still gazing in the same direction, seemed to tell more of sorrow than of joy. End of chapter 36.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Oliver Twist by Charles Dickens. Chapter 37. Mr. Bumble sat in a workhouse parlour, with his eyes moodily fixed on the cheerless grate, whence, as it was summer-time, no brighter gleam proceeded than the reflection of certain sickly rays of sun which were sent back from its cold and shining surface. A paper fly-cage dangled from the ceiling, to which he occasionally raised his eyes in gloomy thought, and as the heedless insects hovered round the gaudy network, Mr. Bumble would heave a deep sigh, while a more gloomy shadow overspread his countenance. Mr. Bumble was meditating. It might be that the insects brought to mind some painful passage in his own past life. Nor was Mr. Bumble's gloom the only thing calculated to awaken a pleasing melancholy in the bosom of a spectator. There were not wanting other appearances, and those closely connected with his own person, which announced that a great change had taken place in the position of his affairs. The laced coat and the cocked hat, where were they? He still wore knee-breeches and dark cotton stockings on his nether limbs, but they were not the breeches. The coat was wide-skirted, and in that respect like the coat, but oh, how different! The mighty cocked hat was replaced by a modest round one. Mr. Bumble was no longer a beetle. There are some promotions in life which, independent of the more substantial rewards they offer, require peculiar value and dignity from the coats and waistcoats connected with them. A field marshal has his uniform, a bishop his silk apron, a councillor his silk gown, a beadle his cocked hat. Strip the bishop of his apron, or the beadle of his hat and lace, what are they? Men, mere men. Dignity, and even holiness too, sometimes are more questions of coat and waistcoat than some people imagine. Mr. Bumble had married Mrs. Corney, and was master of the workhouse. Another beadle had come into power. On him the cocked hat, gold-laced coat, and staff had all three descended. And tomorrow 2 months it was done. said Mr. Bumble with a sigh. "It seems a age." Mr. Bumble might have meant that he had concentrated a whole existence of happiness into the short space of 8 weeks, but the sigh. There was a vast deal of meaning in the sigh. "I sold myself," said Mr. Bumble, pursuing the same train of reflection, "for 6 teaspoons, a pair of sugar tongs, and a milk pot, with a small quantity of second-hand furniture, and £20 in money. I went very reasonable. Cheap. Dirt cheap."
"Cheap!"
cried a shrill voice in Mr. Bumble's ear.
"You would have been a dear at any price, and dear enough I paid for you, Lord above knows that."
Mr. Bumble turned and encountered the face of his interesting consort, who, imperfectly comprehending the few words she had overheard of his complaint, had hazarded the foregoing remark at a venture. "Mrs. Bumble, ma'am," said Mr. Bumble with a sentimental sternness.
"Well!"
cried the lady. "Have the goodness to look at me," said Mr. Bumble, fixing his eyes upon her. "She stands such an eye as that," said Mr. Bumble to himself. "She can stand anything. It is an eye I never knew to fail with paupers. If it fails with her, my power is gone." Whether an exceedingly small expansion of eye be sufficient to quell paupers who, being lightly fed, are in no very high condition, or whether the late Mrs. Corney was particularly proof against eagle glances, are matters of opinion. The matter of fact is that the matron was in no way overpowered by Mr. Bumble's scowl, but, on the contrary, treated it with a great disdain, and even raised a laugh threat which sounded as though it were genuine. On hearing this most unexpected sound, Mr. Bumble looked, first incredulous and afterwards amazed. He then relapsed into his former state, nor did he rouse himself until his attention was again awakened by the voice of his partner.
"Are you going to sit snoring there all day?"
inquired Mrs. Bumble. "I'm going to sit here as long as I think proper, ma'am," rejoined Mr. Bumble, "and although I was not snoring, I shall snore, gape, sneeze, laugh, or cry, as the humour strikes me, such being my prerogative."
"Your prerogative!"
sneered Mrs. Bumble with ineffable contempt. "I said the word, ma'am," said Mr. Bumble. "The prerogative of a man is to command."
"And what's the prerogative of a woman, in the name of goodness?"
cried the relict of Mrs. Corney deceased.
"To obey, ma'am," thundered Mr. Bumble. "Your late unfortunate husband should have taught it to you, and then perhaps he might have been alive now. I wish he was, poor man."
Mrs. Bumble, seeing at a glance that the decisive moment had now arrived, and that a blow struck for the mastership on one side or other must necessarily be final and conclusive, no sooner heard this allusion to the dead and gone than she dropped into a chair, and with a loud scream that Mr. Bumble was a hard-hearted brute, fell into a paroxysm of tears. But tears were not the things to find their way to Mr. Bumble's soul. His heart was waterproof. Like washable beaver hats that improve with rain, his nerves were rendered stouter and more vigorous by showers of tears, which brought tokens of weakness, and so far tacit emissions of his own power, pleased and exalted him. He eyed his good lady with looks of great satisfaction, and begged, in an encouraging manner, that she should cry her hardest, the exercise being looked upon by the faculty as strongly conducive to health.
"It opens the lungs, washes the countenance, exercises the eyes, and softens the temper," said Mr. Bumble, "so cry away."
As he discharged himself from this pleasantry, Mr. Bumble took his hat from a peg, and putting it on rather rakishly on one side as a man might, who felt he had asserted his superiority in a becoming manner, thrust his hands into his pockets, and sauntered towards the door, with much ease and wagginess depicted in his whole appearance. Now Mrs. Corney that was had tried with tears, because they were less troublesome than a manual assault, but she was quite prepared to make trial of the latter mode of proceeding, as Mr. Bumble was not long in discovering. The first proof he experienced of the fact was conveyed in a hollow sound, immediately succeeded by a sudden flying off of his hat to the opposite end of the room. This preliminary proceeding laying bare his head, the expert lady, clasping him tightly round the throat with one hand, inflicted a shower of blows, dealt with singular vigour and dexterity, upon it with the other. This done, she created a little variety by scratching his face and tearing his hair, and having by this time inflicted as much punishment as she deemed necessary for the offence, she pushed him over a chair, which was luckily well situated for the purpose, and defied him to talk about his prerogative again, if he dared.
"Get up," said Mrs. Bumble in a voice of command, "and take yourself away from here, unless you want me to do something desperate."
Mr. Bumble rose with a very rueful countenance, wondering what something desperate might be. Picking up his hat, he looked towards the door.
"Are you going?"
demanded Mrs. Bumble. "Certainly, my dear, certainly," rejoined Mr. Bumble, making a quicker motion towards the door. "I didn't intend to. I'm going, my dear. You are so very violent that really I—" At this instant, Mrs. Bumble stepped hastily forward to replace the carpet, which had been kicked up in the scuffle. Mr. Bumble immediately darted out of the room without bestowing another thought on his unfinished sentence, leaving the late Mrs. Corney in full possession of the field. Mr. Bumble was fairly taken by surprise and fairly beaten. He had a decided propensity for bullying, derived no inconsiderable pleasure from the exercise of petty cruelty, and consequently was, it is needless to say, a coward. This is by no means a disparagement to his character, for many official personages who are held in high respect and admiration are the victims of similar infirmities. This remark is made indeed rather in his favour than otherwise, and with the view of impressing the reader with a just sense of his qualifications for office. But the measure of his degradation was not yet full. After making a tour of the house, and thinking for the first time that the poor laws really were too hard on people, and that men who ran away from their wives, leaving them chargeable to the parish, ought in justice to be visited with no punishment at all, but rather rewarded as meritorious individuals who had suffered much, Mr. Bumble came to a room where some of the female paupers were usually employed in washing the parish linen, when the sound of voices in conversation now proceeded.
"Hem!" said Mr. Bumble, summoning up all of his native dignity. "These women at least shall continue to respect the prerogative. Hello! Hello there! What do you mean by this noise, you hussies?"
With these words Mr. Bumble opened the door, and walked in with a very fierce and angry manner, which was at once exchanged for a most humiliated and cowering air as his eyes unexpectedly rested on the form of his lady wife.
"My dear," said Mr. Bumble, "I didn't know you were here."
"Didn't know I was here?"
repeated Mrs. Bumble.
"What do you do here?"
"I thought they were talking rather too much to be doing their work properly, my dear," replied Mr. Bumble, glancing distractedly at a couple of old women at the wash-tub, who were comparing notes of admiration at the workhouse master's humility.
"You thought they were talking too much?"
said Mrs. Bumble.
"What business is it of yours?"
"Why, my dear," urged Mr. Bumble submissively.
"What business is it of yours?"
demanded Mrs. Bumble again.
"It's very true, your matron here, my dear,"
submitted Mr. Bumble,
"but I thought you mightn't be in the way just then."
"I'll tell you what, Mr. Bumble," returned his lady, "we don't want any of your interference. You're a great deal too fond of poking your nose into things that don't concern you, making everybody in the house laugh the moment your back is turned, and making yourself look like a fool every hour of the day. Be off! Come!"
Mr. Bumble, seeing with excruciating feelings The delight of the two old paupers, who were tittering together most rapturously, hesitated for an instant. Mrs. Bumble, whose patience brooked no delay, caught up a bowl of soapsuds, and monitoring him towards the door, ordered him instantly to depart, on pain of receiving the contents upon his portly person. What could Mr. Bumble do? He looked dejectedly round, and slunk away. As he reached the door, the titterings of the paupers broke into a shrill chuckle of irrepressible delight. It wanted but this. He was degraded in their eyes. He had lost caste and station before the very paupers. He had fallen from all the height and pomp of beadleship to the lowest depth of the most snubbed henpeckery.
"All in 2 months!" said Mr. Bumble, filled with dismal thoughts. 2 months! No more than 2 months ago I was not only my master, but everyone else's, so far as the parochial workhouse was concerned, and now— It was too much. Mr. Bumble boxed the ears of the boy who opened the gate for him, for he had reached the portal of his reverie, and walked distractedly into the street. He walked up one street and down another until exercise had abated the first passion of his grief, and then the revulsion of feeling made him thirsty. He passed a great many public houses, but at length paused before one in a byway, whose parlour, as he gathered from a hasty peep over the blinds, was deserted save by one solitary customer. It began to rain heavily at the moment. This determined him. Mr. Bumble stepped in, and ordering something to drink, as he passed the bar, entered the apartment into which he had looked from the street. The man who was seated there was tall and dark, and wore a large cloak. He had the air of a stranger, and seemed, by a certain haggardness in his look, as well as by the dusty soils in his dress, to have travelled some distance. He eyed Bumble askance as he entered, but scarcely deigned to nod his head in acknowledgment of his salutation. Mr. Bumble had quite dignity enough for two, supposing even that the stranger had been more familiar, so he drank his gin and water in silence, and read the paper with a great show of pomp and circumstance. It so happened, however, as it will happen very often when men fall into company under such circumstances, that Mr. Bumble felt every now and then a powerful inducement which he could not resist to steal a look at the stranger, and that whenever he did so he withdrew his eyes in some confusion to find that the stranger was at that moment stealing a look at him. Mr. Bumble's awkwardness was enhanced by the very remarkable expression of the stranger's eye, which was keen and bright, but shadowed by a scowl of distrust and suspicion unlike anything he had ever observed before, and repulsive to behold. When they had encountered each other's glance several times in this way, the stranger, in a harsh, deep voice, broke silence. "Were you looking for me?" he said, "when you peered in at the window? Not that I am aware of, unless you're Mr.—"
Here Mr. Bumble stopped short, for he was curious to know the stranger's name, and thought, in his impatience, he might supply the blank.
"I see you are not,"
said the stranger, an expression of quiet sarcasm playing about his mouth.
"Or you would have known my name. You don't know it? I would recommend you not ask for it."
"I mean no harm, young man," observed Mr. Bumble majestically.
"And have done none,"
said the stranger. Another silence succeeded this short dialogue, which was again broken by the stranger.
"I have seen you before, I think," said he. "You were differently dressed at the time, and I only passed you in the street. But I should know you again. You were beadle here once, were you not?"
"I was," said Mr. Bumble in some surprise.
"Parochial beadle?"
"Just so," rejoined the other, nodding his head.
"It was in that character I saw you. Would you now?"
"Master of the workhouse," rejoined Mr. Bumble, slowly and impressively, to check any undue familiarity the stranger might otherwise assume. "Master of the workhouse, young man." You have the same eye to your own interest that you always had. I doubt not, resumed the stranger, looking keenly into Mr. Bumble's eyes, as he raised them in astonishment at the question. Don't scruple to answer freely, man. I know you pretty well, you see. I suppose a married man, replied Mr. Bumble, shading his eyes with his hand, and surveying the stranger from head to foot, in evident perplexity, is not more averse to turning an honest penny when he can than a single one. Parochial officers are not so well paid that they can afford to refuse any little extra fee when it comes to them in a civil and proper manner. The stranger smiled and nodded his head again, as much to say he had not mistaken his man, then rang the bell. Fill this glass again, he said, handing Mr. Bumble's empty tumbler to the landlord. Let it be strong and hot. You like it so, I suppose? Not too strong, replied Mr. Bumble with a delicate cough. You understand what that means, landlord? Said the stranger dryly. The host smiled, disappeared, and shortly afterwards returned with a steaming jorum, of which the first gulp brought the water into Mr. Bumble's eyes. Now listen to me, said the stranger, after closing the door and window. I came down to this place today to find you out, and by one of those chances which the devil throws in the way of his friends sometimes, you walked into the very room I was sitting in while you were uppermost in my mind. I want something from you. I don't ask you to give it for nothing, slight as it is. Put up that to begin with. As he spoke, he pushed a couple of sovereigns across the table to his companion, carefully, as though unwilling that the chinking of money should be heard without. When Mr. Bumble had scrupulously examined the coins to see that they were genuine, and had put them up with much satisfaction in his waistcoat pocket, he went on. Carry your memory back. Let me see. 12 years last winter. It's a long time, said Mr. Bumble. Very good, I've done it. The scene? The workhouse. Good. And the time? Night. Yes. And the place, the crazy hole, wherever it was, in which miserable drabs brought forth the life and health so often denied to themselves, gave birth to puling children for the parish to rear, and hid their shame, wrought 'em in the grave. The lying-in room, I suppose, said Mr. Bumble, not quite following the stranger's excited description. Yes, said the stranger. A boy was in there. A many boys, observed Mr. Bumble, shaking his head despondingly. 1,000,000 on the young devils, cried the stranger. I speak of one, a meek-looking, pale-faced boy who was apprenticed down here to a coffin-maker. I wish he had made his coffin and screwed his body in it, and who afterwards ran away to London, as it was supposed. Why, you mean Oliver, young Twist, said Mr. Bumble. I remember him, of course. There wasn't an obstinate young rascal. It's not of him I want to hear. It's enough of him, said the stranger, stopping Mr. Bumble in the outset of a tirade on the subject of poor Oliver's vices. It's of a woman, the hag that nursed his mother. Where is she? Where is she? Said Mr. Bumble, whom the gin and water had rendered fastidious. It would be hard to tell. There's no midwifery there, wherever place she's gone to. So, I suppose she's out of employment, anyway. What do you mean? Demanded the stranger sternly. That she died last winter, rejoined Mr. Bumble. The man looked fixedly at him when he had given this information, and although he did not withdraw his eyes for some time afterwards, his gaze gradually became vacant and abstracted, and he seemed lost in thought. For some time he appeared doubtful whether he ought to be relieved or disappointed by the intelligence, but at length he breathed more freely, and withdrawing his eyes, observed that it was no great matter. With that he rose as if to depart, but Mr. Bumble was cunning enough, and he at once saw that an opportunity was opened for the lucrative disposal of some secret in the possession of his better half. He well remembered the night of old Sally's death, which the occurrences of that day had given him good reason to recollect, as the occasion on which he had proposed to Mrs. Corney, and although that lady had never confided to him the disclosure of which she had been the solitary witness, he had heard enough to know that it related to something that had occurred in the old woman's attendance, as workhouse nurse, upon the young mother of Oliver Twist. Hastily calling the circumstance to mind, he informed the stranger, with an air of mystery, that one woman had been closeted with the old harridan shortly before she died, and that she could, as he had reason to believe, throw some light on the subject of his inquiry.
"How can I find her?"
said the stranger, thrown off his guard, and plainly showing that all of his fears, whatever they were aroused afresh by the intelligence.
"Only through me,"
rejoined Mr. Bumble.
"When?"
cried the stranger hastily.
"Tomorrow,"
rejoined Bumble.
"At 9 in the evening,"
said the stranger, producing a scrap of paper and writing down upon it an obscure address by the waterside, in characters that betrayed his agitation.
"At 9 in the evening, bring her to me there. I needn't tell you to be secret. It's your interest."
With these words he led the way to the door, after stopping to pay for the liquor that had been drunk. Shortly remarking that their roads were different, he departed, without more ceremony than an emphatic repetition of the hour of appointment for the following night. On glancing at the address, the parochial functionary observed that it contained no name. The stranger had not gone far, so he made after him to ask it.
"What do you want?"
cried the man, turning quickly round as Bumble touched him on the arm.
"Following me?"
"Only to ask a question," said the other, pointing to the scrap of paper.
"What name am I to ask for?"
"Monks," rejoined the man, and strode hastily away. End of chapter 37. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Oliver Twist by Charles Dickens. Chapter 38. It was a dull, close, overcast summer evening. The clouds, which had been threatening all day, spread out in a dense and sluggish mass of vapor, already yielded large drops of rain, and seemed to presage a violent thunderstorm when Mr. and Mrs. Bumble, turning out of the main street of the town, directed their course towards a scattered little colony of ruinous houses, distant from it some mile and a half or thereabouts, and erected on a low, unwholesome swamp bordering upon the river. They were both wrapped in old and shabby outer garments, which might perhaps serve the double purpose of protecting their persons from the rain and sheltering them from observation. The husband carried a lantern, from which, however, no light yet shone, and trudged on a few paces in front, as though, the way being dirty, to give his wife the benefit of treading in his heavy footsteps. They went on in profound silence. Every now and then Mr. Bumble relaxed his pace and turned his head as if to make sure that his helpmate was following. Then, discovering that she was close at his heels, he mended his rate of walking and proceeded, at a considerable increase of speed, towards their place of destination. This was far from being a place of doubtful character, for it had long been known as the residence of none but low ruffians, who, under various pretenses of living by their labor, subsisted chiefly on plunder and crime. It was a collection of mere hovels, some hastily built with loose bricks, others of old worm-eaten ship timber, jumbled together without any attempt at order or arrangement, and planted, for the most part, within a few feet of the river's bank. A few leaky boats drawn up on the mud and made fast to the dwarf wall which skirted it, and here and there an oar or coil of rope appeared, at first to indicate that the inhabitants of these miserable cottages pursued some avocation on the river, but a glance at the shattered and useless condition of the articles thus displayed would have led a passer-by, without much difficulty, to the conjecture that they were disposed there rather for the preservation of appearances than with any view to their being actually employed. In the heart of this cluster of huts, and skirting the river, which its upper stories overhung, stood a large building formerly used as a manufactory of some kind. It had in its day probably furnished employment to the inhabitants of the surrounding tenements, but it had long since gone to ruin. The rat, the worm, and the action of the damp had weakened and rotted the piles on which it stood, and a considerable portion of the building had already sunk down into the water, while the remainder, tottering and bending over the dark stream, seemed to wait a favorable opportunity of following its old companion and involving itself in the same fate. It was before this ruinous building that the worthy couple paused, as the first peal of distant thunder reverberated in the air, and the rain commenced pouring violently down. "The place should be somewhere here," said Bumble, consulting a scrap of paper he held in his hand.
"Hello there!"
cried a voice from above. Following the sound, Mr. Bumble raised his head and descried a man looking out of a door, breast high, on the second story.
"Stand still a minute!" cried the voice. "I'll be with you directly."
With which his head disappeared, and the door closed.
"Is that the man?"
asked Mr. Bumble's good lady. Mr. Bumble nodded in the affirmative.
"Then mind what I told you," said the matron, "and be careful to say as little as you can, or you'll betray us at once."
Mr. Bumble, who had eyed the building with very rueful looks, was apparently about to express some doubts relative to the advisability of proceeding any further with this enterprise just then, when he was prevented by the appearance of Monks, who had opened a small door near which they stood, and beckoned them inwards.
"Come in,"
he cried impatiently, stamping his foot on the ground.
"Don't keep me here."
The woman, who had hesitated at first, walked boldly in without any other invitation. Mr. Bumble, who was ashamed or afraid to lag behind, followed, obviously very ill at ease, with scarcely any of that remarkable dignity which was usually his chief characteristic.
"What the devil made you stand lingering there in the wet?"
said Monks, turning round and addressing Bumble after he had bolted the door behind them.
We were only cooling ourselves,"
stammered Bumble, looking apprehensively about him.
"Cooling yourselves?" retorted Monks. "Not all the rain that ever fell or ever will fall will put as much of hell's fire out as a man can carry about with him. You won't cool yourself so easily. Don't think it."
With this agreeable speech Monks turned short upon the matron, and bent his gaze upon her, till even she, who was not easily cowed, was fain to withdraw her eyes, and turn them towards the ground.
"This is the woman, isn't it?"
demanded Monks.
"That is the woman,"
replied Mr. Bumble, mindful of his wife's caution.
"You think women never can keep secrets, I suppose?"
said the matron, interposing and returning as she spoke the searching look of Monks.
"I know they will always keep one till it's found out,"
said Monks.
"And what may that be?"
asked the matron.
"The loss of their own good name," replied Monks. "So by the same rule, if a woman's a party to a secret that might hang or transport her, I am not afraid of her telling it to anybody. Not I. Do you understand, mistress?"
"No,"
rejoined the matron, slightly coloring as she spoke.
"Of course you don't," said Monks. "How should you?"
Bestowing something halfway between a smile and a frown upon his two companions, and again beckoning them to follow him, The man hastened across the apartment, which was of considerable extent but low in the roof. He was preparing to ascend a steep staircase, or rather ladder, leading to another floor of warehouses above, when a bright flash of lightning streamed down the aperture, and a peal of thunder followed, which shook the crazy building to its center.
"Hear it!"
he cried, shrinking back.
"Hear it rolling and crashing on, as if it echoed through 1,000 caverns where the devils were hiding from it. I hate the sound."
He remained silent for a few moments, and then, removing his hand suddenly from his face, showed, to the unspeakable discomposure of Mr. Bumble, that it was much distorted and discolored.
"These fits come over me now and then," said Monks, observing his alarm, "and thunder sometimes brings them on. Don't mind me now. It's all over for this once."
Thus speaking, he led the way up the ladder, and hastily closing the window shutter of the room into which it led, lowered a lantern which hung at the end of a rope and pulley passed through one of the heavy beams in the ceiling, and which cast a dim light upon an old table and 3 chairs that were placed beneath it.
"Now,"
said Monks, when they had all 3 seated themselves,
"the sooner we come to our business, the better for all. The woman know what it is, does she?"
The question was addressed to Bumble, but his wife anticipated the reply by intimating that she was perfectly acquainted with it.
"He is right in saying that you were with this hag the night she died, and that she told you something."
"About the mother of the boy you named,"
replied the matron, interrupting him.
"Yes."
"The first question is, of what nature was her communication?"
said Monks.
"That's the second,"
observed the woman with much deliberation.
"The first is, what may the communication be worth?"
"Who the devil can tell that without knowing of what kind it is?"
asked Monks.
"Nobody better than you, I am persuaded,"
answered Mrs. Bumble, who did not want for spirit, as her yoke-fellow could abundantly testify.
"Humph!"
said Monks significantly, with a look of eager inquiry.
"There may be money's worth to get, eh?"
"Perhaps there may,"
was the composed reply.
"Something that was taken from her?"
said Monks.
"Something that she wore? Something that—"
"You had better bid,"
interrupted Mrs. Bumble.
"I have heard enough already to assure me that you are the man I ought to talk to."
Mr. Bumble, who had not yet been admitted by his better half into any greater share of the secret than he had originally possessed, listened to this dialogue with an outstretched neck and distended eyes, which he directed towards his wife and Monks by turns, in undisguised astonishment, increased if possible when the latter sternly demanded what sum was required for the disclosure.
"What's it worth to you?"
asked the woman as collectedly as before.
"It may be nothing. It may be £20,
replied Monks.
"Speak out, and let me know which."
"Add £5 to the sum you have named. Give me £25 in gold," said the woman, "and I'll tell you all I know, not before."
£25!
exclaimed Monks, drawing back.
"I spoke as plainly as I could," replied Mrs. Bumble. "It is not a large sum either."
"Not a large sum for poultry's secret, which may be nothing when it's told," cried Monks impatiently, "and which has been lying dead for 12 years past or more."
"Such matters keep well, and, like good wine, often double their value in course of time,"
answered the matron, still preserving the resolute indifference she had assumed.
"As to lying dead, there are those who will lie dead for 12,000 years to come, or 12,000,000, for anything you or I know, who will tell strange tales at last."
"What if I pay nothing?"
asked Monks, hesitating.
"You can easily take it away again," replied the matron. "I am but a woman alone here, and unprotected."
"Not alone, my dear, nor unprotected neither," submitted Mr. Bumble in a voice tremulous with fear. "I am here, my dear, and besides," said Mr. Bumble, his teeth chattering as he spoke,
Mr. Monks is too much of a gentleman to attempt any violence on a parochial persons. Mr. Monks is aware that I am not a young man, my dear, and also that I am little run to seed, as I may say. But he has heard, I say I have no doubt Mr. Monks has heard, my dear, that I am a very determined officer, with very uncommon strength if I'm once roused. I only want a little rousing, that's all." As Mr. Bumble spoke, he made a melancholy feint of grasping his lantern with fierce determination, and plainly showed by the alarmed expression of every feature that he did want a little rousing, and not a little, prior to making any very warlike demonstration, unless indeed against paupers, or other person or persons trained down for the purpose. "You are a fool," said Mrs. Bumble in reply, "and had better hold your tongue."
"He had better cut it out before he came, if he can't speak in a lower tone," said Monks grimly. "So, he's your husband, eh?"
"He my husband?" tittered the matron, parrying the question.
"I thought as much when you came in," rejoined Monks, marking the angry glance which the lady darted at her spouse as she spoke. "So much the better. I have less hesitation in dealing with two people when I find that there's only one will between them. I'm in earnest. See here."
He thrust his hand into a side pocket and, producing a canvas bag, told out 25 sovereigns on the table, and pushed them over to the woman.
"Now," he said, "gather them up, and when this cursed peal of thunder which I feel is coming up to break over the housetop is gone, let's hear your story."
The thunder, which seemed in fact much nearer, and to shiver and break almost over their heads, having subsided, Monks, raising his face from the table, bent forward to listen to what the woman should say. The faces of the three nearly touched, as the two men leant over the small table in their eagerness to hear, and the woman also leant forward to render her whisper audible. The sickly rays of the suspended lantern falling directly upon them aggravated the paleness and anxiety of their countenances, which, encircled by the deepest gloom and darkness, looked ghastly in the extreme.
"When this woman that we called Old Sally died," the matron began, "she and I were alone."
"Was there no one by?"
asked Monks in the same hollow whisper.
"No sick wretch or idiot in some other bed? No one who could hear, and might by possibility understand?"
"Not a soul," replied the woman. "We were alone. I stood alone beside the body when death came over it."
"Good," said Monks, regarding her attentively. "Go on."
"She spoke of a young creature," resumed the matron, "who had brought a child into the world some years before, not merely in the same room, but in the same bed in which she then lay dying."
"Aye,"
said Monks, with quivering lip and glancing over his shoulder.
"Blood. How things come about."
"The child was the one you named to him last night,"
said the matron, nodding carelessly towards her husband.
"The mother this nurse had robbed."
"In life?"
asked Monks.
"In death,"
replied the woman, with something like a shudder.
"She stole from the corpse, when it had hardly turned to one, that which the dead mother had prayed her with her last breath to keep for the infant's sake."
"She sold it?"
cried Monks with desperate eagerness.
"Did she sell it? Where? When? To whom? How long before?"
"As she told me with great difficulty that she had done this," said the matron, "she fell back and died."
"Without saying more?"
cried Monks, in a voice which from its very suppression seemed only the more furious.
"It's a lie! I'll not be played with. She said more. I'll tear the life out of you both, but I'll know what it was."
"She didn't utter another word,"
said the woman, to all appearance unmoved, as Mr. Bumble was very far from being, by the strange man's violence.
"But she clutched my gown violently with one hand which was partly closed, and when I saw that she was dead, and so removed the hand by force, I found it clasped a scrap of dirty paper."
"Which contained?" interposed Monks, stretching forward.
"Nothing," replied the woman. "It was a pawnbroker's duplicate."
"For what?" demanded Monks.
"In good time I'll tell you," said the woman. "I judged that she had kept the trinket for some time in the hope of turning it to a better account, and then had pawned and saved or scraped together money to pay the pawnbroker's interest year by year, and prevent its running out, so that if anything came of it, it could be still redeemed. Nothing had come of it, and as I tell you, she died with the scrap of paper, all worn and tattered, in her hand. The time was out in 2 days. I thought something might one day come of it too, so I redeemed the pledge."
"Where's it now?" asked Monks quickly.
"There,"
replied the woman, and, as if glad to be relieved of it, she hastily threw upon the table a small kid bag, scarcely large enough for a French watch, which Monks, pouncing upon, tore open with trembling hands. It contained a little gold locket, in which there were 2 locks of hair, and a plain gold wedding ring.
"It has the word Agnes engraved on the inside,"
said the woman.
"There is a blank left for the surname, and then follows the date, which is within a year before the child was born. I found out that."
"And this is all?" said Monks, after a close and eager scrutiny of the contents of the little packet.
"All,"
replied the woman. Mr. Bumble drew a long breath, as if he were glad to find that the story was over, and no mention made of taking the 25 pounds back again, and now he took courage to wipe the perspiration which had been trickling over his nose unchecked during the whole of the previous dialogue.
"I know nothing of the story beyond what I can guess at,"
said his wife, addressing Monks after a short silence.
"And I want to know nothing for it's safe or not. But I may ask you 2 questions, may I?"
"You may ask," said Monks, with some show of surprise. "But whether I answer or not is another question." "Which makes 3," observed Mr. Bumble, essaying a stroke of facetiousness.
"Is that what you expected to get from me?"
demanded the matron. "It is," replied Monks. "The other question—"
"What do you propose to do with it? Can it be used against me?"
"Never," rejoined Monks, "nor against me either. See here, but don't move a step forward, or your life is not worth a bulrush." With these words he suddenly wheeled the table aside, and pulling an iron ring in the boarding, threw back a large trap-door which opened close at Mr. Bumble's feet, and caused the gentleman to retire several paces backwards, with great precipitation. "Look down," said Monks, lowering the lantern into the gulf. "Don't fear me. I could have let you down quietly enough when you were seated over it, if that had been my game." Thus encouraged, the matron drew near to the brink, and even Mr. Bumble himself, impelled by curiosity, ventured to do the same. The turbid water, swollen by heavy rain, was rushing rapidly on below, and all other sounds were lost in the noise of its plashing and eddying against the green and slimy piles. There had once been a water-mill beneath, the tide foaming and chafing round the few rotten stakes and fragments of machinery that had yet remained, seemed to dart onward, when freed from the obstacles which had unavailingly attempted to stem its headlong course. "If you flung a man's body down there, where would it be tomorrow morning?" said Monks, swinging the lantern to and fro in the dark well. 12 miles down the river, and cut to pieces besides," replied Bumble, recoiling at the thought. Monks drew a little packet from his breast, where he had hurriedly thrust it, and tying it to a leaden weight which had formed a part of some pulley, and was lying on the floor, dropped it into the stream. It fell straight and true as a die, clove the water with a scarcely audible splash, and was gone. The three, looking into each other's faces, seemed to breathe more freely. "There," said Monks, closing the trap-door, which fell heavily back into its former position. "If the sea ever gives up its dead, as books say it will keep its gold and silver to itself, and that trash among it. We have nothing more to say, and we may break up our pleasant party." "By all means," observed Mr. Bumble with great alacrity. "You'll keep a quiet tongue in your head, will you?" said Monks with a threatening look. "I'm not afraid of your wife." "You may depend upon me, young man," answered Bumble, bowing himself gradually towards the latter with excessive politeness. "On everybody's account, young man. On my own, you know, Mr. Monks." "I am glad for your sake to hear it," remarked Monks. "Light your lantern and get away from here as fast as you can." It was fortunate that the conversation terminated at this point, or Mr. Bumble, who had bowed himself to within 6 inches of the ladder, would infallibly have pitched headlong into the room below. He lighted his lantern from that which Monks had detached from the rope, and now carried in his hand, and making no effort to prolong the discourse, descended in silence, followed by his wife. Monks brought up the rear, after pausing on the steps to satisfy himself that there were no other sounds to be heard than the beating of the rain without, and the rushing of the water. They traversed the room slowly and with caution, for Monks started at every shadow, and Mr. Bumble, holding his lantern a foot above the ground, walked not only with remarkable care, but with a marvellously light step for a gentleman of his figure, looking nervously about him for hidden trap-doors. The gate at which they entered was softly unfastened and opened by Monks. Merely exchanging a nod with their mysterious acquaintance, the married couple emerged into the wet and darkness outside. They were no sooner gone than Monks, who appeared to entertain an invincible repugnance to being left alone, called to a boy he had hidden somewhere below. Bidding him to go first and bear the light, he returned to the chamber he had just quitted. End of chapter 38. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Oliver Twist by Charles Dickens. Chapter 39. On the evening following that upon which the three worthies mentioned in the last chapter disposed of their little matter of business as therein narrated, Mr. William Sikes, awakening from a nap, drowsily growled forth an inquiry what time of night it was. The room in which Mr. Sikes propounded this question was not one of those he had tenanted previous to the Chertsey expedition, although it was in the same quarter of town, and was situated at no great distance from his former lodgings. It was not in appearance so desirable a habitation as his old quarters, being a mean and baldly furnished apartment of very limited size, lighted only by one small window in the shelving roof and abutting on a close and dirty lane. Nor were there wanting other indications of the good gentleman's having gone down in the world of late, for a great scarcity of furniture and total absence of comfort, together with the disappearance of all such small movables as spare clothes and linens, bespoke a state of extreme poverty, while the meagre and attenuated condition of Mr. Sikes himself would have fully confirmed these symptoms, if they had stood in any need of corroboration. The housebreaker was lying on the bed, wrapped in his white great-coat, by way of dressing-gown, and displaying a set of features in no degree improved by the cadaverous hue of illness and the addition of the soiled nightcap and a stiff black beard of a week's growth. The dog sat at the bedside, now eyeing his master with a wistful look, and now pricking his ears, and uttering a low growl as some noise in the street, or in the lower part of the house, attracted his attention. Seated by the window, busily engaged in patching an old waistcoat which formed a portion of the robber's ordinary dress, was a female, so pale and reduced with watching and privation that there would have been considerable difficulty in recognizing her as the same Nancy who had already figured in this tale, but for the voice in which she replied to Mr. Sikes's question.
"Not long gone 7,
said the girl.
"How are you feeling tonight, Bill?"
"As weak as water,"
replied Mr. Sikes, with an imprecation on his eyes and limbs.
"Here, lend us a hand, and let me get off this thundering bed anyhow."
Illness had not improved Mr. Sikes's temper, for as the girl raised him up and led him to a chair, he muttered various curses on her awkwardness and struck her.
"Whining, are you?" said Sikes. "Come, don't stand snivelling there. If you can't do anything better than that, cut off altogether, do you hear me?"
"I hear you,"
replied the girl, turning her face aside and forcing a laugh.
"What fancy have you got in your head now?"
"Oh, you've thought better of it, have you?"
growled Sikes, marking the tear which trembled in her eye.
"All the better for you, you have."
"Why, you don't mean to say you've been hard upon me tonight, Bill?"
said the girl, laying her hand upon his shoulder.
"No!" cried Mr. Sikes. "Why not?"
"Such a number of nights,"
said the girl, with a touch of woman's tenderness, which communicated something like sweetness of tone even to her voice.
"Such a number of nights as I've been patient with you, nursing and caring for you as if you had been a child, and this the first that I've seen you like yourself. You wouldn't have served me as you did just now if you'd thought of that, would you? Come, say you wouldn't."
"Well, then,"
rejoined Mr. Sikes.
"Why, damn, now the girl's whining again."
"It's nothing,"
said the girl, throwing herself into a chair.
"Don't you seem to mind me. It'll soon be over."
"What'll be over?"
demanded Mr. Sikes in a savage voice.
"What kind of foolery are you up to now again? Get up and bustle about, and don't come over here with your woman's nonsense."
At any other time, this remonstrance, and the tone in which it was delivered, would have had the desired effect. But the girl, being really weak and exhausted, dropped her head over the back of the chair and fainted, before Mr. Sikes could get out a few of the appropriate oaths with which, on similar occasions, he was accustomed to garnish his threats. Not knowing very well what to do in this uncommon urgency, for Miss Nancy's hysterics were usually of that violent kind which the patient fights and struggles out of without much assistance, Mr. Sikes tried a little blasphemy, and finding that mode of treatment wholly ineffectual, called for assistance.
"What's the matter here, my dear?"
said Fagin, looking in.
"Lend a hand to the girl, can't you?"
replied Sikes impatiently.
"Don't stand chattering and grinning at me."
With an exclamation of surprise, Fagin hastened to the girl's assistance, while Mr. John Dawkins, otherwise the Artful Dodger, who had followed his venerable friend into the room, hastily deposited on the floor a bundle with which he was laden, and snatching a bottle from the grasp of Master Charles Bates, who came close at his heels, uncorked it in a twinkling with his teeth, and poured a portion of the contents down the patient's throat, previously taking a taste himself to prevent mistakes.
"Give her a whiff of fresh air with the bellows, Charlie,"
said Mr. Dawkins,
"and you slap her hands, Fagin, while Bill undoes the petticoats."
These united restoratives, administered with great energy, especially that department consigned to Master Bates, who appeared to consider his share in the proceedings a piece of unexampled pleasantry, were not long in producing the desired effect. The girl gradually recovered her senses, and, staggering to a chair by the bedside, hid her face upon the pillow, leaving Mr. Sikes to confront the newcomers, and in some astonishment at their unlooked-for appearance.
"Why, what evil wind has blowed you here?"
he asked Fagin.
"No evil wind at all, my dear, for evil winds blow nobody any good, and I've brought something good with me that you'll be glad to see." Dodger, my dear, open the bundle, and give Bill the little trifles that we spent all our money on this morning." In compliance with Mr. Fagin's request, the Artful untied this bundle, which was of large size and formed of an old tablecloth, and handed the articles it contained one by one to Charley Bates, who placed them on the table with various encomiums on their rarity and excellence. "It's your rabbit pie, Bill!" exclaimed that young gentleman, disclosing to view a huge pasty. "Sich delicate creatures with sich tender limbs, Bill, that the weary bones melt in your mouth, and there's no occasion to pick 'em. Half a pound of 7 and 6-penny green, so precious strong that if you mix it with boiling water you'll go nigh to blow the lid of the teapot off. 1.5 pounds of moist sugar that the niggers didn't work at all, afore they got it up to sich a pitch of goodness. Oh no, 2 half-quartern brands, pound of best fresh, piece of double Gloucester, and to wind it all up, some of the richest sort you ever lashed." Uttering this last panegyric, Master Bates produced from one of his extensive pockets a full-sized wine bottle carefully corked, while Mr. Dawkins at the same instant poured out a wine-glassful of raw spirits from the bottle he carried, which the invalid tossed down his throat without a moment's hesitation. "Ah!" said Fagin, rubbing his hands with great satisfaction. "You'll do, Bill. You'll do now."
"Do?"
exclaimed Mr. Sikes.
"I might have done for 20 times over afore you'd done anything to help me. What do you mean by leaving a man in this state 3 weeks or more, you false-hearted vagabond?"
"Only hear him, boys," said Fagin, shrugging his shoulders. "And us come to bring him all these beautiful things."
"The things is well enough in their way,"
observed Mr. Sikes, a little soothed as he glanced over the table.
"but what have you got to say for yourself? Why should you leave me here, down in the mouth, health, blunt, and everything else, and take no more notice of me all this mortal time than I have had ere dog? Drive him down, Charley."
"I've never seen a jolly dog as that," cried Master Bates, doing as he was desired, "smelling the grub like an old lady going to market. He'd make his fortune on the stage, that dog would, and revive the drama besides."
"Hold your din!"
cried Sikes, as the dog retreated under the bed, still growling angrily.
"What have you got to say for yourself, you withered old fence, eh?"
"I was away from London a week or more, my dear, on the plant," replied the Jew.
"And what about the other fortnight?" demanded Sikes. "What about the other fortnight that you left me lying here like a sick rat in this hole?"
"I couldn't help it, Bill. I can't go into a long explanation before company, but I couldn't help it, upon my honor."
"Upon your what?"
growled Sikes with excessive disgust.
"Here, cut me off a piece of that pipe, one of you boys, to take the taste out of my mouth, or it'll choke me dead."
"Don't be out of temper, my dear," urged Fagin submissively. "I have never forgot you, Bill. Never once."
"No, I'll pound it that you hadn't,"
replied Sikes with a bitter grin.
"You have been scheming and plotting away every hour that I have laid shivering and burning here, and Bill was to do this, and Bill was to do that, and Bill was to do it all dirt cheap as soon as he got well, and was quite poor enough for your work. If it hadn't been for the girl, I might have died."
"There now, Bill," remonstrated Fagin, eagerly catching at the word. "If it hadn't been for the girl, who but poor old Fagin was the means of your having such a handy girl about you?"
"He says true enough there," said Nancy, coming hastily forward. "Let him be. Let him be."
Nancy's appearance gave a new turn to the conversation.
for the boys, receiving a sly wink from the wary old Jew, began to ply her with liquor, of which, however, she took very sparingly, while Fagin, assuming an unusual flow of spirits, gradually brought Mr. Sikes into a better temper, by affecting to regard his threats as a little pleasant banter, and moreover by laughing very heartily at one or two rough jokes, which, after repeated applications to the spirit bottle, he consented to make.
"It's all very well," said Mr. Sikes, "but I must have some blunt from you tonight."
"I haven't a piece of coin about me," replied the Jew.
"Then you've got lots at home," retorted Sikes, "and I must have some from there."
"Lots!" cried Fagin, holding up his hands. "I haven't so much as would—"
"I don't know how much you've got, and I dare say you hardly know yourself, as it would take a pretty long time to count it," said Sikes. "But I must have some tonight, and that's flat."
"Well, well," said Fagin with a sigh, "I'll send the artful round presently."
"You won't do nothing of the kind,"
rejoined Mr. Sikes.
"The artful's a deal too artful, and would forget to come, or lose his way, or get dodged by traps and so be prevented, or anything for an excuse if you put him up to it. Nancy shall go to the ken and fetch it, to make all sure, and I'll lie down and have a snooze while she's gone."
After a great deal of haggling and squabbling, Fagin beat down the amount of the required advance from £5 to £3 4 and sixpence, protesting with many solemn asseverations that would only leave him 18 pence to keep house with. Mr. Sikes sullenly remarking that if he couldn't get any more, he must accompany him home, with the Dodger, and Master Bates put the eatables in the cupboard. The Jew then, taking leave of his affectionate friend, returned homeward, attended by Nancy and the boys. Mr. Sikes, meanwhile, flinging himself on the bed and composing himself to sleep away the time until the young lady's return. In due course they arrived at Fagin's abode, where they found Toby Crackit and Mr. Chitling intent upon their 15th game at cribbage, which it is scarcely necessary to say, the latter gentleman lost, and with it his 15th and last sixpence, much to the amusement of his young friends. Mr. Crackit, apparently somewhat ashamed at being found relaxing himself with a gentleman so much his inferior in station and mental endowments, yawned, and, inquiring after Sikes, took up his hat to go. "Has nobody been, Toby?" asked Fagin.
"Not a living leg," answered Mr. Crackit, pulling up his collar. "It's been as dull as swipes. You ought to stand something handsome, Fagin, to recompensate me for keeping house so long. Damn, I'm as flat as a juryman, and should have gone to sleep as fast as Newgate if I hadn't had the good night to amuse this youngster. Horrid dull, I'm blessed if I ain't."
With these and other ejaculations of the same kind, Mr. Toby Crackit swept up his winnings, and crammed them into his waistcoat pocket with a haughty air, as though such small pieces of silver were wholly beneath the consideration of a man of his figure. This done, he swaggered out of the room with so much elegance and gentility that Mr. Chitling, bestowing numerous admiring glances on his legs and boots till they were out of sight, assured the company that he considered his acquaintance cheap at 15 sixpence an interview, and that he didn't value his losses the snap of his little finger.
"What a rum chap you are, Tom,"
said Master Bates, highly amused by this declaration.
"Not a bit of it," replied Mr. Chitling. "Am I, Fagin?"
"A very clever fellow, my dear," said Fagin, patting him on the shoulder and winking to his other pupils.
"And Mr. Crackit is as heavy swell, ain't he, Fagin?"
asked Tom. "No doubt at all of that, my dear.
And it's a creditable thing to have his acquaintance, ain't it, Fagin? Pursued Tom. Very much so indeed, my dear. They're only jealous, Tom, because he won't give it to them. Ha ha! Cried Tom triumphantly. That's where it was. He'd cleaned me out, but I can go and earn some more when I like, can't I, Fagin? To be sure you can. And the sooner you go, the better, Tom. So make up your loss at once, and don't lose any more time. Dodger! Charlie! It's time you were on the lay. Come, it's near 10, and nothing's done yet. In obedience to this hint, the boys, nodding to Nancy, took up their hats and left the room. The Dodger and his vivacious friend indulging as they went in many witticisms at the expense of Mr. Chitling, in whose conduct, it is but justice to say, there was nothing very conspicuous or peculiar. Inasmuch as there are a great number of spirited young bloods upon town who pay a much higher price than Mr. Chitling for being seen in good society, and a great number of fine gentlemen composing the good society aforesaid, who established their reputation upon very much the same footing as Flash Toby Crackit. "Now," said Fagin, when they had left the room, "I'll go and get you that cash, Nancy. This is the only key of a little cupboard where I keep a few odd things the boys get, my dear. I never lock up my money, for I've got none to lock up, my dear. None to lock up. It's a poor trade, Nancy, and no thanks, but I'm fond of seeing the young people about me. I bear it all. Hush!" he said, hastily concealing the key in his breast. "Who's that? Listen." The girl, who was sitting at the table with her arms folded, appeared in no way interested in the arrival, or to care whether the person, whoever he was, came or went, until the murmur of a man's voice reached her ears. The instant she caught the sound, she tore off her bonnet and shawl with the rapidity of lightning, and thrust them under the table. The Jew, turning round immediately afterwards, she muttered a complaint of the heat, in a tone of languor that contrasted very remarkably with the extreme haste and violence of this action, which, however, had been unobserved by Fagin, who had laid his back towards her at the time. "Bah!" he whispered, as though nettled by the interruption. "It's the man I expected before. He's coming downstairs. Not a word about the money while he's here, Nance. He won't stop long. Not 10 minutes, my dear." Laying his skinny forefinger upon his lip, the Jew carried a candle to the door, as a man's step was heard upon the stairs without. He reached it at the same moment as the visitor, who, coming hastily into the room, was close upon the girl before he observed her. It was Monks. "Only one of my young people," said Fagin, observing that Monks drew back on beholding a stranger. "Don't move, Nancy." The girl drew closer to the table, and glancing at Monks with an air of careless levity, withdrew her eyes, but as he turned towards Fagin, she stole another look, so keen and searching and full of purpose, that if there had been any bystander to observe the change, he could hardly have believed that the two looks had proceeded from the same person. "Any news?" inquired Fagin. "Great." And good?" asked Fagin, hesitating as though he feared to vex the other man by being too sanguine. "Not bad, anyway," replied Monks with a smile. "I have been prompt enough this time. Let me have a word with you." The girl drew closer to the table, and made no offer to leave the room, although she could see that Monks was pointing at her. The Jew, perhaps fearing she might say something aloud about the money if he endeavored to get rid of her, pointed upward and took Monks out of the room. "Not that infernal hole we were in before," she could hear the man say as they went upstairs. Fagin laughed, and making some reply which did not reach her, seemed by the creaking of the boards to lead his companion to the second story. Before the sound of the footsteps had ceased to echo through the house, the girl had slipped off her shoes, and drawing her gown loosely over her head, and muffling her arms in it, stood at the door, listening with breathless interest. The moment the noise ceased, she glided from the room, ascended the stairs with incredible softness and silence, and was lost in the gloom above. The room remained deserted for a quarter of an hour or more. The girl glided back with the same unearthly tread, and immediately afterwards the two men were heard descending. Monks went at once into the street, and the Jew crawled upstairs again for the money. When he returned, the girl was adjusting her shawl and bonnet, as if preparing to be gone. "Why, Nance!" exclaimed the Jew, starting back as he put down the candle. "How pale you are!" "Pale?" echoed the girl, shading her eyes with her hands as if to look steadily at him. "Quite horrible! What have you been doing to yourself?"
"Nothing that I know of, except sitting in this close place for I don't know how long and all," replied the girl carelessly. "Come, let me get back, that's a dear." With a sigh for every piece of money, Fagin told the amount into her hand. They parted without more conversation, merely interchanging a good night. When the girl got into the open street, she sat down upon a doorstep and seemed, for a few moments, wholly bewildered and unable to pursue her way. Suddenly she arose, and hurrying on in a direction quite opposite to that in which Sikes was awaiting her return, quickened her pace until it gradually resolved into a violent run. After completely exhausting herself, she stopped to take a breath, and, as if suddenly recollecting herself, and deploring her inability to do something she was bent upon, wrung her hands and burst into tears. It might be that her tears relieved her, or that she felt the full hopelessness of her condition, but she turned back, and hurrying with nearly as great rapidity in the contrary direction, partly to recover lost time and partly to keep pace with the violent current of her own thoughts, soon she reached the dwelling where she had left the housebreaker. If she betrayed any agitation when she presented herself to Mr. Sikes, she did not observe it, for merely inquiring if she had brought the money, and receiving a reply in the affirmative, he uttered a growl of satisfaction, and replacing his head upon the pillow, resumed the slumbers which her arrival had interrupted. It was fortunate for her that the possession of money occasioned him so much employment next day in the way of eating and drinking, and withal had so beneficial an effect in soothing down the asperities of his temper, that he had neither time nor inclination to be very critical upon her behavior and deportment. That she had all the abstracted and nervous manner of one who is on the eve of some bold and hazardous step, which it has required no common struggle to resolve upon, would have been obvious to the lynx-eyed Fagin, who would most probably have taken the alarm at once. But Mr. Sikes, lacking the niceties of discrimination, and being troubled with no more subtle misgivings than those which resolve themselves into a dogged roughness of behavior towards everybody, and being furthermore in an unusually amiable condition, as has been already observed, saw nothing unusual in her demeanor, and indeed troubled himself so little about her that had her agitation been far more perceptible than it was, it would have been very unlikely to have awakened his suspicions. As the day closed in, the girl's excitement increased, and when night came on, as she sat by, watching until the housebreaker should drink himself asleep, there was an unusual paleness in her cheek, and a fire in her eye, that even Sikes observed with astonishment. Mr. Sikes, being weak from the fever, was lying in bed taking hot water with his gin to render it less inflammatory,
and had pushed his glass towards Nancy to be replenished for the third or fourth time when these symptoms first struck him.
"Why, burn my body!"
said the man, raising himself on his hands as he stared the girl in the face.
"You look like a corpse come to life again. What's the matter?"
"Matter?" replied the girl. "Nothing. What do you look at me so hard for?"
"What foolery is this?"
demanded Sikes, grasping her by the arm and shaking her roughly.
"What is it? What do you mean? What are you thinking of?"
"Of many things, Bill,"
replied the girl, shivering as she did so, pressing her hands upon her eyes.
"But, Lord, what odds in that?"
The tone of forced gaiety in which these last words were spoken seemed to produce a deeper impression on Sikes than the wild and rigid look which had preceded them.
"I'll tell you what it is,"
said Sikes.
"If you haven't caught the fever, and got it coming on now, there's something more than usual in the wind, and something dangerous, too. You're not to go into... No, damn, you wouldn't do that."
"Do what?"
asked the girl.
"There ain't,"
said Sikes, fixing his eyes upon her and muttering these words to himself.
"There ain't a stauncher-hearted gal going, or I'd have cut her throat 3 months ago. She's got the fever coming on. That's it."
Fortifying himself with this assurance, Sikes drained the glass from the bottom, and then, with many grumbling oaths, called for his physic. The girl jumped up with great alacrity, poured it quickly out, but with her back towards him, and held the vessel to his lips, while he drank off the contents.
"Now," said
the robber,
"come and sit aside of me, and put on your own face, or I'll alter it so that you won't know it again when you do want it."
The girl obeyed. Sikes, locking her hand in his, fell back upon the pillow, turning his eyes upon her face. They closed, opened again, closed once more, again opened. He shifted his position restlessly, and after dozing again and again, for 2 or 3 minutes, and as often springing up with a look of terror, and gazing vacantly about him, was suddenly stricken, as it were, while in the very attitude of rising, into a deep and heavy sleep. The grasp of his hand relaxed. The upraised arm fell languidly by his side, and he lay like one in a profound trance.
"The laudanum has taken effect at last,"
murmured the girl as she rose from the bedside.
"I may be too late, even now."
She hastily dressed herself in her bonnet and shawl, looking fearfully round from time to time, as if, despite the sleeping draught, she expected every moment to feel the pressure of Sikes's heavy hand upon her shoulder. Then, stooping softly over the bed, she kissed the robber's lips, and then, opening and closing the room door with noiseless touch, hurried from the house. A watchman was crying 9:30 down a dark passage through which she had to pass, in gaining the main thoroughfare.
"Has it long gone, the half-hour?"
asked the girl.
"You'll strike the hour in another quarter,"
said the man, raising his lantern to her face.
"And I cannot get there in less than an hour or more,"
muttered Nancy, brushing swiftly past him and gliding rapidly down the street. Many of the shops were already closing in the back lanes and avenues through which she had tracked her way, and making from Spitalfields towards the West End of London. The clock struck 10, increasing her impatience. She tore along the narrow pavement, and darting almost under the horses' heads, crossed crowded streets where clusters of persons were eagerly watching their opportunity to do the like.
"The woman is mad,"
said the people, turning to look after her as she rushed away. When she reached the more wealthy quarter of the town, the streets were comparatively deserted, and here her headlong progress excited a still greater curiosity in the stragglers whom she hurried past. Some quickened their pace behind, as though to see whether she was hastening at an unusual rate, and a few made head upon her, and looked back surprised at her undiminished speed. But they fell off one by one, and when she neared her place of destination, she was alone. It was a family hotel in a quiet but handsome street near Hyde Park. As the brilliant light of the lamp which burnt before its door guided her to the spot. The clock struck 11. She had loitered for a few paces as though irresolute, and making up her mind to advance, but the sound determined her, and she stepped into the hall. The porter's seat was vacant. She looked round with an air of incertitude, and advanced towards the stairs.
"Now, young woman," said a smartly dressed female, looking out from a door behind her, "what do you want here?" "A lady who was stopping in this house," answered the girl. "A lady?" was the reply, accompanied with a scornful look. "What lady?" "Miss Maylie," said Nancy.
The young woman, who had by this time noted her appearance, replied only by a look of virtuous disdain, and summoned a man to answer her. To him Nancy repeated her request.
"What name am I to say?"
asked the waiter.
"It's of no use saying any," replied Nancy.
"No business?" said the man.
"No, nor that either," rejoined the girl. "I must see the lady."
"Come," said the man, pushing her towards the door. "None of this. Take yourself off."
"I shall be carried out if I go," said the girl violently. "And I can make that a job that two of you won't like to do. Isn't there anybody here," she said, looking round, "that will see a simple message carried for a poor wretch like me?"
This appeal produced an effect on a good-tempered-faced man-cook, who with some of the other servants was looking on, and who stepped forward to interfere. "Take it up for her, Joe, can't you?" said this person. "What's the good?" replied the man. "You don't suppose the young lady will see such as her, do you?" This allusion to Nancy's doubtful character raised a vast quantity of chaste wrath in the bosoms of 4 housemaids, who remarked with great fervour that the creature was a disgrace to her sex, and strongly advocated her being thrown ruthlessly into the kennel.
"Do what you like with me," said the girl, turning to the men again, "but do what I ask you first, and I ask you to give this message for God Almighty's sake."
The soft-hearted cook added his intercession, and the result was that the man who had first appeared undertook its delivery. "What's it to be?" said the man, with one foot on the stairs.
"That a young woman earnestly asked to speak with Miss Maylie alone," said Nancy, "and that if the lady will only hear the first word she has to say, she will know whether to hear her business, or to have her turned out of doors as an impostor."
"I say," said the man, "you're coming it strong."
"You give the message," said the girl firmly, "and let me hear the answer."
The man ran upstairs. Nancy remained, pale and almost breathless, listening with quivering lip to the very audible expressions of scorn of which the chaste housemaids were very prolific, and of which they became still more so when the man returned, and said the young woman was to walk upstairs.
"It is not good being proper in this world,"
said the first housemaid.
"Brass can do better than the gold which has stood the fire," said the second.
The third contented herself with wondering
what ladies was made of,
and the fourth took the first in a quartet of
"Shameful,"
with which the Dianas concluded. Regardless of all this, for she had weightier matters at heart, Nancy followed the man, with trembling limbs, to a small antechamber, lighted by a lamp from the ceiling. Here he left her, and retired. End of chapter 39.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Oliver Twist by Charles Dickens. Chapter 40. The girl's life had been squandered in the streets, and among the most noisome of the stews and dens of London, but there was something of the woman's original nature left in her still, and when she heard a light step approaching the door opposite to that by which she had entered, and thought of the wide contrast which the small room would in another moment contain, she felt burdened with the sense of her own deep shame, and shrunk as though she could scarcely bear the presence of her with whom she had sought this interview. But struggling with these better feelings was pride, the vice of the lowest and most debased creatures, no less than of the high and self-assured, the miserable companion of thieves and ruffians, the fallen outcast of low haunts, the associate of the scourings of the jails and bulks, living within the shadow of the gallows itself. Even this degraded being felt too proud to betray a feeble gleam of the womanly feeling which she thought a weakness, but which alone connected her with that humility of which her wasting life had obliterated so many traces when a very child. She raised her eyes sufficiently to observe that the figure which presented itself was that of a slight and beautiful girl. Then, bending them down on the ground, she tossed her head with affected carelessness as she said,
"It's a hard matter to get to see you, lady. If I had taken offence and gone away, as many would have done, you'd have been sorry for it one day, and not without reason either." "I am very sorry if anyone has behaved harshly to you," replied Rose. "Do not think of that. Tell me why you wish to see me. I am the person you inquired for."
The kind tone of this answer, the sweet voice, the gentle manner, the absence of any accent of haughtiness or displeasure, took the girl completely by surprise, and she burst into tears.
"Oh, lady, lady," she said,
clasping her hands passionately before her face,
"if there was but more like you, there would be fewer like me. There would. "Sit down," said Rose earnestly. "If you are in poverty or affliction, I shall be truly glad to relieve you if I can. I shall indeed. Sit down." "Let me stand, lady," said the girl, still weeping, "and do not speak to me so kindly till you know me better. It is growing late. Is that door shut?" "Yes," said Rose, recoiling a few steps, as if to be nearer assistance in case she should require it. "Why?" "Because," said the girl, "I am about to put my life and the lives of others in your hands. I am the girl that dragged little Oliver back to old Fagin's on the night he went out from the house in Pentonville." "You?" said Rose Maylie. "Aye, lady," replied the girl. "I am the infamous creature you have heard of, that lives among the thieves, and that never from the first moment I can recollect my eyes and senses opening on London streets have known any better life or kinder words than they have given me, so help me God. Don't mind shrieking openly from me, lady. I am younger than you would think to look at me, but I am well used to it. The poorest women fall back, as I make my way along the crowded pavement." "What dreadful things are these?" said Rose, involuntarily falling from her strange companion. "Thank heaven upon your knees, dear lady," cried the girl, "that you had friends to care for and keep you in your childhood, and that you were never in the midst of cold and hunger, and riot and drunkenness, and something worse than all, as I have been from my cradle. I may use the word, for the alley and the gutter were mine, and they will be my deathbed." "I pity you," said Rose in a broken voice. "It wrings my heart to hear you." "Heaven bless you for your goodness," rejoined the girl. "If you knew what I am sometimes, you would pity me indeed. But I have stolen away from those who would surely murder me if they knew I had been here to tell you what I've overheard. Do you know a man named Monks?" "No," said Rose. "He knows you," replied the girl, "and knew you were here, for it was by hearing him tell the place that I found you out." "I have never heard the name," said Rose. "Then he goes by some other amongst us," rejoined the girl, "which I more than thought for. Some time ago, as soon as after Oliver was put into your house on the night of the robbery, I, suspecting this man, listened to a conversation held between him and Fagin in the dark. I found out from what I heard that Monks, the man I asked you about, you know—" "Yes,"
said Rose.
I understand. That Monks, pursued the girl, had seen him accidentally with 2 of our boys on the day we first lost him, and had known him directly to be the same child that he was watching for, though I couldn't make out why. A bargain was struck with Fagin that if Oliver was got back he should have a certain sum, and he was to have more for making him a thief, which this Monks wanted for some purpose of his own.
For what purpose? Asked Rose.
He caught sight of my shadow on the wall as I listened in the hope of finding out,
said the girl.
And there are not many people besides me that could have got out of the way in time to escape discovery, but I did, and I saw him no more till last night.
And what occurred then?
I'll tell you, lady. Last night he came again, and they went upstairs, and I, wrapping myself up so that my shadow would not betray me, again listened at the door. The first words I hear Monks say were these: "So the only proofs of the boy's identity lie at the bottom of the river, and the old hag that received them from the mother is rotting in her coffin." They laughed and talked of his success in doing this, and Monks, taking on about the boy and getting very wild, said that though he had got out the young devil's money safely now, he'd rather have had it than the other way, for what a game it would have been to have brought down the boast of a father's will by driving him through every jail in town, and then hauling him up for some capital felony which Fagin could easily manage, after having made a good profit of him besides.
What is all this? Said Rose.
The truth, lady, though it comes from my lips,
replied the girl.
Then he said, with oaths common enough in my ears, but strange to yours, that if you could gratify his hatred by taking the boy's life without bringing his own neck in danger, he would. But as he couldn't, he'd be upon the watch to meet him at every turn in life, and if he took advantage of his birth in history, he might harm him yet. In short, Fagin, he says, Jew as you are, you never laid such snares as I'll contrive for my young brother Oliver. His brother?
Exclaimed Rose.
Those were his words,
said Nancy, glancing uneasily round, as she had scarcely ceased to do since she began to speak, for a vision of Sikes haunted her perpetually.
And more. When he spoke of you and the other lady, and said it seemed contrived by heaven or the devil against him that Oliver should come into your hands, he laughed, and said that there was some comfort in that too, for how many thousands and hundreds of thousands of pounds would you not give if you had them to know who your 2-legged spaniel was?
You do not mean, said Rose, turning very pale,
to tell me that this was said in earnest? He spoke in hard and angry earnest, if a man ever did,
replied the girl, shaking her head.
He is an earnest man when his hatred is up. I know many who do worse things, but I'd rather listen to them all 12 times than to that Monks once. It is growing late, and I have to reach home without suspicion of having been on such an errand as this. I must get back quickly.
But what can I do? Said Rose. To what use can I turn this communication without you? Back! Why do you wish to return to companions you paint in such terrible colours? If you repeat this information to a gentleman whom I can summon in an instant from the next room, you can be consigned to some place of safety without half an hour's delay.
I wish to go back, said the girl. I must go back, because how can I tell such things to an innocent lady like you? Because among the men I have told you of, there is one, the most desperate among them all, that I can't leave, no, not even to be saved from the life I am leading now.
Your having interfered on this dear boy's behalf before,
said Rose. "Your coming here at so great a risk to tell me what you have heard, your manner, which convinces me of the truth of what you say, your evident contrition and the sense of shame, all lead me to believe that you might yet be reclaimed." "Oh," said the earnest girl, folding her hands as her tears coursed down her face, "do not turn a deaf ear to the entreaties of one of your own sex. The first, I do believe, who ever appealed to you in the voice of pity and compassion. Do hear my words, and let me save you yet for better things." "Lady," cried the girl, sinking on her knees, "dear, sweet, angel lady, you are the first that ever blessed me with such words as these, and if I had heard them years ago, they might have turned me from a life of sin and sorrow. But it is too late, it is too late." "It is never too late," said Rose, "for penitence and atonement." "It is!" cried the girl, writhing in agony of her mind. "I cannot leave him now. I could not be his death." "Why should you be?" asked Rose. "Nothing could save him," cried the girl. "If I told others what I've told you, and led to their being taken, he would be sure to die. He is the boldest, and has been so cruel." "Is it possible," cried Rose, "that for such a man as this you can resign every future hope and the certainty of immediate rescue? It is madness." "I don't know what it is," answered the girl. "I only know that it is so, and not with me alone, but with hundreds of others as bad and wretched as myself. I must go back. Whether it is God's wrath for the wrong I have done, I do not know, but I am drawn back to him through every suffering and ill usage. And I shall be, I believe, if I knew that I was to die by his hand at last." "What am I to do?" said Rose. "I should not let you depart from me thus." "You should, lady, and I know you will," rejoined the girl, rising. "You will not stop my going because I have trusted in your goodness and forced no promise from you as I might have done." "Of what use, then, is the communication you have made?" said Rose. "This mystery must be investigated, or how will its disclosure to me benefit Oliver, whom you are anxious to serve?" "You might have some kind gentleman about you that will hear it as a secret, and advise you what to do," rejoined the girl. "I do not seek to know where these dreadful people live, but where will you be walking or passing at any settled period from this time? Will you promise me that you will have my secret strictly kept and come alone, or with the only person that knows it, and that I shall not be watched or followed?" asked the girl. "I promise you solemnly," answered Rose. "Every Sunday night, from 11 until the clock strikes 12, said the girl without hesitation, "I will walk on London Bridge if I am alive." "Stay another moment," interposed Rose as the girl moved hurriedly towards the door. "Think once again of your own condition, and the opportunity you have of escaping from it. You have a claim on me, not only as the voluntary bearer of this intelligence, but as a woman lost almost beyond redemption. Will you return to this gang of robbers, and to this man, when a word can save you? What fascination is it that can take you back, and make you cling to wickedness and misery? Oh, is there no chord in your heart that I can touch? Is there nothing left to which I can appeal against this terrible infatuation? When ladies as young and good and beautiful as you are," replied the girl steadily, "give away your hearts, love will carry you all lengths, even such as you, who have come, friends, other admirers, everything to fill them. When such as I, who have no certain roof but the coffin lid, and no friends in sickness or death but the hospital nurse, set our rotten hearts on any man, and let him fill the place that has been a blank through all our wretched lives, who can hope to cure us? Pity us, lady. Pity us for having only one feeling of a woman left, and for having that turned by a heavy judgment from a comfort and a pride into a new means of violence and suffering. You will, said Rose after a pause, take some money from me, which may enable you to live without dishonesty, at all events until we meet again. Not a penny, replied the girl, waving her hand. Do not close your heart against all my efforts to help you, said Rose, stepping gently forward. I wish to serve you indeed. You would serve me best, lady, replied the girl, wringing her hands, if you could take my life at once, for I have felt more grief to think of what I am tonight than I ever did before, and it would be something not to die in the hell in which I have lived. God bless you, sweet lady, and send as much happiness on your head as I have brought shame on mine. Then, speaking and sobbing aloud, the unhappy creature turned away, while Rose Maylie, overpowered by this extraordinary interview, which had more the semblance of a rapid dream than an actual occurrence, sank into a chair, and endeavored to collect her wandering thoughts. End of chapter 40.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Oliver Twist by Charles Dickens. Chapter 41. Containing fresh discoveries, and showing that surprises, like misfortunes, seldom come alone. Her situation was, indeed, one of no common trial and difficulty. While she felt the most eager and burning desire to penetrate the mystery in which Oliver's history was enveloped, she could not but hold sacred the confidence which the miserable woman with whom she had just conversed had reposed in her, as a young and guileless girl. Her words and manner had touched Rose Maylie's heart, and, mingled with her love for her young charge, and scarcely less intense in its truth and fervour, was her fond wish to win the outcast back to repentance and hope. They purposed remaining in London only 3 days, prior to departing for some weeks to a distant part of the coast. It was now midnight of the first day. What course of action could she determine upon, which could be adopted in 48 hours? Or how could she postpone the journey without exciting suspicion? Mr. Losberne was with them, and would be for the next 2 days, but Rose was too well acquainted with the excellent gentleman's impetuosity, and foresaw too clearly the wrath with which, in the first explosion of his indignation, he would regard the instrument of Oliver's recapture, to trust him with his secret, when her representations in the girl's behalf could be seconded by no experienced person. These were all reasons for the greatest caution and most circumspect behaviour in communicating it to Mrs. Maylie, whose first impulse would infallibly be to hold a conference with the worthy doctor on the subject. As to resorting to any legal adviser, even if she had known how to do so, it was scarcely to be thought of for the same reason. Once the thought occurred to her of seeking assistance from Harry, but this awakened the recollection of their last parting, and it seemed unworthy of her to call him back, when, the tears rose to her eyes as she pursued this train of reflection, he might have by this time learnt to forget her, and to be happier away. Disturbed by these different reflections, inclining now to one course and then to another, and again recoiling from all, as each successive consideration presented itself to her mind, Rose passed a sleepless and anxious night. After more communing with herself the next day, she arrived at the desperate conclusion of consulting Harry. If it be painful to him, she thought, to come back here, how painful it will be to me. But perhaps he will not come. He may write, or he may come himself, and studiously abstain from meeting me. He did when he went away. I hardly thought he would, but it was better for us both. And here Rose dropped the pen, and turned away, as though the very paper which was to be her messenger should not see her weep. She had taken up the same pen, and laid it down again 50 times, and had considered and reconsidered the first line of her letter without writing the first word, when Oliver, who had been walking in the streets with Mr. Giles for a bodyguard, entered the room in such breathless haste and violent agitation as seemed to betoken some new cause of alarm. "What makes you look so flurried?" asked Rose, advancing to meet him. "I hardly know how. I feel as if I should be choked," replied the boy. "Oh, dear, to think that I should see him at last, and you should be able to know that I have told you the truth." "I never thought you had told us anything but the truth," said Rose, soothing him. "But what is this? Of whom do you speak?" "I have seen the gentleman," replied Oliver, scarcely able to articulate. "The gentleman who was so good to me, Mr. Brownlow, that we have so often talked about." "Where?" asked Rose. "Getting out of a coach," replied Oliver, shedding tears of delight, "and going into a house. I didn't speak to him. I couldn't speak to him, for he didn't see me, and I trembled so that I was not able to go up to him. But Giles asked, for me, whether he lived there, and they said he did. Look here," said Oliver, opening a scrap of paper. "Here it is. Here's where he lives. I'm going there directly. Oh, dear me, what shall I do when I come to see him and hear him speak again?" With her attention not a little distracted by these and a great many other incoherent exclamations of joy, Rose read the address, which was Craven Street, in the Strand. She very soon determined upon turning the discovery to account. "Quick," she said, "tell them to fetch a hackney coach, and to be ready to go with me. I will take you there directly, without a minute's loss of time. I will only tell my aunt that we are going out for an hour, and be ready as soon as you are." Oliver needed no prompting to despatch, and in little more than 5 minutes they were on their way to Craven Street. When they arrived there, Rose left Oliver in the coach, under pretence of preparing the old gentleman to receive him, and sending up her card by the servant, requested to see Mr. Brownlow on very pressing business. The servant soon returned, to beg that she would walk upstairs, and following him into an upper room, Miss Maylie was presented to an elderly gentleman of benevolent appearance, in a bottle-green coat. At no great distance from whom was seated another old gentleman, in nankeen breeches and gaiters, who did not look particularly benevolent, and who was sitting with his hands clasped on the top of a thick stick, and his chin propped thereupon. "Dear me," said the gentleman in the bottle-green coat, hastily rising with great politeness. "I beg your pardon, young lady. I imagined it was some importunate person who... I beg you will excuse me. Be seated, pray." "Mr. Brownlow, I believe, sir?" said Rose, glancing from the other gentleman to the one who had spoken. "That is my name," said the old gentleman. "This is my friend, Mr. Grimwig. Grimwig, will you leave us for a few minutes?" "I believe," interposed Miss Maylie, "that at this period of our interview I need not give that gentleman the trouble of going away. If I am correctly informed, he is cognizant of the business on which I wish to speak to you." Mr. Brownlow inclined his head. Mr. Grimwig, who had made one very stiff bow, and risen from his chair, made another very stiff bow, and dropped into it again. "I shall surprise you very much, I have no doubt," said Rose, naturally embarrassed. "But you once showed great benevolence and goodness to a very dear young friend of mine, and I am sure you will take an interest in hearing of him again." "Indeed," said Mr. Brownlow. "Oliver Twist you knew him as," replied Rose. The words no sooner escaped her lips than Mr. Grimwig, who had been affecting to dip into a large book that lay on the table, upset it with a great crash, and falling back in his chair, discharged from his features every expression but one of unmitigated wonder, and indulged in a prolonged and vacant stare. Then, as if ashamed of having betrayed so much emotion, he jerked himself, as it were, by a convulsion into his former attitude, and, looking out straight before him, emitted a long, deep whistle, which seemed, at last, not to be discharged on empty air, but to die away in the innermost recesses of his stomach. Mr. Brownlow was no less surprised, although his astonishment was not expressed in the same eccentric manner. He drew his chair nearer to Miss Maylie's, and said, "Do me the favour, my dear young lady, to leave entirely out of the question that goodness and benevolence of which you speak, and of which nobody else knows anything. And if you have it in your power to produce any evidence which will alter the unfavourable opinion I was once induced to entertain of that poor child, in heaven's name put me in possession of it." "A bad one. I'll eat my head if he is not a bad one," growled Mr. Grimwig, speaking by some ventriloquial power, without moving a muscle of his face. "He is a child of a noble nature and a warm heart," said Rose, colouring, "and that power which has thought fit to try him beyond his years has planted in his breast affections and feelings which would do honour to many who have numbered his days 6 times over." "I'm only 61, said Mr. Grimwig, with the same rigid face, "and, as the devil's in it if this Oliver is not 12 years old at least, I don't see the application of that remark." "Do not heed my friend, Miss Maylie," said Mr. Brownlow. "He does not mean what he says." "Yes, he does," growled Mr. Grimwig. "No, he does not," said Mr. Brownlow, obviously rising in wrath as he spoke. "He'll eat his head if he doesn't," growled Mr. Grimwig. "He would deserve to have it knocked off if he does," said Mr. Brownlow. "And he'd uncommonly like to see any man offer to do it," responded Mr. Grimwig, knocking his stick upon the floor. Having gone thus far, the 2 old gentlemen severally took snuff, and afterwards shook hands, according to their invariable custom. "Now, Miss Maylie," said Mr. Brownlow, "to return to the subject in which your humanity is so much interested, will you let me know what intelligence you have of this poor child, allowing me to promise that I exhausted every means in my power of discovering him, and that since I have been absent from this country, my first impression that he had imposed upon me, and had been persuaded by his former associates to rob me, has been considerably shaken." Rose, who had had time to collect her thoughts, at once related, in a few natural words, all that had befallen Oliver since he left Mr. Brownlow's house, reserving Nancy's information for that gentleman's private ear, and concluding with the assurance that his only sorrow, for some months past, had been not being able to meet with his former benefactor and friend. "Thank God," said the old gentleman. "This is great happiness to me, great happiness. But you have not told me where he is now, Miss Maylie. You must pardon my finding fault with you, but why have you not brought him?" "He is waiting in a coach at the door," replied Rose. "At this door?" cried the old gentleman. With which he hurried out of the room, down the stairs, up the coach steps, and into the coach, without another word. When the room door closed behind him, Mr. Grimwig lifted up his head, and converting one of the hind legs of his chair into a pivot, described 3 distinct circles with the assistance of his stick and the table, sitting in it all the time. After performing this evolution, he rose and limped as fast as he could, up and down the room at least a dozen times, and then stopping suddenly before Rose, kissed her without the slightest preface. "Hush!" he said, as the young lady rose in some alarm at this unusual proceeding. "Don't be afraid. I'm old enough to be your grandfather. You're a sweet girl. I like you. Here they are." In fact, as he threw himself at one dexterous dive into his former seat, Mr. Brownlow returned, accompanied by Oliver, whom Mr. Grimwig received very graciously, and if the gratification of that moment had been the only reward for all her anxiety and care in Oliver's behalf, Rose Maylie would have been well repaid. "There is somebody else who should not be forgotten, by the by," said Mr. Brownlow, ringing the bell. "Send Mrs. Bedwin here, if you please." The old housekeeper answered the summons with all dispatch, and dropping a curtsy at the door, waited for orders. "Why, you get blinder every day, Bedwin," said Mr. Brownlow, rather testily. "Well, that I do, sir," replied the old lady. "People's eyes, at my time of life, don't improve with age, sir." "I could have told you that," rejoined Mr. Brownlow. "But put on your glasses, and see if you can't find out what you are wanted for, will you?" The old lady began to rummage in her pocket for her spectacles, but Oliver's patience was not proof against this new trial, and yielding to his first impulse, he sprang into her arms. "God be good to me!" cried the old lady, embracing him. "It is my innocent boy!" "My dear old nurse!" cried Oliver. "He would come back. I knew he would," said the old lady, holding him in her arms. "How well he looks, and how like a gentleman's son he is dressed again! Where have you been this long, long while? Ah, the same sweet face, but not so pale, the same soft eye, but not so sad. I have never forgotten them, or his quiet smile, but have seen them every day, side by side with those of my own dear children, dead and gone since I was a lightsome young creature. Running on thus, and now holding Oliver from her to mark how he had grown, now clasping him to her and passing her fingers fondly through his hair, the good soul laughed and wept upon his neck by turns. Leaving her and Oliver to compare notes at leisure, Mr. Brownlow led the way into another room, and there heard from Rose a full narration of her interview with Nancy, which occasioned him no little surprise and perplexity. Rose also explained her reasons for not confiding in her friend Mr. Losberne in the first instance. The old gentleman considered that she had acted prudently, and readily undertook to hold solemn conference with the worthy doctor himself. To afford him an early opportunity for the execution of this design, it was arranged that he should call at the hotel at 8 o'clock that evening, and that in the meantime Mrs. Maylie should be cautiously informed of all that had occurred. These preliminaries adjusted, Rose and Oliver returned home. Rose had by no means overrated the measure of the good doctor's wrath. Nancy's history was no sooner unfolded to him than he poured forth a shower of mingled threats and execrations, threatened to make her the first victim of the combined ingenuity of Messrs. Blathers and Duff, and actually put on his hat preparatory to sallying forth to obtain the assistance of those worthies. And, doubtless, he would, in this first outbreak, have carried the intention into effect without a moment's consideration of the consequences, if he had not been restrained, in part, by corresponding violence on the side of Mr. Brownlow, who was himself of an irascible temperament, and party by such arguments and representations as seemed best calculated to dissuade him from his hot-brained purpose. "Then what the devil is to be done?" said the impetuous doctor, when they had rejoined the two ladies. "Are we to pass a vote of thanks to all these vagabonds, male and female, and beg them to accept £100 or so apiece as a trifling mark of our esteem, and some slight acknowledgment of their kindness to Oliver?" "Not exactly that," rejoined Mr. Brownlow, laughing, "but we must proceed gently and with great care." "Gentleness and care!" exclaimed the doctor. "I'd send them one and all to—" "Never mind where," interposed Mr. Brownlow, "but reflect whether sending them anywhere is likely to attain the object we have in view." "What object?" asked the doctor. "Simply the discovery of Oliver's parentage, and regaining for him the inheritance of which, if this story be true, he has been fraudulently deprived." "Ah!" said Mr. Losberne, cooling himself with his pocket-handkerchief. "I almost forgot that." "You see," pursued Mr. Brownlow, "placing this poor girl entirely out of the question, and supposing it were possible to bring these scoundrels to justice without compromising her safety, what good should we bring about?" "Hanging a few of them, at least, in all probability," suggested the doctor, "and transporting the rest." "Very good," replied Mr. Brownlow, smiling, "but no doubt they will bring that about for themselves in the fullness of time, and if we step in to forestall them, it seems to me that we shall be performing a very quixotic act in direct opposition to our own interest, or at least to Oliver's, which is the same thing." "How?" inquired the doctor. "Thus. It is quite clear that we shall have extreme difficulty in getting to the bottom of this mystery, unless we can bring this man, Monks, upon his knees. That can only be done by stratagem, and by catching him when he is not surrounded by these people. For, suppose he were apprehended, we have no proof against him. He is not even, so far as we know, or as the facts appear to us, concerned with the gang in any of their robberies. If he were not discharged, it is very unlikely that he could receive any further punishment than being committed to prison as a rogue and vagabond, and of course ever afterwards his mouth would be so obstinately closed that he might as well, for our purposes, be deaf, dumb, blind, and an idiot." "Then," said the doctor impetuously, "I put it to you again, whether you think it reasonable that this promise to the girl should be considered binding, a promise made with the best and kindest intentions, but really—" "Do not discuss the point, my dear young lady, pray," said Mr. Brownlow. interrupting Rose as she was about to speak. "The promise shall be kept. I don't think it will, in the slightest degree, interfere with our proceedings. But before we can resolve upon any precise course of action, it will be necessary to see the girl, to ascertain from her whether she will point out this Monks, on the understanding that he is to be dealt with by us, and not by the law, or, if she will not, or cannot do that, to procure from her such an account of his haunts and description of his person as will enable us to identify him. She cannot be seen until next Sunday night. This is Tuesday. I would suggest that in the meantime we remain perfectly quiet, and keep these matters secret even from Oliver himself." Although Mr. Losberne received with many wry faces a proposal involving a delay of 5 whole days, he was fain to admit that no better course occurred to him just then, and as both Rose and Mrs. Maylie sided very strongly with Mr. Brownlow, that gentleman's proposition was carried unanimously. "I should like," he said, "to call in the aid of my friend Grimwig. He is a strange creature, but a shrewd one, and might prove of material assistance to us. I should say that he was bred a lawyer, and quitted the bar in disgust because he had only one brief and a motion of course in 20 years, though whether that is a recommendation or not, you must determine for yourselves." "I have no objection to your calling in your friend, if I may call in mine," said the doctor. "We must put it to the vote," replied Mr. Brownlow. "Who may he be?" "That lady's son, and this young lady's very old friend," said the doctor, motioning toward Mrs. Maylie, and concluding with an expressive glance at her niece. Rose blushed deeply, but she did not make any audible objection to this motion. Possibly she felt in a hopeless minority, and Harry Maylie and Mr. Grimwig were accordingly added to the committee. "We stay in town, of course," said Mrs. Maylie, "while there remains the slightest prospect of prosecuting this inquiry with a chance of success. I will spare neither trouble nor expense in behalf of the object in which we are all so deeply interested, and I am content to remain here, if it be for 12 months, so long as you assure me that any hope remains." "Good," rejoined Mr. Brownlow, "and as I see on the faces about me a disposition to inquire how it happened that I was not in the way to corroborate Oliver's tale, and had so suddenly left the kingdom, let me stipulate that I shall be asked no questions until a time as I may deem it expedient to forestall them by telling my own story. Believe me, I make this request with good reason, for I might otherwise excite hopes destined never to be realized, and only increase difficulties and disappointments already quite numerous enough. Come! Supper has been announced, and young Oliver, who is all alone in the next room, will have begun to think by this time that we have wearied of his company, and entered into some dark conspiracy to thrust him forth upon the world." With these words, the old gentleman gave his hand to Mrs. Maylie, and escorted her into the supper-room. Mr. Losberne followed, leading Rose, and the council was, for the present, effectually broken up. End of chapter 41. Recorded by Jen in Madison, Wisconsin, July 2006.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark of Audiotoshukan. Oliver Twist by Charles Dickens. Chapter 42. An old acquaintance of Oliver's, exhibiting decided marks of genius, becomes a public character in the metropolis. Upon the night when Nancy, having lulled Mr. Sikes to sleep, hurried on her self-imposed mission to Rose Maylie, there advanced towards London, by the Great North Road, 2 persons, upon whom it is expedient that this history should bestow some attention. They were a man and woman, or perhaps they would be better described as a male and female, for the former was one of those long-limbed, knock-kneed, shambling, bony people to whom it is difficult to assign any precise age, looking as they do when they are yet boys, like undergrown men, and when they are almost men, like overgrown boys. The woman was young, but of a robust and hearty make, as she need have been to bear the weight of the heavy bundle which was strapped to her back. Her companion was not encumbered with much luggage, as there merely dangled from a stick which he carried over his shoulder a small parcel, wrapped in a common handkerchief, and apparently light enough. This circumstance, added to the length of his legs, which were of unusual extent, enabled him with much ease to keep some half-dozen paces in advance of his companion, to whom he occasionally turned with an impatient jerk of his head, as if reproaching her tardiness, and urging her to greater exertion. Thus they had toiled along the dusty road, taking little heed of any object within sight, save when they stepped aside to allow a wider passage for the mail coaches which were whirling out of town, until they passed through Highgate Archway, when the foremost traveller stopped, and called impatiently to his companion. "Come on, can't yer? What a lazy bones you are, Charlotte." "It's a heavy load, I can tell you," said the female, coming up almost breathless with fatigue. "Heavy? What are you talking about? What are you made for?" rejoined the male traveller, changing his own little bundle, as he spoke, to the other shoulder. "Oh, there you are, resting again. Well, if you ain't enough to tire anybody's patience out, I don't know what is." "Is it much farther?" asked the woman, resting herself against a bank, and looking up with perspiration streaming from her face. "Much farther? You're as good as there," said the long-legged tramper, pointing out before him. "Look there. Those are the lights of London." "They're a good 2 mile off at least," said the woman despondingly. "Never mind whether they're 2 mile off or 20, said Noah Claypole, for he it was. "But get up and come on, or I'll kick yer, and so I give yer notice." As Noah's nose grew redder with anger, and as he crossed the road while speaking as if fully prepared to put his threat into execution, the woman rose without any further remark, and trudged onward by his side. "Where do you mean to stop for the night, Noah?" she asked, after they had walked a few hundred yards. "How should I know?" replied Noah, whose temper had been considerably impaired by walking. "Near, I hope," said Charlotte. "No, not near," replied Mr. Claypole. "There, not near, so don't think it." "Why not?" "When I tell you I don't mean to do a thing, that's enough, without any why or because either," replied Mr. Claypole with dignity. "Well, you needn't be so cross," said his companion. "A pretty thing it would be, wouldn't it, to go and stop at the very first public house outside the town, so that Sowerberry, if he come up after us, might poke in his old nose and have us taken back in a cart with handcuffs on?" said Mr. Claypole in a jeering tone. "No, I shall go and lose myself among the narrowest streets I can find, and not stop till we come to the very out-of-the-wayest house I can set eyes on. God, you may thank your stars I've got ahead, for if we hadn't gone, at first, the wrong road a purpose, and come back across country, you'd have been locked up hard and fast a week ago, my lady, and serve you right for being a fool." "I know I ain't as cunning as you are," replied Charlotte, "but don't put all the blame on me, and say I should have been locked up. You would have been, if I had been, anyway." "You took the money from the till. You know you did," said Mr. Claypole. "I took it for you, Noah dear," rejoined Charlotte. "Did I keep it?" asked Mr. Claypole. "No, you trusted in me, and let me carry it like a dear, and so you are," said the lady, chucking him under the chin, and drawing her arm through his. This was indeed the case, but as it was not Mr. Claypole's habit to repose a blind and foolish confidence in anybody, it should be observed, in justice to that gentleman, that he had trusted Charlotte to this extent in order that, if they were pursued, the money might be found on her, which would leave him an opportunity of asserting his innocence of any theft, and would greatly facilitate his chances of escape. Of course, he entered at this juncture into no explanation of his motives, and they walked on very lovingly together. In pursuance of this cautious plan, Mr. Claypole went on, without halting, until he arrived at the Angel at Islington, where he wisely judged, from the crowd of passengers and numbers of vehicles, that London began in earnest. Just pausing to observe which appeared the most crowded streets, and consequently the most to be avoided, he crossed into St. John's Road, and was soon deep in the obscurity of the intricate and dirty ways which, lying between Gray's Inn Lane and Smithfield, render that part of the town one of the lowest and worst that improvement has left in the midst of London. Through these streets Noah Claypole walked, dragging Charlotte after him, now stepping into the kennel to embrace at a glance the whole external character of some small public-house, now jogging on again, as some fancied appearance induced him to believe it too public for his purpose. At length he stopped in front of one, more humble in appearance and more dirty than any he had yet seen, and, having crossed over and surveyed it from the opposite pavement, graciously announced his intention of putting up there for the night. "So give us a bundle," said Noah, unstrapping it from the woman's shoulders and slinging it over his own. "And don't you speak, except when you're spoken to. What's the name of the house? T-H-R-3... what?" "Cripples," said Charlotte. "3 cripples," repeated Noah. "And a very good sign, too. Now then, keep close at my heels, and come along." With these injunctions, he pushed the rattling door with his shoulder, and entered the house, followed by his companion. There was nobody in the bar but a young Jew, who, with his 2 elbows on the counter, was reading a dirty newspaper. He stared very hard at Noah, and Noah stared very hard at him. If Noah had been attired in his charity boy's dress, there might have been some reason for the Jew opening his eyes so wide. But as he had discarded the coat and badge, and wore a short smock-frock over his leathers, there seemed no particular reason for his appearance exciting so much attention in a public house. "Is this the 3 cripples?" asked Noah. "That is the name of this house," replied the Jew. "A gentleman we met on the road, coming up from the country, recommended us here," said Noah, nudging Charlotte, perhaps to call her attention to this most ingenious device for attracting respect, and perhaps to warn her to betray no surprise. "We want to sleep here tonight." "I'm not certain you can," said Barney, who was the attendant sprite, "but I'll inquire." "Show us a tap, and give us a bit of cold meat and a drop of beer while you're inquiring, will yer?" said Noah. Barney complied by ushering them into a small back room, and setting the required viands before them, having done which, he informed the travellers that they could be lodged that night, and left the amiable couple to their refreshment. Now, this back room was immediately behind the bar, and some steps lower, so that any person connected with the house, undrawing a small curtain which concealed a single pane of glass fixed in the wall of the last-named apartment, about 5 feet from its flooring, could not only look down upon any guest in the back room without any great hazard of being observed, the glass being in a dark angle of the wall, between which and a large upright beam the observer had to thrust himself, but could, by applying his ear to the partition, ascertain with tolerable distinctness the subject of their conversation. The landlord of the house had not withdrawn his eye from this place of espial for 5 minutes, and Barney had only just returned from making the communication above related, when Fagin, in the course of his evening's business, came into the bar to inquire after some of his young pupils. "Hush," said Barney, "there's strangers in the next room." "Strangers?" repeated the old man, in a whisper. "Aye, and members too," added Barney. "From the country, but something in your way, or I be mistaked." Fagin appeared to receive this communication with great interest. Mounting a stool, He cautiously applied his eye to the pane of glass, from which secret post he could see Mr. Claypole taking cold beef from the dish and porter from the pot, and administering homeopathic doses of both to Charlotte, who sat patiently by, eating and drinking at his pleasure. "Aha!" he whispered, looking round to Barney. "I like that fellow's looks. He'd be of use to us. He knows how to train the girl already. Don't make as much noise as a mouse, my dear. And let me hear him talk. Let me hear him." He again applied his eye to the glass, and, turning his ear to the partition, listened attentively, with a subtle and eager look upon his face that might have appertained to some old goblin. "So I mean to be a gentleman," said Mr. Claypole, kicking out his legs and continuing a conversation, the commencement of which Fagin had arrived too late to hear. "No more jolly old coffins, Charlotte, but a gentleman's life for me. And if you're like, you shall be a lady." "I should like that well enough, dear," replied Charlotte. "But tills ain't to be emptied every day, and people to get clear off after it." "Tills be blowed," said Mr. Claypole. "There's more things besides tills to be emptied." "What do you mean?" asked his companion. "Pockets, women's ridicules, houses, mail coaches, banks," said Mr. Claypole, rising with the porter. "But you can't do all that, dear," said Charlotte. "I shall look out to get into company with them as can," replied Noah. "They'll be able to make us useful some way or another. Why, you yourself are worth 50 women. I never see such a precious sly and deceitful creature as you can be when I lecture." "Lor, how nice it is to hear yer say so!" exclaimed Charlotte, imprinting a kiss upon his ugly face. "There, that'll do. Don't yer be too affectionate, in case I'm cross with yer," said Noah, disengaging himself with great gravity. "I should like to be the captain of some band, and have the whopping of 'em, and following 'em about, unbeknown to themselves. That would suit me, if there was good profit, and if we could only get in with some gentleman of this sort. I say it would be cheap at that £20 note you've got, especially as we don't very well know how to get rid of it ourselves." After expressing this opinion, Mr. Claypole looked into the porter pot with an aspect of deep wisdom, and, having well shaken its contents, nodded condescendingly to Charlotte, and took a draught, wherewith he appeared greatly refreshed. He was meditating another, when the sudden opening of the door and the appearance of a stranger interrupted him. The stranger was Mr. Fagin, and very amiable he looked, and a very low bow he made, as he advanced, and setting himself down at the nearest table, ordered something to drink of the grinning Barney. "A pleasant night, sir, but cool for this time of year," said Fagin, rubbing his hands. "From the country, I see, sir." "How do yer see that?" "We have not so much dust as that in London," replied Fagin, pointing from Noah's shoes to those of his companion, and from them to the 2 bundles. "You're a sharp feller," said Noah. "Ha ha! Only hear that, Charlotte." "Why, one need be sharp in this town, my dear," replied the Jew, sinking his voice to a confidential whisper, "and that's the truth." Fagin followed up this remark by striking the side of his nose with his right forefinger, a gesture which Noah attempted to imitate, though not with complete success, in consequence of his own nose not being large enough for the purpose. However, Mr. Fagin seemed to interpret the endeavour as expressing a perfect coincidence with his opinion, and put about the liquor which Barney reappeared with in a very friendly manner. "Good stuff that," observed Mr. Claypole, smacking his lips. "Dear," said Fagin, "a man need be always emptying a till, or a pocket, or a woman's reticule, or a house, or a mail coach, or a bank, if he drinks it regularly." Mr. Claypole no sooner heard this extract from his own remarks than he fell back in his chair and looked from the Jew to Charlotte with a countenance of ashy paleness and excessive terror. "Don't mind me, my dear," said Fagin, drawing his chair closer. "Ha ha! It was lucky it was only me that heard you by chance. It was very lucky it was only me." "I didn't take it," stammered Noah, no longer stretching out his legs like an independent gentleman, but coiling them up as well as he could under his chair. "It was all her doing. You've got it now, Charlotte. You know you have." "No matter who's got it, or who did it, my dear," replied Fagin, glancing, nevertheless, with a hawk's eye at the girl and the two bundles. "I'm in that way myself, and I like you for it." "In what way?" asked Mr. Claypole, a little recovering. "In that way of business," rejoined Fagin, "and so are the people of the house. You've hit the right nail upon the head, and are as safe here as you could be. There is not a safer place in all this town than is the Cripples, that is, when I like to make it so. And I have taken a fancy to you and the young woman, so I've said the word, and you may make your minds easy." Noah Claypole's mind might have been at ease after this assurance, but his body certainly was not, for he shuffled and writhed about into various uncouth positions, eyeing his new friend, meanwhile, with mingled fear and suspicion. "I'll tell you more," said Fagin, after he had reassured the girl by dint of friendly nods and muttered encouragements. "I have got a friend that I think can gratify your darling wish, and put you in the right way, where you can take whatever department of the business you think will suit you best at first, and be taught all the others." "You speak as if you're in earnest." "What advantage would it be to me to be anything else?" inquired Fagin, shrugging his shoulders. "Here, let me have a word with you outside." "There's no occasion to trouble ourselves to move," said Noah, getting his legs by gradual degrees abroad again. "She'll take the luggage upstairs the while. Charlotte, see to them bundles." This mandate, which had been delivered with great majesty, was obeyed without the slightest demur, and Charlotte made the best of her way off with the packages, while Noah held the door open and watched her out. "She's kept tolerably well under, ain't she?" he asked, as he resumed his seat, in the tone of a keeper who had tamed some wild animal. "Quite perfect," rejoined Fagin, clapping him on the shoulder. "You're a genius, my dear." "Why, I suppose if I wasn't I shouldn't be here," replied Noah. "But I say, she'll be back if you lose your time." "Now, what do you think? If you was to like my friend, could you do better than join him?" "Is he in a good way of business? That's where it is," replied Noah, winking one of his little eyes. "Top of the tree. Employs a power of hands. Has the very best society in the profession." "Regular town maters?" asked Mr. Claypole. "Not a countryman among 'em. And I don't think he'd take you, even on my recommendation, if he didn't run rather short of assistants just now," replied Fagin. "Should I have to hand over?" said Noah, slapping his breeches pocket. "It couldn't possibly be done without," replied Fagin, in a most decided manner. £20, though. It's a lot of money." "Not when it's in a note you can't get rid of," retorted Fagin. "Number and date taken, I suppose. Payment stopped at the bank. Ah, it's not worth much to him. It'll have to go abroad, and he couldn't sell it for a great deal in the market." "When could I see him?" asked Noah doubtfully. "Tomorrow morning." "Where?" "Here." Said Noah. "What's the wages?" "Live like a gentleman. Board and lodging, pipes and spirits free. Half of all you earn, and half of all the young woman earns," replied Mr. Fagin. Whether Noah Claypole, whose rapacity was none of the least comprehensive, would have acceded even to these glowing terms, had he been a perfectly free agent, is very doubtful. But as he recollected that, in the event of his refusal, it was in the power of his new acquaintance to give him up to justice immediately, and more unlikely things had come to pass, he gradually relented, and said he thought that would suit him. "But you see," observed Noah, "as she will be able to do a good deal, I should like to take something very light." "A little fancy work," suggested Fagin. "Ah, something of that sort," replied Noah. "What do you think would suit me now? Something not too trying for the strength, and not very dangerous, you know. That's the sort of thing." "I heard you talk of something in the spy way upon others, my dear," said Fagin. "My friend wants somebody who would do that well, very much." I did mention that, and I shouldn't mind turning my hand to it sometimes," rejoined Mr. Claypole slowly. "But it wouldn't pay by itself, you know." "That's true," observed the Jew, ruminating, or pretending to ruminate. "No, it might not." "What do you think, then?" asked Noah, anxiously regarding him. "Something in the sneaking way, where it was pretty sure work, and not much more risk than being at home?" "What do you think of the old ladies?" asked Fagin. "There's a good deal of money made in snatching their bags and parcels, and running round the corner." "Don't they holler out a good deal, and scratch sometimes?" asked Noah, shaking his head. "I don't think that would answer my purpose. Ain't there any other line open?" "Stop," said Fagin, laying his hand on Noah's knee. "The Kinchin lay." "What's that?" demanded Mr. Claypole. "The Kinchins, my dear," said Fagin, "is the young children that's sent on errands by their mothers, with sixpences and shillings, and the lay is just to take their money away. They've always got it ready in their hands, then knock 'em into the kennel, and walk off very slow, as if there were nothing else the matter but a child fallen down and hurt itself. Ha ha ha!" "Ha ha!" roared Mr. Claypole, kicking up his legs in an ecstasy. "Lord, that's the very thing." "To be sure it is," replied Fagin. "And you can have a few good beats chalked out in Camden Town, and Battle Bridge, and neighborhoods like that, where they're always going errands, and you can upset as many Kinchins as you want, any hour in the day. Ha ha ha!" With this, Fagin poked Mr. Claypole in the side, and they joined in a burst of laughter, both long and loud. "Well, that's all right," said Noah, when he had recovered himself, and Charlotte had returned. "What time tomorrow, shall we say?" "Will 10 do?" asked Fagin, adding, as Mr. Claypole nodded assent, "What name shall I tell my good friend?" "Mr. Bolter," replied Noah, who had prepared himself for such emergency. "Mr. Morris Bolter. This is Mrs. Bolter." "Mrs. Bolter's humble servant," said Fagin, bowing with grotesque politeness. "I hope I shall know her better very shortly." "Do you hear the gentleman, Charlotte?" thundered Mr. Claypole. "Yes, Noah dear," replied Mrs. Bolter, extending her hand. "She calls me Noah, as a sort of fond way of talking," said Mr. Morris Bolter, late Claypole, turning to Fagin. "You understand?" "Oh, yes, I understand. Perfectly," replied Fagin, telling the truth for once. "Good night, good night." With many adieus and good wishes, Mr. Fagin went his way. Noah Claypole, bespeaking his good lady's attention, proceeded to enlighten her relative to the arrangement he had made, with all that haughtiness and air of superiority becoming not only a member of the sterner sex, but a gentleman who appreciated the dignity of a special appointment on the Kinchin lay, in London and its vicinity. End of chapter 42.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rebecca Dittman, Liverpool, United Kingdom. Web address mercurialspirit.co.uk. Oliver Twist by Charles Dickens. Chapter 43, wherein is shown how the artful dodger got into trouble. "And so it was you that was your own friend, was it?" asked Mr. Claypole, otherwise Bolter, when by virtue of the compact entered into between them he had removed next day to Fagin's house. "'Cod I thought as much last night." "Every man's his own friend, my dear," replied Fagin, with his most insinuating grin. "He hasn't as good a one as himself anyway." "Except sometimes," replied Maurice Bolter, assuming the air of a man of the world. "Some people are nobody's enemies but their own, you know." "Don't believe that," said Fagin. "When a man's his own enemy, it's only because he's too much his own friend, not because he's careful for everybody but himself. Pooh, pooh, there ain't such a thing in nature." "There ought to be, if there is," replied Mr. Bolter. "That stands to reason. Some conjurers say that number 3 is the magic number, and some say number 7. It's neither, my friend, neither. It's number 1. "Ha, ha, ha, ha!" cried Mr. Bolter. "Number 1 forever." "It's a little community like ours, my dear," said Fagin, who felt it necessary to qualify this position. "We have a general number 1, without considering me too as the same, and all the other young people." "Oh, the devil!" exclaimed Mr. Bolter. "You see," pursued Fagin, affecting to disregard this interruption, "we are so mixed up together and identified in our interests that it must be so. For instance, it's your object to take care of number 1, meaning yourself." "Certainly," replied Mr. Bolter. "You're about right there." "Well, you can't take care of yourself, number 1, without taking care of me, number 1. "Number 2, you mean," said Mr. Bolter, who was largely endowed with a quality of selfishness. "No, I don't," retorted Fagin. "I'm the same importance to you as you are to yourself." "I say," interrupted Mr. Bolter, "you're a very nice man, and I'm very fond of you, but we ain't quite so thick together as all that comes to." "Only think," said Fagin, shrugging his shoulders and stretching out his hands. "You done what's a very pretty thing, and what I love you for doing, but what at the same time would put the cravat around your throat that's so very easily tied and so very difficult to unloose. In plain English, the halter." Mr. Bolter put his hand to his neckerchief as if he felt it inconveniently tight, and murmured an assent, qualified in tone but not in substance. "The gallows," continued Fagin. "The gallows, my dear, is an ugly finger-post, which points out a very short and sharp turning that has stopped many a bold fellow's career on the broad highway. To keep in the easy road and keep it at a distance is object number 1 with you." "Of course it is," replied Mr. Bolter. "What do you talk about such things for?" "Only to show you my meaning clearly," said the Jew, raising his eyebrows. "To be able to do that, you depend upon me. To keep my little business all snug, I depend on you. The first is number 1, the second my number 1. The more you value your number 1, the more careful you must be of mine. So we come at last to what I told you at first, that a regard for number 1 holds us all together, and must do so, unless we would all go to pieces in company." "That's true," replied Mr. Bolter thoughtfully. "Oh, you're a cunning old codger." Mr. Fagin saw with delight that this tribute to his powers was no mere compliment, but that he had really impressed his recruit with a sense of his wily genius, which it was most important that he should entertain in the outset of their acquaintance. To strengthen an impression so desirable and useful, he followed up the blow by acquainting him in some detail with the magnitude and extent of his operations, blending truth and fiction together as best served his purpose, and bringing both to bear with so much art that Mr. Bolter's respect visibly increased and became tempered at the same time with a degree of wholesome fear which it was highly desirable to awaken.
"It's this mutual trust we have in each other that consoles me under heavy losses," said Fagin. "My best hand was taken from me yesterday morning."
"You don't mean to say he died?" cried Mr. Bolter.
"No, no," replied Fagin. "Not so bad as that. Not quite so bad."
"What, I suppose he was—"
"Wanted," interposed Fagin. "Yes, he was wanted."
"Very particular?" inquired Mr. Bolter.
"No," replied Fagin, "not very. He was charged with attempting to pick a pocket, and they found a silver snuff box on him. His own, my dear, his own, for he took snuff himself and was very fond of it. They remanded him till to-day, for they thought they knew the owner. Ah, he was worth 50 boxes, and I'll give the price of as many to have him back. You should have known the dodger, my dear. You should have known the dodger."
"Well, but I shall know him, I hope. Don't you think so?" said Mr. Bolter.
"I'm doubtful about it," replied Fagin with a sigh. "If they don't get any fresh evidence, it'll only be a summary conviction, and we shall have him back again after 6 weeks or so. But if they do, it's a case of lagging. They know what a clever lad he is. He'll be a lifer. They'll make the artful nothing less than a lifer."
"What do you mean by lagging and a lifer?" demanded Mr. Bolter. "What's the good of talking in that way to me? Why don't you speak as I can understand you?" Fagin was about to translate these mysterious expressions into the vulgar tongue, and being interpreted, Mr. Bolter would have been informed that they represented that combination of words, transportation for life, when the dialogue was cut short by the entry of Master Bates, with his hands in his breeches pocket and a face twisted into a look of semi-comical woe. "It's all up, Fagin," said Charlie, when he and his new companion had been made known to each other.
"What do you mean?"
"They've found a gentleman as owns the box. 2 or 3 more's a coming to identify him, and the Artful's booked for a passage out," replied Master Bates. "I must have a full suit of mourning, Fagin, and an hatband to visit him in, afore he sets out on his travels. To think of Jack Dawkins, Lammy, Jack the Dodger, the Artful Dodger, going aboard for a common 2 halfpenny sneeze box. I never thought he'd have done it under a gold watch, chain and seals at the lowest. Oh, why didn't he rob some rich old gentleman of all his valuables, and go out as a gentleman, and not like some common prig, without no honour nor glory?" With this expression of feeling for his unfortunate friend, Master Bates sat himself on the nearest chair, with an aspect of chagrin and despondency.
"What do you talk about his having neither honour nor glory for?" exclaimed Fagin, darting an angry look at his pupil. "Wasn't he always the top sawyer amongst you? Is there one of you who could touch him or come near him on any scent, eh?"
"Not one," replied Master Bates, in a voice rendered husky by regret. "Not one."
"Then what do you talk of?" replied Fagin angrily.
"What are you blubbering for?" "'Cause it isn't on the record, is it?" said Charlie, chafed into perfect defiance of his venerable friend by the current of his regrets. "'Cause it can't come out in the indictment. 'Cause nobody will ever know half of what he was. How will he stand in the Newgate calendar? Perhaps not there at all. Oh, my eye, what a blow it is!" "Ha, ha, ha, ha!" cried Fagin, extending his right hand and turning to Mr. Bolter in a fit of chuckling which shook him as though he had the palsy.
"See what a pride they take in their profession, my dear. Ain't it beautiful?"
Mr. Bolter nodded assent, and Fagin, after contemplating the grief of Charlie Bates for some seconds, with evident satisfaction, stepped up to that young gentleman and patted him on the shoulder.
"Never mind, Charlie," said Fagin soothingly. "It'll come out. It'll be sure to come out. They'll all know what a clever fellow he was. He'll show it himself, and not disgrace his old pals and teachers. Think how young he is, too. What a distinction, Charlie, to be lagged at his time of life."
"Well, it is an honour, that is," said Charlie, a little consoled.
"He shall have all he wants," continued the Jew. "He shall be kept in the stone jug, Charlie, like a gentleman, with his beer every day, and money in his pocket to pitch and toss with if he can't spend it."
"No, shall he be, though?" cried Charlie Bates.
"Ay, that he shall," replied Fagin. "And we'll have a bigwig, Charlie, one that's got the greatest gift of the gab, to carry on his defence, and he shall make a speech for himself too, if he likes, and we'll read it all in the papers. Artful dodger, shrieks of laughter, ere the court was convulsed. Eh, Charlie, eh?"
"Ha!" laughed Master Bates. "What a lark that would be, wouldn't it, Fagin? I say, how the Arthur would bother 'em, wouldn't he?"
"Would!" cried Fagin. "He shall! He will!"
"Ah, to be sure, so he will," repeated Charlie, rubbing his hands.
"I think I see him now," cried the
Jew, bending his eyes upon his pupil. "So do I," cried Charlie Bates. "Ha, ha, 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 so do I. I see it all afore me. 'Pon my soul, I do, Fagin. What a game! What a regular game! All the bigwigs trying to look solemn, and Jack Dawkins addressing them as intimate and comfortable as if he was the judge's own son, making a speech after dinner. Ha, ha, ha!" In fact, Mr. Fagin had so well humoured his young friend's eccentric disposition that Master Bates, who had at first disposed to consider the imprisoned Dodger rather in the light of a victim, now looked upon him as the chief actor in a scene of most common and exquisite humour, and felt quite impatient for the arrival of the time when his old companion should have so favourable an opportunity of displaying his abilities.
"We must know how he gets on to-day, by some handy means or other," said Fagin. "Let me think."
"Shall I go?" asked Charlie.
"Not for the world," replied Fagin. "Are you mad, my dear, stark mad, that you'd walk into the very place where—" "No, Charlie, no. One is enough to lose at a time."
"You don't mean to go yourself, I suppose?" said Charlie, with a humorous leer.
"That wouldn't quite fit," replied Fagin, shaking his head.
"Then why don't you send this Jew cove?" asked Master Bates, laying his hands on Noah's arm. "Nobody knows him."
"Why, if he didn't mind," observed Fagin.
"Mind?" interposed Charlie. "What should he have to mind?"
"Really nothing, my dear," said Fagin, turning to Mr. Bolter. "Really nothing."
"Oh, I dare say about that, you know," observed Noah, backing towards the door and shaking his head with a kind of sober alarm. No, none of that. It's not in my department, that ain't." "What department has he got, Fagin?" inquired Master Bates, surveying Noah's lank form with much disgust. "The cutting away when there's anything wrong, and the eating all the victuals when there's everything right. Is that his branch?" "Never mind," retorted Mr. Bolter. "And don't you take liberties with your superiors, little boy, or you'll find yourself in the wrong shop." Master Bates laughed so vehemently at this magnificent threat that it was some time before Fagin could interpose and represent Mr. Bolter that he incurred no possible danger in visiting the police office, that, inasmuch as no account of the little affair in which he had engaged, nor any description of his person, had yet been forwarded to the metropolis, it was very probable that he was not even suspected of having resorted to it for shelter, and that, if he were properly disguised, it would be as safe a spot for him to visit as any in London, inasmuch as it would be, of all places, the very last to which he could be supposed likely to resort of his own free will. Persuaded in part by these representations, but overborne in a much greater degree by his fear of Fagin, Mr. Bolter at length consented, with a very bad grace, to undertake the expedition. By Fagin's directions, he immediately substituted for his own attire a waggoner's frock, velveteen breeches, and leather leggings, all of which articles the Jew had at hand. He was likewise furnished with a felt hat well garnished with turnpike tickets, and a carter's whip. Thus equipped, he was to saunter into the office, as some country fellow from Covent Garden Market might be supposed to do for the gratification of his curiosity. And as he was as awkward, ungainly, and raw-boned a fellow as need be, Mr. Fagin had no fear but that he would look the part to perfection. These arrangements completed, he was informed of the necessary signs and tokens by which to recognise the artful dodger, and was conveyed by Master Bates through dark and winding ways to within a very short distance of Bow Street. Having described the precise situation of the office, and accompanied it with copious directions how he was to walk straight up the passage, and when he got into the side, and pull off his hat as he went into the room, Charlie Bates made him hurry on alone, and promised to bide his return on the spot of their parting. Noah Claypole, or Maurice Bolter, as the reader pleases, punctually followed the directions he had received, which, Master Bates being pretty well acquainted with the locality, were so exact that he was enabled to gain the magisterial presence without asking any questions or meeting with any interruption by the way. He found himself jostled among a crowd of people, chiefly women, who were huddled together in a dirty, frowsy room, at the upper end of which was a raised platform railed off from the rest, with a dock for the prisoners on the left hand against the wall, a box for the witnesses in the middle, and a desk for the magistrates on the right, the awful locality last named being screened off by a partition which concealed the bench from the common gaze, and left the vulgar to imagine, if they could, the full majesty of justice. There were only a couple of women in the dock, who were nodding to their admiring friends, while the clerk read some depositions to a couple of policemen and a man in plain clothes who leant over the table. A gaoler stood reclining against the dock rail, tapping his nose listlessly with a large key, except when he repressed an undue tendency to conversation among the idlers by proclaiming silence, or looking sternly up to bid some woman take that baby out, when the gravity of justice was disturbed by feeble cries half smothered in the mother's shawl from some meagre infant. The room smelt close and unwholesome, the walls were dirt discoloured, and the ceiling blackened. There was an old smoky bust over the mantel-shelf, and a dusty clock above the dock, the only thing present that seemed to go on as it ought. For depravity or poverty, or an habitual acquaintance with both, had left a taint on all the animate matter, hardly less unpleasant than the thick greasy scum on every inanimate object that frowned upon it. Noah looked eagerly about him for the dodger, but although there were several women who would have done very well for that distinguished character's mother or sister, and more than one man who might be supposed to bear a strong resemblance to his father, nobody at all answering the description given him of Mr. Dawkins was to be seen. He waited in a state of much suspense and uncertainty until the women, being committed for trial, went flaunting out, and then was quickly relieved by the appearance of another prisoner, who he felt at once could be no other than the object of his visit. It was indeed Mr. Dawkins, who, shuffling into the office with the big coat sleeves tucked up as usual, his left hand in his pocket, and his hat in his right hand, preceded the gaoler with a rolling gait altogether indescribable, and, taking his place in the dock, requested in an audible voice to know what he was placed in that 'ere disgraceful sitivation for. "Hold your tongue, will you?" said the gaoler. "I'm an Englishman, ain't I?" rejoined the dodger. "Where are me privileges?" "You'll get your privileges soon enough," retorted the gaoler, "and pepper with 'em." "We'll see what the Secretary of State for the Home Affairs has got to say to the beaks if I don't," replied Mr. Dawkins. "Now then, what is this here business? I shall thank the magistrates to dispose of this here little affair, and not to keep me while they read the paper, for I've got an appointment with a gentleman in the city, and as I'm a man of my word and very punctual in business matters, he'll go away if I ain't there to my time, and then p'raps there won't be an action for damage against them as kept me away. Oh, no, certainly not." At this point, the Dodger, with a show of being very particular with a view to proceedings to be had thereafter, desired the jailer to communicate the names of them 2 files as was on the bench, which so tickled the spectators that they laughed almost as heartily as Master Bates could have done if he had heard the request. "Silence there!" cried the jailer. "What is it?" inquired one of the magistrates. "A pickpocketing case, your worship." "Has the boy ever been here before?" "He ought to have been a many time," replied the jailer. "He has been pretty well everywhere else. I know him well, your worship." "Oh, you know me, do you?" cried the artful, making a note of the statement. "Very good. That's a case of defamation of character, anyway." Here there was another laugh, and another cry of silence. "Now then, where are the witnesses?" said the clerk. "Ah, that's right," added the Dodger. "Where are they? I should like to see 'em." This wish was immediately gratified, for a policeman stepped forward who had seen the prisoner attempt the pocket of an unknown gentleman in a crowd, and indeed to take a handkerchief therefrom, which, being a very old one, he deliberately put back again after trying it on his own countenance. For this reason he took the Dodger into custody as soon as he could get near him, and the said Dodger, being searched, had upon his person a silver snuff-box, with the owner's name engraved upon the lid. This gentleman had been discovered on reference to the court guide, and being then and there present, swore that the snuff-box was his, and that he had missed it on the previous day, the moment he had disengaged himself from the crowd before referred to. He had also remarked a young gentleman in the throng, particularly active in making his way about, and that young gentleman was the prisoner before him. "Have you anything to ask this witness?" said the magistrate. "I wouldn't abuse myself by descending to hold no conversation with him," replied the Dodger. "Have you anything to say at all?" "Do you hear his worship ask if you have anything to say?" inquired the jailer, nudging the silent Dodger with his elbow. "I beg your pardon," said the Dodger, looking up with an air of abstraction. "Did you redress yourself to me man?" "I never see such an out-and-out young vagabond, your worship," observed the officer with a grin. "Do you mean to say anything, you young shaver?" "No," replied the Dodger, "not here, for this ain't the shop for justice. Besides which, my attorney is a breakfasting this morning with the Vice President of the House of Commons. But I shall have something to say elsewhere, and so will he, and so will a wery numerous and spectacled circle of acquaintances as'll make them beaks wish they never had been born, or that they'd got their footmen to hang 'em up to their own hat-pegs afore they let 'em come out this morning to try it on with me. There, he's fully committed," interposed the clerk. "Take him away." "Come on," said the jailer. "Oh, come on," replied the Dodger, brushing his hat with the palm of his hand. To the bench. "It's no use your looking frightened. I won't show you no mercy, not ha'porth of it. You'll pay for this, my fine fellows. I wouldn't be you for something. I wouldn't go free now, if you were all to fall down on your knees and ask me. Here, carry me off to prison. Take me away." With these last words, the Dodger suffered himself to be led off by the collar, threatening, till he got to the yard, to make a parliamentary business of it, and then grinning in the officer's face with great glee and self-approval. Having seen him locked up by himself in a little cell, Noah made the best of his way back to where he had left Master Bates. After waiting here some time, he was joined by that young gentleman, who had prudently abstained from showing himself until he had looked carefully abroad from a snug retreat, and ascertained that his new friend had not been followed by any impertinent person. The two hastened back together to bear to Mr. Fagin the animating news that the Dodger was doing full justice to his bringing up, and establishing for himself a glorious reputation. End of chapter 43. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rebecca Dittman, Liverpool, United Kingdom. Web address mercurialspirit.co.uk. Oliver Twist by Charles Dickens. Chapter 44. The time arrives for Nancy to redeem her pledges to Rose Maylie. She fails. Adept as she was in all the arts of cunning and dissimulation, the girl Nancy could not wholly conceal the effect which the knowledge of the step she had taken wrought upon her mind. She remembered that both the crafty Jew and the brutal Sikes had confided to her schemes, which had been hidden from all others, in the full confidence that she was trustworthy and beyond the reach of their suspicion. Vile as those schemes were, desperate as their originators and bitter as were her feelings towards Fagin, who had led her, step by step, deeper and deeper down into an abyss of crime and misery whence was no escape, still there were times when, even towards him, she felt some relenting, lest her disclosure should bring him within the iron grasp he had so long eluded, and he should fall at last, richly as he merited such a fate, by her hand. But these were the mere wanderings of a mind unable wholly to detach itself from old companions and associations, though enabled to fix itself steadily on one object, and resolved not to be turned aside by any consideration. Her fears for Sikes would have been more powerful inducements to recoil while there was yet time, but she had stipulated that her secret should be rigidly kept. She had dropped no clue which could lead to his discovery. She had refused, even for his sake, a refuge from all the guilt and wretchedness that encompasses her, and what more could she do? She was resolved. Though all her mental struggles terminated in this conclusion, they forced themselves upon her again and again, and left their traces too. She grew pale and thin, even within a few days. At times she took no heed of what was passing before her, or no part in conversations where once she would have been the loudest. At other times she laughed without merriment, and was noisy without a moment afterwards. She sat silent and dejected, brooding with her head upon her hands, while the very effort by which she roused herself told, more forcibly than even these indications, that she was ill at ease, and that her thoughts were occupied with matters very different and distant from those in the course of discussion by her companions. It was Sunday night, and the bell of the nearest church struck the hour. Sikes and the Jew were talking, but they paused to listen. The girl looked up from the low seat on which she crouched and listened too. 11. "An hour this side of midnight," said Sikes, raising the blind to look out and returning to his seat. "Dark and heavy it is too. A good night for business, this."
"Ah," replied Fagin, "what a pity, Bill, my dear, that there's none quite ready to be done."
"You're right for once," replied Sikes gruffly.
"It is a pity, for I'm in a humour too."
Fagin sighed and shook his head despondingly.
"We must make up for lost time when we've got things into a good train. That's all I know," said Sikes. "That's the way to talk, my dear," replied Fagin, venturing to pat him on the shoulder. "It does me good to hear you."
"Does you good, does it?" cried Sikes. "Well, so be it."
"Ha, ha, ha!" laughed Fagin, as if he were relieved by even this concession. "You're like yourself tonight, Bill, quite like yourself."
"I don't feel like myself when you lay that withered old claw on my shoulder, so take it away," said Sikes, casting off the Jew's hand.
"He makes you nervous, Bill. Reminds you of being nabbed, does it?" said Fagin, determined not to be offended.
"Reminds me of being nabbed by the devil," returned Sikes. There never was another man with such a face as yours, unless it was your father, and I suppose he is a singeing his grizzled red beard by this time, unless you came straight from the old 'un, without any father at all betwixt you, which I shouldn't wonder at a bit." Fagin offered no reply to this compliment, but, pulling Sikes by the sleeve, pointed his finger towards Nancy, who had taken advantage of the foregoing conversation to put on her bonnet, and was now leaving the room. "Hallo!" cried Sikes. "Nance, where's the gal going at this time o' night?"
"Not far."
"What answer's that?" retorted Sikes. "Do you hear me?"
"I don't know where," replied the girl.
"Then I do," said Sikes, more in the spirit of obstinacy than because he had any real objections to the girl going where she listed. "Nowhere. Sit down."
"I'm not well. I told you that before," rejoined the girl. "I want a breath of air."
"Put your head out the window," replied Sikes.
"There's not enough there," said the girl. "I want it in the street."
"Then you won't have it," replied Sikes, with which assurance he rose, locked the door, took the key out, and, pulling her bonnet from her head, flung it on top of the knoll press. "There," said the robber. "Now stop quietly where you are, will you?"
"It's not such a matter as a bonnet would keep me," said the girl, turning very pale. "What do you mean, Bill? Do you know what you're doing?"
"Know what? Oh!" cried Sikes, turning to Fagin. "She's out of her senses, you know, or she daren't talk to me in that way."
"You'll drive me on the something desperate," muttered the girl, placing both hands upon her breast, as though to keep down by force some violent outbreak. "Let me go, will you? This minute, this instant."
"No," said Sikes.
"Tell him to let me go, Fagin. He had better. It'll be better for him. Do you hear me?" cried Nancy, stamping her foot on the ground.
"Hear you?" repeated Sikes, turning round in his chair to confront her. "Ay, and if I hear you for half a minute longer, the dog shall have a grip on your throat as'll tear some of that screaming voice out. What has come over you, you jade? What is it?"
"Let me go,"
said the girl with great earnestness. Then, sitting herself down on the floor before the door, she said,
"Bill, let me go. You don't know what you are doing. You don't, indeed. For only 1 hour, do."
"Cut my limbs off one by one," cried Sikes, seizing her roughly by the arm, "if I don't think the gal's start raving mad. Get up!"
"Not till you let me go. Not till you let me go. Never, never!" screamed the girl.
Sikes looked on for a minute, watching his opportunity, and suddenly, pinioning her hands, dragged her, struggling and wrestling with him by the way, into a small room adjoining, whence he sat himself upon a bench, and, thrusting her into a chair, held her down by force. She struggled and implored by turns until 12 o'clock had struck, and then, wearied and exhausted, ceased to contest the point any further. With a caution, backed by many oaths, to make no more efforts to go out that night, Sikes left her to recover at leisure, and rejoined Fagin. "Phew!" said the housebreaker, wiping the perspiration from his face. "What a precious strange gal that is!" "You may say that, Bill," replied Fagin thoughtfully. "You may say that." "What did she take it into her head to go out tonight for, do you think?" asked Sikes. "Come, you know her better than me. What does it mean?" "Obstinacy. Woman's obstinacy, I suppose, my dear." "Well, I suppose it is," growled Sikes. "I thought I had tamed her, but she's as bad as ever." "Worse," said Fagin thoughtfully. "I never knew her like this, for such a little cause." "Nor I," said Sikes. "I think she's got a touch of that fever in her blood yet, and it won't come out, eh?" "Like enough." "I'll let her a little blood without troubling the doctor, if she's took that way again," said Sikes. Fagin nodded an expressive approval of this mode of treatment. "She was hanging about all day and night too, when I was stretched on my back, and you, like a black-hearted wolf as you are, kept yourself aloof," said Sikes. "We was poor too all the time, and I think, one way or another, it's worried and fretted her, and that being shut up here so long has made her restless, eh?" "That's it, my dear," replied the Jew in a whisper. Hush. As he uttered these words, the girl herself appeared and resumed her former seat. Her eyes were swollen and red. She rocked herself to and fro, tossed her head, and after a little time burst out laughing. "Why, now she's on the other tack!" exclaimed Sikes, turning a look of expressive surprise on his companion. Fagin nodded to him to take no further action just then, and in a few minutes the girl subsided into her accustomed demeanour. Whispering Sikes that there was no fear of her relapsing, Fagin took up his hat and bade him good night. He paused when he reached the room door, and looking round, asked if somebody could light him down the dark stairs. "Light him down," said Sikes, who was filling up his pipe. "It's a pity he should break his neck himself and disappoint the sightseers. Show him a light." Nancy followed the old man downstairs with a candle. When they reached the passage, he laid a finger on his lips, and drawing close to the girl, said in a whisper,
"What is it, Nancy, dear?"
"What do you mean?" replied the girl in the same tone.
"The reason for all this," replied Fagin. "If he pointed with his skinny forefinger up the stairs, "is so hard with you, he's a brute, Nance, a brute beast. Why don't you—"
"Well," said the girl, as Fagin paused, with his mouth almost touching her ear, and his eyes looking into hers.
"No matter just now. We'll talk of this again. You have a friend in me, Nance, a staunch friend. I have the means at hand, quiet and close. If you want revenge on those that treat you like a dog, worse than his dog, for he humours him sometimes, come to me. I say, come to me. He is the mere hound of a day, but you know me of old, Nance."
"I know you well," replied the girl, without manifesting the least emotion. "Good night." She shrank back as Fagin offered to lay his hand on hers, but said good night again in a steady voice, and, answering his parting look with a nod of intelligence, closed the door between them. Fagin walked towards his home, intent upon the thoughts that were working within his brain. He had conceived the idea, not from what had just passed, though, that had tended to confirm him, but slowly and by degrees, that Nancy, wearied of the housebreaker's brutality, had conceived an attachment for some new friend. Her altered manner, her repeated absences from home alone, her comparative indifference to the interests of the gang for which she had once been so zealous, and, added to these, her desperate impatience to leave home that night at a particular hour, all favoured the supposition, and rendered it, to him at least, almost matter of certainty. The object of this new liking was not among his myrmidons. He would be a valuable acquisition with such an assistant as Nancy, and must, thus Fagin argued, be secured without delay. There was another and a darker object to be gained. Sikes knew too much, and his ruffian taunts had not galled Fagin the less, because the wounds were hidden. The girl must know well that if she shook him off, she could never be safe from his fury, and that it would be surely wreaked, to the maiming of limbs, or perhaps the loss of life, on the object of her more recent fancy.
"With a little persuasion," thought Fagin, "what more likely than that she would consent to poison him? Women have done such things and worse to secure the same object before now. There would be the dangerous villain, the man I hate, gone, another secured in his place, and my influence over the girl, with a knowledge of this crime to back it, unlimited."
These things passed through the mind of Fagin during the short time he sat alone in the housebreaker's room, and with them uppermost in his thoughts, he had taken the opportunity afterwards afforded him of sounding the girl in the broken hints he threw out at parting. There was no expression of surprise, no assumption of an inability to understand his meaning. The girl clearly comprehended it. Her glance at parting showed that. But perhaps she would recoil from a plot to take the life of Sikes, and that was one of the chief ends to be attained.
How,
thought Fagin as he crept homeward,
can I increase my influence with her? What new power can I acquire?
Such brains are fertile in expedients. If, without extracting a confession from herself, he laid a watch, discovered the object of her altered regard, and threatened to reveal the whole history to Sikes, of whom she stood in no common fear, unless she entered into his designs, could he not secure her compliance?
I can, said Fagin almost aloud. She durst not refuse me then. Not for her life, not for her life. I have it all. The means are ready, and shall be set to work. I shall have you yet.
He cast back a dark look and a threatening motion of the hand towards the spot where he had left the bolder villain, and went on his way, busying his bony hands in the folds of his tattered garment, which he wrenched tightly in his grasp, as though there were a hated enemy crushed with every motion of his fingers. End of chapter 44. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rebecca Dittman, Liverpool, United Kingdom. Web address mercurialspirit.co.uk. Oliver Twist by Charles Dickens. Chapter 45. Noah Claypole is employed by Fagin on a secret mission. The old man was up betimes next morning and waited impatiently for the appearance of his new associate, who, after a delay that seemed interminable, at length presented himself and commenced a voracious assault on the breakfast.
Bolter,
said Fagin, drawing up a chair and seating himself opposite Maurice Bolter. Well, here I am, returned Noah. What's the matter? Don't you ask me to do anything till I have done eating. That's a great fault in this place. You never get time enough over your meals.
You can talk as you eat, can't you?
said Fagin, cursing his dear young friend's greediness from the very bottom of his heart. Oh, yes, I can talk. I get on better when I talk, said Noah, cutting a monstrous slice of bread. Where's Charlotte?
Out, said Fagin. I sent her out this morning with the other young woman, because I wanted us to be alone.
Oh, said Noah. I wish you'd ordered her to make some buttered toast first. Well, talk away. You won't interrupt me. There seemed indeed no great fear of anything interrupting him, as he had evidently sat down with a determination to do a great deal of business.
You did very well yesterday, my dear, said Fagin. Beautiful. 6 shillings and 9pence halfpenny on the very first day. The kinchin lay will be a fortune to you.
Don't forget to add the 3 pint pots and a milk can, said Mr. Bolter.
No, my dear. The pint pots were a great stroke of genius, but the milk can was a perfect masterpiece.
Pretty well, I think, for a beginner, remarked Mr. Bolter complacently. The pots I took off airy railings, and the milk can was standing by itself outside a public house. I thought it might get rusty with the rain or catch cold, you know. Fagin affected to laugh heartily, and Mr. Bolter, having had his laugh out, took a series of large bites, which finished off his first hunk of bread and butter, and assisted himself to a second.
I want you, Bolter, said Fagin, leaning over the table, to do a piece of work for me, my dear, that needs great care and caution.
I say, rejoined Bolter, don't you go shoving me into danger or sending me any more of your police offices. That don't suit me, that don't, and so I tell you.
That's not the smallest danger in it, not the very smallest, said the Jew. It's only to dodge a woman.
An old woman? Demanded Mr. Bolter.
A young one, replied Fagin.
I can do that pretty well, I know, said Bolter. I was a regular cunning sneak when I was at school. What am I to dodge her for? Not to
do anything, but to tell me where she goes, who she sees, and if possible what she says, to remember the street, if it is a street, or the house, if it is a house, and to bring me back all the information you can."
"What'll you give me?" asked Noah, settling down his cup and looking his employer eagerly in the face.
"If you do it well, £1, my dear, £1,"
said Fagin, wishing to interest him in the cent as much as possible.
"And that's what I never gave yet for any job or work where there wasn't valuable consideration to be gained."
"Who is she?" inquired Noah.
"One of us."
"Oh, law," said Noah, curling up his nose. "You doubtful of her, are you?"
"She has found out some new friends, my dear, and I must know who they are," replied Fagin.
"I see," said Noah. "Just to have the pleasure of knowing them, if they're respectable people, eh? I'm your man."
"I knew you would be,"
cried Fagin, elated by the success of his proposal. Of course," replied Noah. "Where is she? Where am I to wait for her? Where am I to go?"
"Oh, that, my dear, you shall hear from me. I'll point her out at the proper time," said Fagin. "You keep ready and leave the rest to me."
That night, and the next, and the next again, the spy sat booted and equipped in his carter's dress, ready to turn out at a word from Fagin. 6 nights passed, 6 long, weary nights, and on each Fagin came home with a disappointed face, and briefly intimated that it was not yet time. On the 7th he returned earlier, and with an exultation he could not conceal. It was Sunday.
"She goes abroad tonight," said Fagin, "and on the right errand, I'm sure, for she has been alone all day, and the man she is afraid of will not be back much before daybreak. Come with me, quick!"
Noah started up without saying a word, for the Jew was in such a state of intense excitement that it infected him. They left the house stealthily, and hurrying through a labyrinth of streets, arrived at length before a public house, which Noah recognised as the same in which he had slept on the night of his arrival in London. It was past 11 o'clock, and the door was closed. It opened softly on its hinges as Fagin gave a low whistle. They entered without noise, and the door was closed behind them. Scarcely venturing to whisper, but substituting dumb show for words, Fagin and the young Jew who had admitted them pointed out the pane of glass to Noah and signed to him to climb and observe the person in the adjoining room. "Is that the woman?" he asked, scarcely above his breath. Fagin nodded yes. "I can't see her face well," whispered Noah. "She's looking down, and the candle is behind her."
"Stay there,"
whispered Fagin. He signed to Barney, who withdrew. In an instant the lad entered the room adjoining, and under pretence of snuffing the candle, moved it in the required position, and speaking to the girl, caused her to raise her face. "I see her now," cried the spy.
"Plainly?"
"I should know her among 1,000. He hastily descended as the room door opened and the girl came out. Fagin drew him behind a small partition which was curtained off, and they held their breaths as she passed within a few feet of their place of concealment, and emerged by the door at which they had entered. "Tst!" cried the lad who held the door. "Thou!" Noah exchanged a look with Fagin and darted out. "To the left," whispered the lad. "Take the left hand and keep on the other side." He did so, and by the light of the lamps saw the girl's retreating figure, already at some distance before him. He advanced as near as he considered prudent, and kept on the opposite side of the street, the better to observe her motions. She looked nervously round twice or thrice, and once stopped to let 2 men who were following close behind her pass on. She seemed to gather courage as she advanced, and to walk with a steadier and firmer step. The spy preserved the same relative distance between them and followed, with his eye upon her. End of chapter 45. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rebecca Dittman, Liverpool, United Kingdom. Web address mercurialspirit.co.uk. Oliver Twist by Charles Dickens. Chapter 46. The appointment is kept. The church clocks chimed 11:15 as two figures emerged on London Bridge. One, which advanced with a swift and rapid step, was that of a woman, who looked eagerly about her as though in quest of some expected object. The other figure was that of a man, who slunk along in the deepest shadow he could find, and at some distance accommodated his pace to hers, stopping when she stopped, and as she moved again, creeping stealthily on, but never allowing himself, in the ardour of his pursuit, to gain upon her footsteps. Thus they crossed the bridge from the Middlesex to the Surrey shore, when the woman, apparently disappointed in her anxious scrutiny of the foot passengers, turned back. The movement was sudden, but he who watched her was not thrown off his guard by it, for shrinking into one of the recesses which surmount the piers of the bridge, and leaning over the parapet the better to conceal his figure, he suffered her to pass on the opposite pavement. When she was about the same distance in advance as she had been before, he slipped quietly down and followed her again. At nearly the centre of the bridge she stopped. The man stopped too. It was a very dark night. The day had been unfavourable, and at that hour and place there were few people stirring. Such as there were hurried quickly past, very possibly without seeing, but certainly without noticing either the woman or the man who kept her in view. Their appearance was not calculated to attract the importunate regards of such London's destitute population as chanced to take their way over the bridge that night in search of some cold arch or doorless hovel wherein to lay their heads. They stood there in silence, neither speaking nor spoken to by anyone who passed. A mist hung over the river, deepening the red glare of the fires that burnt upon the small craft moored off the different wharves, and rendering darker and more indistinct the murky buildings on the banks. The old smoke-stained storehouses on either side rose heavy and dull from the dense mass of roofs and gables, and frowned sternly upon water too black to reflect even their lumbering shapes. The tower of old St. Saviour's Church and the spire of St. Magnus, so long the giant warders of the ancient bridge, were visible in the gloom, but the forest of shipping below bridge and the thickly scattered spires of churches above were nearly all hidden from sight. The girl had taken a few restless turns to and fro, closely watched meanwhile by her hidden observer, when the heavy bell of St. Paul's tolled for the death of another day. Midnight had come upon the crowded city, the palace, the night cellar, the jail, the madhouse, the chambers of birth and death, of health and sickness, the rigid face of the corpse, and the calm sleep of the child. Midnight was upon them all. The hour had not struck 2 minutes when a young lady, accompanied by a grey-haired gentleman, alighted from a hackney carriage within a short distance of the bridge, and having dismissed the vehicle, walked straight towards it. They had scarcely set foot upon its pavement when the girl started and immediately made toward them. They walked onward, looking about them with the air of persons who entertained some very slight expectation which had little chance of being realized, when they were suddenly joined by this new associate. They halted with an exclamation of surprise, but suppressed it immediately, for a man in the garments of a countryman came close up, brushed against them indeed at that precise moment. "Not here," said Nancy hurriedly. "I am afraid to speak to you here. Come away, out of the public road, down the steps yonder." As she uttered these words, and indicated with her hand the direction in which she wished them to proceed, The countryman looked round, and roughly asking what they took up the whole pavement for, passed on. The steps to which the girl had pointed were those which, on the Surrey bank, and on the same side of the bridge as St. Saviour's Church, form a landing stairs from the river. To this spot the man bearing the appearance of a countryman hastened unobserved, and after a moment's survey of the place he began to descend. These stairs are part of the bridge. They consist of 3 flights. Just below the end of the second, going down, the stone wall on the left terminates in an ornamental pilaster facing towards the Thames. At this point the lower steps widen, so that a person turning that angle of the wall is necessarily unseen by others on the stairs who chance to be above him, if only a step. The countryman looked hastily round when he reached this point, and as there seemed no better place of concealment, and the tide being out there was plenty of room, he slipped aside with his back to the pilaster, and there waited, pretty certain that they would come no lower, and that even if he could not hear what was said, he could follow them again with safety. So tardily stole the time in this lowly place, and so eager was the spy to penetrate the motives of an interview so different from what he had been led to expect, that he more than once gave the matter up for lost, and persuaded himself either that they had stopped far above, or had resorted to some entirely different spot to hold their mysterious conversation. He was on the point of emerging from his hiding-place and regaining the road above, when he heard the sound of footsteps, and directly afterwards of voices almost close at his ear. He drew himself straight upright against the wall, and scarcely breathing, listened attentively. "This is far enough," said a voice, which was evidently that of the gentleman. "I will not suffer the young lady to go any further. Many people would have distrusted you too much to have come even so far, but you see I am willing to humour you." "To humour me!" cried the voice of the girl whom he had followed. "You're considerate indeed, sir, to humour me. Well, well, it's no matter." "Why, for what?" said the gentleman in a kinder tone. "For what purpose can you have brought us to this strange place? Why not have let me speak to you above there, where it is light, and there is something stirring, instead of bringing us to this dark and dismal hole?" "I told you before," replied Nancy, "that I was afraid to speak to you there. I don't know why it is," said the girl, shuddering, "but I have such a fear and dread upon me tonight that I can hardly stand." "A fear of what?" asked the gentleman, who seemed to pity her. "I scarcely know of what," replied the girl. "I wish I did. Horrible thoughts of death, and shrouds with blood upon them, and a fear that has made me burn as if I was on fire, have been upon me all day. I was reading a book tonight to while the time away, and the same things came into the print." "Imagination," said the gentleman, soothing her. "No imagination," replied the girl in a hoarse voice. "I'll swear it. I saw coffin written in every page of the book in large black letters. Aye, and they carried one close to me in the streets tonight." "There is nothing unusual in that," said the gentleman. "They have passed me often." "Real ones," rejoined the girl. "This was not." There was something so uncommon in her manner that the flesh of the concealed listener crept as he heard the girl utter these words, and the blood chilled within him. He had never experienced a greater relief than in hearing the sweet voice of the young lady as she begged her to be calm, and not allow herself to become the prey of such fearful fancies. "Speak to her kindly," said the young lady to her companion. "Poor creature, she seems to need it." "Your haughty religious people would have held their heads up to see me as I am tonight, and preached of flames and vengeance," cried the girl. "Oh, dear lady, why aren't those who claim to be God's own folk as gentle and as kind as us poor wretches as you, who, having youth and beauty and all that they have lost, might be little proud instead of being so much humbler?" "Ah," said the gentleman, "a Turk turns his face after washing it well to the east, when he says his prayers. These good people, after giving their faces such a rub against the world as to take the smiles off, turn with no less regularity to the darkest side of heaven. Between the Mussulman and the Pharisee, commend me to the first." These words appeared to be addressed to the young lady, and were perhaps uttered with a view of affording Nancy time to recover herself. The gentleman, shortly thereafter, addressed himself to her. "You were not here last Sunday night," he said. "I couldn't come," replied Nursey. "I was kept by force." "By whom?" "Him that I told the young lady of before." "You were not suspected of holding any communication with anybody on the subject which has brought us here tonight, I hope?" asked the old gentleman. "No," replied the girl, shaking her head. "It's not very easy for me to leave him unless he knows why. I couldn't give him a drink of laudanum before I came away." "Did he wake before you returned?" inquired the gentleman. "No, and neither he nor any of them suspect me." "Good," said the gentleman. "Now listen to me." "I'm ready," replied the girl, as he paused for a moment. "This young lady," the gentleman began, "has communicated to me and to some other friends who can be safely trusted what you told her nearly a fortnight ago. I confess to you that I had my doubts at first whether you were to be implicitly replied upon, but now I firmly believe you are." "I am," said the girl earnestly. "I repeat that I firmly believe it. To prove to you that I am disposed to trust you, I tell you without reserve that we propose to extort the secret, whatever it may be, from the fear of this man Monks. But if, said the gentleman, he cannot be secured, or if secured cannot be acted upon as we wish, we must deliver up the Jew." "Fagin!" cried the girl, recoiling. "That man must be delivered up by you," said the gentleman. "I will not do it, I will not do it," replied the girl. "Devil that he is, and worse than the devil, as he has been to me, I will never do that." "You will not?" said the gentleman, who seemed fully prepared for this answer. "Never," returned the girl. "Tell me why." "For one reason," rejoined the girl firmly. "For one reason, that the lady knows and will stand by me in. I know she will, for I have her promise. And for this other reason besides, that bad life as he has led, I have led a bad life too. There are many of us who have kept the same courses together, and I will not turn upon them who might, any of them, have turned upon me, but didn't, bad as they are." "Then," said the gentleman quickly, as if this had been the point he had been aiming to attain, "put Monks into my hands, and leave him to me to deal with." "What if he turns against the others?" "I promise you that in that case, if the truth is forced from him, there the matter will rest. There must be circumstances in Oliver's little history which it would be painful to drag before the public eye, and if the truth is once elicited, they shall go scot-free." "And if it is not?" suggested the girl. "Then," pursued the gentleman, "this Fagin shall not be brought to justice without your consent. In such a case I could show you reasons, I think, which would induce you to yield it." "Have I the lady's promise for that?" asked the girl. "You have," replied Rose, "my true and faithful pledge." "Monks would never learn how you knew what you do," said the girl, after a short pause. "Never," replied the gentleman. "The intelligence should be brought to bear upon him, that he should never even guess." "I have been a liar, and among liars from a little child," said the girl, after another interval of silence, "but I will take your words." After receiving an assurance from both that she might safely do so, she proceeded in a voice so low that it was often difficult for the listener to discover even the purport of what she said, to describe, by name and situation, the public house whence she had been followed that night. From the manner in which she occasionally paused, it appeared as if the gentlemen were making some hasty notes of the information she communicated. When she had thoroughly explained the localities of the place, the best position from which to watch it without exciting observation, and the night and hour on which Monks was most in the habit of frequenting it, she seemed to consider for a few moments, for the purpose of recalling his features and appearances more forcibly to her recollection. "He is tall," said the girl, "and a strongly made man, but not stout. He has a lurking walk, and as he walks, constantly looks over his shoulder, first on one side and then on the other. Don't forget that, for his eyes are sunk in his head so much deeper than any other man's that you might almost tell him by that alone. His face is dark, like his hair and eyes, and although he can't be more than 6 or 28, withered and haggard. His lips are often discoloured and disfigured with the marks of teeth, for he has desperate fits, and sometimes even bites his hands and covers them with wounds. Why did you start? Said the girl, stopping suddenly. The gentleman replied in a hurried manner that he was not conscious of having done so, and begged her to proceed. Part of this, said the girl, I have drawn out from other people at the house I tell you of, for I have only seen him twice, and both times he was covered up in a large cloak. I think that's all I can give you to know him by. Stay, though, she added, upon his throat, so high up that you can see a part of it below his neckerchief when he turns his face, there is a broad red mark, like a burn or scald, cried the gentleman. How's this? Said the girl. You know him? The young lady uttered a cry of surprise, and for a few moments they were so still that the listener could distinctly hear them breathe. I think I do, said the gentleman, breaking silence. I should by your description. We shall see. Many people are singularly like each other. It may not be the same. As he expressed himself to this effect with assumed carelessness, he took a step or two nearer the concealed spy, as the latter could tell from the distinctness with which he heard him mutter, It must be he. Now, he said, returning, so it seemed by the sound, to the spot where he had stood before, you have given us most valuable assistance, young woman, and I wish you to be the better for it. What can I do to serve you? Nothing, replied Nancy. You will not persist in saying that, rejoined the gentleman with a voice and emphasis of kindness that might have touched a much harder and more obdurate heart. Think now, tell me. Nothing, sir, rejoined the girl, weeping. You can do nothing to help me. I am past all hope indeed. Put yourself beyond its pale, said the gentleman. The past has been a dreary waste with you of youthful energies misspent, and such priceless treasures lavished, as the Creator bestows but once and never grants again, but for the future, you may hope. I do not say that it is in our power to offer you peace of heart and mind, for that must come as you seek it, but a quiet asylum either in England, or if you fear to remain here, in some foreign country. It is not only within our compass of our ability, but our most anxious wish to secure you. Before the dawn of morning, before this river wakes to the first glimpses of daylight, you shall be placed as entirely beyond the reach of your former associates, and leave as utter an absence of all traces behind you as if you were to disappear from the earth this moment. Come, I would not have you go back to exchange one word with any old companion, or take one look at any old haunt, or breathe the very air which is pestilence and death to you. Quit them all while there is time and opportunity. She will be persuaded now, cried the young lady. She hesitates, I am sure. I fear not, my dear, said the gentleman. No, sir, I do not, replied the girl after a short struggle. I am chained to my old life. I loathe and hate it now, but I cannot leave it. I must have gone too far to turn back, and yet I don't know, for if you had spoken to me so some time ago, I should have laughed it off. But, she said, looking round hastily, this fear comes over me again. I must go home. Home? Repeated the young lady, with great stress upon the word. Home, lady, rejoined the girl. To such a home as I have raised for myself with the work of my whole life. Let us part. I shall be watched or seen. Go, go. If I have done you any services, all I ask is that you leave me and let me go my own way alone. It is useless, said the gentleman with a sigh. We compromise her safety, perhaps, by staying here. We may have detained her longer than she expected already. Yes, yes, urged the girl. You have. What, cried the young lady, can be the end of this poor creature's life? What? Repeated the girl. Look before you, lady. Look at that dark water. How many times do you read of such as I, who spring into the tide and leave no living thing to care for or bewail them? It may be years hence, or it may be only months, but I shall come to that at last. Do not speak thus, pray, returned the young lady, sobbing. It will never reach your ears, dear lady, and God forbid such horrors should, replied the girl. Good night, good night. The gentleman turned away. This purse, cried the young lady. "Take it for my sake, that you may have some resource in an hour of need and trouble." "No," replied the girl, "I have not done this for money. Let me have that to think of. And yet, give me something that you have worn. I should like to have something. No, not a ring, or your gloves, or handkerchief, anything that I can keep, as having belonged to you, sweet lady. There, bless you. God bless you. Good night, good night." The violent agitation of the girl and the apprehension of some discovery which would subject her to ill usage and violence seemed to determine the gentleman to leave her as she requested. The sound of retreating footsteps were audible, and the voices ceased. The two figures of the young lady and her companion soon afterwards appeared upon the bridge. They stopped at the summit of the stairs. "Hark!" cried the young lady, listening. "Did she call? I thought I heard her voice." "No, my love," replied Mr. Brownlow, looking sadly back. "She has not moved, and will not till we are gone." Rose Maylie lingered, but the old gentleman drew her arm through his, and led her with gentle force away. As they disappeared, the girl sunk down nearly at her full length upon one of the stone stairs, and vented the anguish of her heart in bitter tears. After a time she arose, and with feeble and tottering steps ascended the street. The astonished listener remained motionless on his post for some minutes afterwards, and having ascertained with many cautious glances round him that he was again alone, crept slowly from his hiding-place, and returned stealthily and in the shade of the wall, in the same manner as he had descended, peeping out more than once when he reached the top, to make sure that he was unobserved. Noah Claypole darted away at his utmost speed, and made for the Jew's house as fast as his legs would carry him. End of chapter 46.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by David Barnes, London, July 2006. Oliver Twist by Charles Dickens. Chapter 47. Fatal Consequences. It was nearly 2 hours before daybreak, that time which in the autumn of the year may be truly called the dead of night, when the streets are silent and deserted, when even sounds appear to slumber, and profligacy and riot have staggered home to dream. It was at this still and silent hour that Fagin sat watching in his old lair, with face so distorted and pale, and eyes so red and bloodshot that he looked less like a man than like some hideous phantom, moist from the grave, and worried by an evil spirit. He sat crouching over a cold hearth, wrapped in an old torn coverlet, with his face turned towards a wasting candle that stood upon a table by his side. His right hand was raised to his lips, and as, absorbed in thought, he bit his long black nails, he disclosed among his toothless gums a few such fangs as should have been a dog's or a rat's. Stretched upon a mattress on the floor lay Noah Claypole, fast asleep. Towards him the old man sometimes directed his eyes for an instant, and then brought them back again to the candle, which with a long burnt wick drooping almost double, and hot grease falling down in clots upon the table, plainly showed that his thoughts were busy elsewhere. Indeed they were. Mortification at the overthrow of his notable scheme, hatred of the girl who had dared to palter with strangers, and utter distrust of the sincerity of her refusal to yield him up. Bitter disappointment at the loss of his revenge on Sikes, the fear of detection and ruin and death, and a fierce and deadly rage kindled by all. These were the passionate considerations which, following close upon each other with rapid and ceaseless whirl, shot through the brain of Fagin, as every evil thought and blackest purpose lay working at his heart. He sat without changing his attitude in the least, or appearing to take the smallest heed of time, until his quick ear seemed to be attracted by a footstep in the street. "At last," he muttered, wiping his dry and fevered mouth. "At last." The bell rang gently as he spoke. He crept upstairs to the door, and presently returned accompanied by a man muffled to the chin, who carried a bundle under one arm. Sitting down and throwing back his outer coat, the man displayed the burly frame of Sikes. "There," he said, laying the bundle on the table. "Take care of that, and do the most you can with it. It's been trouble enough to get. I thought I should have been here 3 hours ago." Fagin laid his hand upon the bundle, and locking it in the cupboard, sat down again without speaking. But he did not take his eyes off the robber for an instant during this action, and now that they sat over against each other, face to face, he looked fixedly at him, with his lips quivering so violently, and his face so altered by the emotions which had mastered him, that the housebreaker involuntarily drew back his chair, and surveyed him with a look of real affright. "What now?" cried Sikes. "What do you look at a man so for?" Fagin raised his right hand and shook his trembling forefinger in the air, but his passion was so great that the power of speech was for the moment gone. "Damn," said Sikes, feeling in his breast with a look of alarm. "He's gone mad. I must look to myself here." "No, no," rejoined Fagin, finding his voice. You're not the person, Bill. I've no fault to find with you." "Oh, you haven't you?" said Sikes, looking sternly at him, and ostentatiously passing a pistol into a more convenient pocket. "That's lucky for one of us. Which one that is don't matter." "I've got that to tell you, Bill," said Fagin, drawing his chair nearer, "will make you worse than me." "Eh?" returned the robber, with an incredulous air. "Tell away. Look sharp, or Nance'll think I'm lost." "Lost?" cried Fagin. "She's pretty well settled that in her own mind already." Sikes looked with an aspect of great perplexity into the Jew's face, and reading no satisfactory explanation of the riddle there, clenched his coat collar in his huge hand and shook him soundly. "Speak, will you?" he said, "or if you don't, it shall be for want of breath. Open your mouth and say what you've got to say in plain words. Out with it, you thundering old cur, out with it." "Suppose that lad that's lying there," Fagin began. Sikes turned round to where Noah was sleeping, as if he'd not previously observed him. "Well," he said, resuming his former position. "Suppose that lad," pursued Fagin, "was to peach, to blow upon us all, first seeking out the right folks for the purpose, and then having a meeting with them in the street to paint our likenesses, describe every mark that they might know us by, and the crib where we might most easily be taken. Suppose he was to do all this, and besides to blow open a plant we've all been in, more or less, of his own fancy, not grabbed, trapped, tried, earwigged by the parson and brought to it on bread and water, but of his own fancy, to please his own taste,
stealing out at nights to find those most interested against us, and preaching to them. Do you hear me? Cried the Jew, his eyes flashing with rage. Suppose he did all this. What then? What then? Replied Sikes with a tremendous oath. If he was left alive till I came, I'd grind his skull under the iron heel of my boot into as many grains as there are hairs upon his head. What if I did it? Cried Fagin, almost in a yell. I that knows so much and could hang so many besides myself. I don't know, replied Sikes, clenching his teeth and turning white at the mere suggestion. I'd do something in the jail that'd get me put in irons, and if I was tried along with you, I'd fall upon you with them in the open court, and beat your brains out before the people. I should have such strength, muttered the robber, poising his brawny arm, that I could smash your head as if a loaded waggon had gone over it. You would? Would I? Said the housebreaker. Try me. If it was Charlie, or the Dodger, or Bet, or... I don't care who, replied Sikes impatiently. Whoever it was, I'd serve them the same. Fagin looked hard at the robber, and, motioning him to be silent, stooped over the bed upon the floor and shook the sleeper to rouse him. Sikes leant forward in his chair, looking on with his hands upon his knees, as if wondering much what all this questioning and preparation was to end in. Bolter! Bolter! Poor lad, said Fagin, looking up with an expression of devilish anticipation, and speaking slowly and with marked emphasis. He's tired with watching for her so long, watching for her, Bill. What do you mean? Asked Sikes, drawing back. Fagin made no answer, but bending over the sleeper again, hauled him into a sitting posture. When his assumed name had been repeated several times, Noah rubbed his eyes, and, giving a heavy yawn, looked sleepily about him. Tell me that again, once again, just for him to hear, said the Jew, pointing to Sikes as he spoke. Tell you what? Asked the sleepy Noah, shaking himself pettishly. That about Nancy, said Fagin, clutching Sikes by the wrist as if to prevent his leaving the house before he had heard enough. You followed her? Yes. To London Bridge? Yes. Where she met two people? So she did. A gentleman and a lady that she'd gone to out of her own accord before, who asked her to give up all her pals and monks first, which she did, and to describe him, which she did, and to tell her what house it was that we meet at and go to, which she did, and where it could be best watched from, which she did, and what time the people went there, which she did. She did all this. She told it all, every word, without a threat, without a murmur. She did she not? Cried Fagin, half mad with fury. All right, replied Noah, scratching his head. That's just what it was. What did they say about last Sunday? About last Sunday, replied Noah, considering. Why, I told you that before. Again, tell it again, cried Fagin, tightening his grasp on Sikes and brandishing his other hand aloft as the foam flew from his lips. They asked her, said Noah, who, as he grew more wakeful, seemed to have a dawning perception who Sikes was. They asked her why she didn't come last Sunday as she promised. She said she couldn't. Why? Why? Tell him that. Because she was forcibly kept at home by Bill, the man she'd told them of before, replied Noah. What more of him? Cried Fagin. What more of the man she'd told them of before? Tell him that. Tell him that. Why, that she couldn't very easily get out of doors unless he knew where she was going, said Noah. And so the first time she went to see the lady, she... It made me laugh when she said it, that it did. She gave him a drink of laudanum. Hell's fire, cried Sikes, breaking fiercely from the Jew. Let me go. Flinging the old man from him, he rushed from the room and darted wildly and furiously up the stairs. Bill! Bill! cried Fagin, following him hastily. A word! Only a word! The word would not have been exchanged, but that the housebreaker was unable to open the door, on which he was expending fruitless oaths and violence when the Jew came panting up. Let me out, said Sikes. Don't speak to me, it's not safe. Let me out, I say. Hear me speak a word, rejoined Fagin, laying his hand upon the lock. You won't be... Well, replied the other, you won't be too violent, Bill. The day was breaking, and there was light enough for the men to see each other's faces. They exchanged one brief glance. There was a fire in the eyes of both, which could not be mistaken. I mean, said Fagin, showing that he felt all disguise was now useless, not too violent for safety. Be crafty, Bill, and not too bold. Sikes made no reply, but pulling open the door, of which Fagin had turned the lock, dashed into the silent streets. Without one pause or moment's consideration, without once turning his head to the right or left, or raising his eyes to the sky, or lowering them to the ground, but looking straight before him with savage resolution, his teeth so tightly compressed that the strained jaw seemed starting through his skin, the robber held on his headlong course, nor muttered a word, nor relaxed a muscle until he reached his own door. He opened it softly with a key, strode lightly up the stairs, and entered his own room, double-locked the door, and lifting a heavy table against it, drew back the curtain of the bed. The girl was lying half-dressed upon it. He had roused her from her sleep, for she raised herself with a hurried and startled look. "Get up," said the man. "It's you, Bill," said the girl, with an expression of pleasure at his return. "It is," was the reply. "Get up." There was a candle burning, but the man hastily drew it from the candlestick and hurled it upon the grate. Seeing the faint light of early day without, the girl rose to undraw the curtain. "Let it be," said Sikes, thrusting his hand before her. "There's enough light for what I've got to do." "Bill," said the girl, in the low tone of alarm, "why do you look like that at me?" The robber sat regarding her for a few seconds with dilated nostrils and heaving breast, and then, grasping her by the head and throat, dragged her into the middle of the room, and looking once towards the door, placed his heavy hand upon her mouth. "Bill! Bill!" gasped the girl, wrestling with the strength of mortal fear. I won't scream or cry, not once. Hear me, speak to me, tell me what I've done." "You know, you she-devil," returned the robber, suppressing his breath. "You were watched tonight. Every word you said was heard." "Then spare my life for the love of heaven as I spared yours," rejoined the girl, clinging to him. "Bill, dear Bill, you cannot have the heart to kill me. Oh, think of all I've given up,
Only this one night for you. You shall have time to think and save yourself from crime. I will not loose my hold. You cannot throw me off. Bill, Bill, for dear God's sake, for your own, for mine, stop before you spill my blood. I've been true to you, upon my guilty soul I have. The man struggled violently to release his arms, but those of the girl were clasped around his, and tear her as he would, he could not tear them away. "Bill," cried the girl, striving to lay her head upon his breast, "the gentleman and that dear lady told me tonight of a home in some foreign country where I could end my days in solitude and peace. Let me see them again, and beg them on my knees to show the same mercy and goodness to you. And let us both leave this dreadful place, and far apart lead better lives, and forget how we've lived, except in prayers, and never see each other more. It is never too late to repent. They told me so. I feel it now. But we must have time, a little time." The housebreaker freed one arm and grasped his pistol. The certainty of immediate detection if he fired flashed across his mind even in the midst of his fury, and he beat it twice with all the force he could summon upon the upturned face that almost touched his own. She staggered and fell, nearly blinded with the blood that rained down from a deep gash in her forehead, but raising herself with difficulty on her knees, drew from her bosom a white handkerchief, Rose Maylie's own, and holding it up in her folded hands as high towards heaven as her feeble strength would allow, breathed one prayer for mercy to her Maker. It was a ghastly figure to look upon. The murderer, staggering backward to the wall and shutting out the sight with his hand, seized a heavy club and struck her down. End of chapter 47. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by David Barnes, London, July 2006. Oliver Twist by Charles Dickens. Chapter 48. The Flight of Sikes. Of all bad deeds that, under cover of the darkness, had been committed within wide London's bounds since night hung over it, that was the worst. Of all the horrors that rose with an ill scent upon the morning air, that was the foulest and most cruel. The sun, the bright sun that brings back not light alone, but new life and hope and freshness to man, burst upon the crowded city in clear and radiant glory. Through costly coloured glass and paper-mended window, through cathedral dome and rotten crevice, it shed its equal ray. It lighted up the room where the murdered woman lay. It did. He tried to shut it out, but it would stream in. If the sight had been a ghastly one in the dull morning, what was it now in all that brilliant light? He had not moved. He had been afraid to stir. There had been a moan and motion of the hand, and with terror added to rage, he had struck and struck again. Once he threw a rug over it, but it was worse to fancy the eyes and imagine them moving towards him than to see them glaring upward as if watching the reflection of the pool of gore that quivered and danced in the sunlight on the ceiling. He had plucked it off again, and there was the body, mere flesh and blood, no more, but such flesh and so much blood. He struck a light, kindled a fire, and thrust the club into it. There was hair upon the end, which blazed and shrunk into a light cinder, and, caught by the air, whirled up the chimney. Even that frightened him, sturdy as he was, but he held the weapon till it broke, and then piled it on the coals to burn away and smoulder into ashes. He washed himself and scrubbed his clothes. There were spots that would not be removed, but he cut the pieces out and burnt them. How those stains were dispersed about the room! The very feet of the dog were bloody. All this time he had never once turned his back upon the corpse. No, not for a moment. Such preparations completed, he moved backward towards the door, dragging the dog with him, lest he should soil his feet anew and carry out new evidence of the crime into the streets. He shut the door softly, locked it, took the key, and left the house. He crossed over and glanced up at the window to be sure that nothing was visible from the outside. There was the curtain still drawn, which she would have opened to admit the light she never saw again. It lay nearly under there. He knew that. God, how the sun poured down upon the very spot! The glance was instantaneous. It was a relief to have got free of the room. He whistled on the dog and walked rapidly away. He went through Islington, strode up the hill at Highgate, on which stands the stone in honour of Whittington, turned down to Highgate Hill, unsteady of purpose and uncertain where to go, struck off to the right again almost as soon as he began to descend it, and taking the footpath across the fields, skirted Cane Wood, and so came on Hampstead Heath. Traversing the hollow by the Vale of Heath, he mounted the opposite bank, and crossing the road which joins the villages of Hampstead and Highgate, made along the remaining portion of the heath to the fields at North End, in one of which he laid himself down under a hedge and slept. Soon he was up again and away, not far into the country, but back towards London by the high road, then back again, then over another part of the same ground as he already traversed, then wandering up and down in fields, and lying on ditches' brinks to rest, and starting up to make for some other spot, and do the same, and ramble on again. Where could he go that was near and not too public, to get some meat and drink? Hendon, that was a good place, not far off, and out of most people's way. Thither he directed his steps, running sometimes, and sometimes with a strange perversity, loitering at a snail's pace, or stopping altogether, and idly breaking the hedges with a stick. But when he got there, all the people he met, the very children at the doors, seemed to view him with suspicion. Back he turned again, without the courage to purchase bit or drop, though he had tasted no food for many hours, and once more he lingered on the heath, uncertain where to go. He wandered over miles and miles of ground, and still came back to the old place. Morning and noon had passed, and the day was on the wane, and still he rambled to and fro, and up and down, and round, and still lingered about the same spot. At last he got away, and shaped his course for Hatfield. It was 9 o'clock at night when the man, quite tired out, and the dog, limping and lame from the unaccustomed exercise, turned down the hill by the church of the quiet village, and plodding along the little street, crept into a small public house, whose scanty light had guided them to the spot. There was a fire in the tap room, and some country labourers were drinking before it. They made room for the stranger, but he sat down in the furthest corner, and ate and drank alone, or rather with his dog, to whom he cast a morsel of food from time to time. The conversation of the men assembled here turned upon the neighbouring land and farmers, and when those topics were exhausted, upon the age of some old man who had been buried on the previous Sunday, the young men present considering him very old, and the old men present declaring him to have been quite young. Not older, one white-haired grandfather said, than he was, with 10 or 15 years of life in him at least, if he had taken care. There was nothing to attract attention or excite alarm in this. The robber, after paying his reckoning, sat silent and unnoticed in his corner, and had almost dropped asleep when he was half wakened by the noisy entrance of a newcomer. This was an antic fellow, half pedlar and half mountebank, who travelled about the country on foot to vend hones, strops, razors, washballs, harness paste, medicine for dogs and horses, cheap perfumery, cosmetics, and such like wares, which he carried in a case slung on his back. His entrance was the signal for various homely jokes with the countrymen, which slackened not until he had made his supper and opened his box of treasures, when he ingeniously contrived to unite business with amusement. "And what be that stoof? Good to eat, Harry?" asked a grinning countryman, pointing to some composition cakes in one corner. "This," said the fellow, producing one, "this is the infallible and invaluable composition for removing all sorts of stain, rust, dirt, mildew, spick, speck, spot, or spatter, from silk, satin, linen, cambric, cloth, crepe, stuff, carpet, merino, muslin, bombazine, or woolen stuff. White stains, fruit stains, beer stains, water stains, paint stains, pitch stains, any stains, all come out at one rub with the infallible and invaluable composition. If a lady stains her honour, she has only need to swallow one cake, and she's cured at once, for it's poison. If a gentleman wants to prove this, he has only need to bolt one little square, and he has put it beyond question, for it's quite as satisfactory as a pistol bullet, and a great deal nastier in the flavour, consequently the more credit in taking it. 1 penny a square, with all these virtues, 1 penny a square." There were 2 buyers directly, and more of the listeners plainly hesitated. The vendor, observing this, increased in loquacity. "It's all bought up as fast as it can be made," said the fellow. "There are 14 water-mills, 6 steam engines, and a galvanic battery, always a-working upon it, and they can't make it fast enough, though the men work so hard that they die off, and the widows is pensioned directly with £20 a year for each of the children, and a premium of 50 for twins. 1 penny a square, 2 halfpence is all the same, and 4 farthings is received with joy. A penny a square, wine stains, fruit stains, beer stains, water stains, paint stains, pitch stains, mud stains, blood stains. Here is a stain upon the hat of a gentleman in company, that I'll take clean out before he can order me a pint of ale." "Ah!" cried Sikes, starting up, "give that back." "I'll take it clean out, sir," replied the man, winking to the company, "before you can come across the room to get it. Gentlemen all, observe the dark stain upon this gentleman's hat, no wider than a shilling, but thicker than a half-crown. Whether it is a wine stain, fruit stain, beer stain, water stain, paint stain, pitch stain, mud stain, or blood stain. The man got no further, for Sikes, with a hideous imprecation, overthrew the table, and tearing the hat from him, burst out of the house. With the same perversity of feeling and irresolution that had fastened upon him, despite himself, all day, the murderer, finding that he was not followed, and that they most probably considered him some drunken, sullen fellow, turned back up the town, and getting out of the glare of the lamps of a stage-coach that was standing in the street, was walking past when he recognized the mail from London, and saw that it was standing at the little post-office. He almost knew what was to come, but he crossed over and listened. The guard was standing at the door, waiting for the letter-bag. A man, dressed like a gamekeeper, came up at the moment, and he handed him a basket which lay ready on the pavement. "That's for your people," said the guard. "Now look alive in there, will you? Damn that 'ere bag. It warn't ready night afore last. This won't do, you know." "Anything new up in town, Ben?" asked the gamekeeper, drawing back to the window shutters the better to admire the horses. "No, nothing that I knows on," replied the man, pulling on his gloves. "Corn's up a little. I heard talk of a murder, too, down Spitalfields way, but I don't reckon much upon it." "Oh, that's quite true," said a gentleman inside, who was looking out of the window, "and a dreadful murder it was." "Was it, sir?" rejoined the guard, touching his hat. "Man or woman, pray, sir?" "A woman," replied the gentleman. "It is supposed—" "Now, Ben," replied the coachman impatiently. "Damn that 'ere bag," said the guard. "Are you gone to sleep in there?" "Coming," cried the office-keeper, running out. "Coming," growled the guard. "Ah, and so's the young 'ooman of property that's going to take a fancy to me, but I don't know when. Here, give hold. All right." The horn sounded a few cheerful notes, and the coach was gone. Sikes remained standing in the street, apparently unmoved by what he just heard, and agitated by no stronger feeling than a doubt where to go. At length he went back again, and took the road which leads from Hatfield to St. Albans. He went on doggedly, but as he left the town behind him, and plunged into the solitude and darkness of the road, he felt a dread and awe creeping upon him, which shook him to the core. Every object before him, substance or shadow, still or moving, took the semblance of some fearful thing, and these fears were nothing compared to the sense that haunted him of that morning's ghastly figure following at his heels. He could trace its shadow in the gloom, supply the smallest item of the outline, and note how stiff and solemn it seemed to stalk along. He could hear its garments rustling in the leaves, and every breath of wind came laden with that last low cry. If he stopped, it did the same. If he ran, it followed, not running too. That would have been a relief, but like a corpse endowed with the mere machinery of life, and borne on one slow melancholy wind that never rose or fell. At times he turned with desperate determination, resolved to beat this phantom off, though it should look him dead. But the hair rose on his head, and his blood stood still, for it had turned with him and was behind him then. He had kept it before him that morning, but it was behind now, always. He leaned his back against a bank, and felt that it stood above him, visibly out against the cold night sky. He threw himself upon the road, on his back upon the road, At his head it stood, silent, erect, and still, a living gravestone with its epitaph in blood. Let no man talk of murderers escaping justice, and hint that Providence must sleep. There were 20 score of violent deaths in one long minute of that agony of fear. There was a shed in a field he passed that offered shelter for the night. Before the door were 3 tall poplar trees, which made it very dark within, and the wind moaned through them with a dismal wail. He could not walk on till daylight came again, and here he stretched himself close to the wall to undergo new torture. For now a vision came before him as constant and more terrible than that from which he had escaped. Those widely staring eyes, so lustreless and so glassy, that he had better borne to see them than think upon them, appeared in the midst of the darkness, light in themselves, but giving light to nothing. There were but 2, but they were everywhere. If he shut out the sight, there came the room with every well-known object, some indeed that he would have forgotten if he had gone over its contents from memory, each in its accustomed place. The body was in its place, and its eyes were as he saw them when he stole away. He got up and rushed into the field without. The figure was behind him. He re-entered the shed and shrunk down once more. The eyes were there before he had laid himself along. And here he remained in such terror as none but he can know, trembling in every limb, and the cold sweat starting from every pore, when suddenly there arose upon the night wind the noise of distant shouting and the roar of voices mingled in alarm and wonder. Any sound of men in that lonely place, even though it conveyed a real cause of alarm, was something to him. He regained his strength and energy at the prospect of personal danger, and springing to his feet, rushed into the open air. The broad sky seemed on fire. Rising into the air with showers of sparks and rolling one above the other were sheets of flame, lighting the atmosphere for miles around and driving clouds of smoke in the direction where he stood. The shouts grew louder as new voices swelled the roar, and he could hear the cry of "Fire!" mingled with the ringing of an alarm bell, the fall of heavy bodies, and the crackling of flames as they twined around some new obstacle and shot aloft as though refreshed by food. The noise increased as he looked. There were people there, men and women, light, bustle. It was like new life to him. He darted onward, straight, headlong, dashing through briar and brake, and leaping gate and fence as madly as his dog, who careered with loud and sounding bark before him. He came upon the spot. There were half-dressed figures tearing to and fro, some endeavouring to drag the frightened horses from the stables, others driving the cattle from the yard and outhouses, and others coming laden from the burning pile, amidst a shower of falling sparks and the tumbling down of red-hot beams. The apertures where doors and windows stood an hour ago disclosed a mass of raging fire. Walls rocked and crumbled into the burning well. The molten lead and iron poured down, white-hot upon the ground. Women and children shrieked, and men encouraged each other with noisy shouts and cheers. The clanking of the engine pumps, and the spurting and hissing of the water as it fell upon the blazing wood, added to the tremendous roar. He shouted too till he was hoarse, and flying from memory and himself, plunged into the thickest of the throng. Hither and thither he dived that night, now working at the pumps, and now hurrying through the smoke and flame, but never ceasing to engage himself wherever noise and men were thickest. Up and down the ladders, upon the roofs of buildings, over floors that quaked and trembled with his weight, under the lee of falling bricks and stones, in every part of that great fire was he. But he bore a charmed life, and had neither scratch nor bruise, nor weariness nor thought, till morning dawned again, and only smoke and blackened ruins remained. This mad excitement over, there returned with tenfold force the dreadful consciousness of his crime. He looked suspiciously about him, for the men were conversing in groups, and he feared to be the subject of their talk. The dog obeyed the significant beck of his finger, and they drew off stealthily together. He passed near an engine where some men were seated, and they called to him to share in their refreshment. He took some bread and meat, and as he drank a draught of beer, heard the firemen, who were from London, talking about the murder. "He's gone to Birmingham, they say," said one, "but they'll have him yet, for the scouts are out, and by tomorrow night there'll be a cry all through the country." He hurried off, and walked till he almost dropped upon the ground, then lay down in a lane and had a long but broken and uneasy sleep. He wandered on again, irresolute and undecided, and oppressed with the fear of another solitary night. Suddenly he took the desperate resolution to go back to London. "There's somebody to speak to there at all event," he thought. "A good hiding place too. They'll never expect to nab me there, after this country scent. Why can't I lie by for a week or so, and forcing blunt from Fagin, get abroad to France? Damn, I'll risk it." He acted upon this impulse without delay, and choosing the least frequented roads, began his journey back, resolved to lie concealed within a short distance of the metropolis, and, entering it at dusk by a circuitous route, to proceed straight to that part of it which he had fixed on for his destination. The dog, though. If any description of him were out, it would not be forgotten that the dog was missing, and had probably gone with him. This might lead to his apprehension as he passed along the streets. He resolved to drown him, and walked on, looking about for a pond, picking up a heavy stone and tying it to his handkerchief as he went. The animal looked up into his master's face while these preparations were making. Whether his instinct apprehended something of their purpose, or the robber's sidelong look at him was sterner than ordinary, he skulked a little farther in the rear than usual, and cowered as he came more slowly along. When his master halted at the brink of a pool, and looked round to call him, he stopped outright. "Do you hear me call? Come here!" cried Sikes. The animal came up from the very force of habit, but as Sikes stooped to attach the handkerchief to his throat, he uttered a low growl and started back. "Come back," said the robber. The dog wagged his tail, but moved not. Sikes made a running noose, and called him again. The dog advanced, retreated, paused an instant, and scoured away at his hardest speed. The man whistled again and again, and sat down and waited in the expectation that he would return. But no dog appeared, and at length he resumed his journey. End of chapter 48. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by David Barnes, London, August 2006. Oliver Twist by Charles Dickens. Chapter 49. Monks and Mr. Brownlow at length meet. Their conversation and the intelligence that interrupts it. The twilight was beginning to close in when Mr. Brownlow alighted from a hackney coach at his own door and knocked softly. The door being opened, a sturdy man got out of the coach and stationed himself on one side of the steps, while another man, who had been seated on the box, dismounted too and stood upon the other side. At a sign from Mr. Brownlow, they helped out a third man, and taking him between them, hurried him into the house. This man was Monks. They walked in the same manner up the stairs without speaking, and Mr. Brownlow, preceding them, led the way into a back room. At the door of this apartment, Monks, who had ascended with evident reluctance, stopped. The two men looked at the old gentleman as if for instructions. "He knows the alternative," said Mr. Brownlow. "If he hesitates or moves a finger but as you bid him, drag him into the street, call for the aid of the police, and impeach him as a felon in my name." "How dare you say this of me?" asked Monks. "How dare you urge me to it, young man?" replied Mr. Brownlow, confronting him with a steady look. "Are you mad enough to leave this house? Unhand him. There, sir, you are free to go, and we to follow. But I warn you, by all I hold most solemn and most sacred, that instant will have you apprehended on a charge of fraud and robbery. I am resolute and immovable. If you are determined to be the same, your blood be upon your own head." "By what authority am I kidnapped in the street and brought here by these dogs?" asked Monks, looking from one to the other of the men who stood beside him. "By mine," replied Brownlow. "Those persons are indemnified by me. If you complain of being deprived of your liberty, you had power and opportunity to retrieve it as you came along, but you deemed it advisable to remain quiet. I say again, throw yourself on the protection of the law. I will appeal to the law too, but when you have gone too far to recede, do not sue to me for leniency, when the power will have passed into other hands, and do not say I plunged you down the gulf into which you rushed yourself." Monks was plainly disconcerted and alarmed besides. He hesitated. "You will decide quickly," said Mr. Brownlow, with perfect firmness and composure. "If you wish me to prefer my charges publicly, and consign you to a punishment the extent of which, although I can with a shudder foresee, I cannot control, once more I say, for you know the way. If not, and you appeal to my forbearance and the mercy of those you have deeply injured, seat yourself without a word in that chair. It has waited for you 2 whole days." Monks muttered some unintelligible words, but wavered still. "You will be prompt," said Mr. Brownlow. "A word from me, and the alternative has gone forever." Still the man hesitated. "I have not the inclination to parley," said Mr. Brownlow, "and as I advocate the dearest interests of others, I have not the right." "Is there," demanded Monks with a faltering tongue, "is there no middle course?" "None." Monks looked at the old gentleman with an anxious eye, but reading in his countenance nothing but severity and determination, walked into the room, and, shrugging his shoulders, sat down. Lock the door on the outside, said Mr. Brownlow to the attendants, and come when I ring. The men obeyed, and the two were left alone together. "This is pretty treatment, sir," said Monks, throwing down his hat and cloak, "from my father's oldest friend." "It is because I was your father's oldest friend, young man," returned Mr. Brownlow. "It is because the hopes and wishes of young and happy years were bound up with him, and that fair creature of his blood and kindred who rejoined her God in youth, and left me here, a solitary, lonely man. It is because he knelt with me beside his only sister's deathbed when he was yet a boy, on the morning that would, but heaven willed otherwise, have made her my young wife. It is because my seared heart clung to him from that time forth, through all his trials and errors, till he died. It is because old recollections and associations filled my heart, and even the sight of you brings with it old thoughts of him. It is because of all these things that I am moved to treat you gently now. Yes, Edward Leeford, even now, and blush for your unworthiness who bear the name." "What has the name to do with it?" asked the other, after contemplating, half in silence and half in dogged wonder, the agitation of his companion. "What is the name to me?" "Nothing," replied Brownlow, "nothing to you. But it was hers, and even at this distance of time brings back to me, an old man, the glow and thrill which I once felt, only to hear it repeated by a stranger. I am very glad you have changed it, very, very." "This is all very fine," said Monks, to retain his assumed designation, after a long silence, during which he had jerked himself in sullen defiance to and fro, and Mr. Brownlow had sat shading his face with his hand. "But what do you want with me?" "You have a brother," said Mr. Brownlow, rousing himself, "a brother, the whisper of whose name in your ear when I came behind you in the street was in itself almost enough to make you accompany me hither in wonder and alarm." "I have no brother," replied Monks. "You know I was an only child. Why do you talk to me of brothers? You know that as well as I." "Attend to what I do know, and you may not," said Mr. Brownlow. "I shall interest you by and by. I know that of the wretched marriage into which family pride and the most sordid and narrowest of all ambition forced your unhappy father when a mere boy, you were the sole and most unnatural issue." "I don't care for hard names," interrupted Monks with a jeering laugh. "You know the fact, and that's enough for me." "But I also know," pursued the old gentleman, "the misery, the slow torture, the protracted anguish of that ill-assorted union. I know how listlessly and wearily each of that wretched pair dragged on their heavy chain through a world that was poisoned to them both. I know how cold formalities were succeeded by open taunts, how indifference gave place to dislike, dislike to hate, and hate to loathing, until at last they wrenched the clanking bond asunder, and retiring a wide space apart, carried each a galling fragment, of which nothing but death could break the rivets, to hide it in new society beneath the gayest looks they could assume. Your mother succeeded. She forgot it soon, but it rusted and cankered at your father's heart for years." "Well, they were separated," said Monks, "and what of that?" "When they'd been separated for some time," returned Mr. Brownlow, "and your mother, wholly given up to continental frivolities, had utterly forgotten the young husband 10 good years her junior, who, with prospects blighted, lingered on at home, he fell among new friends, This circumstance, at least, you know already. Not I, said Monks, turning away his eyes and beating his foot upon the ground, as a man who is determined to deny everything. Not I. Your manner, no less than your actions, assures me that you have never forgotten it, or ceased to think of it with bitterness, returned Mr. Brownlow. I speak of 15 years ago, when you were not more than 11 years old, and your father but 31, for he was, I repeat, a boy when his father ordered him to marry. Must I go back to events which cast a shade upon the memory of your parent, or will you spare it, and disclose to me the truth? I have nothing to disclose, rejoined Monks. You must talk on if you will. These new friends, then, said Mr. Brownlow, were a naval officer retired from active service, whose wife had died some half a year before, and left him with 2 children. There had been more, but of all their family, happily but 2 survived. They were both daughters, one a beautiful creature of 19, and the other a mere child of 2 or 3 years old. What's this to me? Asked Monks. They resided, said Mr. Brownlow, without seeming to hear the interruption, in a part of the country to which your father in his wandering had repaired, and where he'd taken up his abode. Acquaintance, intimacy, friendship fast followed on each other. Your father was gifted as few men are. He had his sister's soul and person. As the old officer knew him more and more, he grew to love him. I would that it had ended there. His daughter did the same. The old gentleman paused. Monks was biting his lips, with his eyes fixed upon the floor. Seeing this, he immediately resumed. The end of a year found him contracted, solemnly contracted, to that daughter, the object of the first true, ardent, only passion of a guileless girl. Your tale is of the longest, observed Monks, moving restlessly in his chair. It is a true tale of grief and trial and sorrow, young man, returned Mr. Brownlow, and such tales usually are. If it were one of unmixed joy and happiness, it would be very brief. At length one of those rich relations, to strengthen whose interest and importance your father had been sacrificed, as others are often, it is no uncommon case, died, and to repair the misery he had been instrumental in occasioning, left him his panacea for all griefs, money. It was necessary that he should immediately repair to Rome, whither this man had sped for health, and where he had died, leaving his affairs in great confusion. He went, was seized with mortal illness there, was followed the moment the intelligence reached Paris by your mother, who carried you with her. He died the day after her arrival, leaving no will, so that the whole property fell to her and you. At this part of the recital, Monks held his breath, and listened with a face of intense eagerness, though his eyes were not directed toward the speaker. As Mr. Brownlow paused, he changed his position with the air of one who has experienced a sudden relief, and wiped his hot face and hands. Before he went abroad, and as he passed through London on his way, said Mr. Brownlow slowly, and fixing his eyes upon the other's face, he came to me. I never heard of that, interrupted Monks in a tone intended to appear incredulous, but savouring more of disagreeable surprise. He came to me and left with me, among some other things, a picture, a portrait painted by himself, a likeness of this poor girl, which he did not wish to leave behind, and could not carry forward on his hasty journey. He was worn by anxiety and remorse, almost to a shadow, talked in a wild, distracted way of ruin and dishonour worked by himself, confided to me his intention to convert his whole property at any loss into money, and having settled on his wife and you a portion of his recent acquisition, to fly the country. I guessed too well he would not fly alone, and never see it more. Even from me, his old and elderly friend, whose strong attachment had taken root in the earth that covered one most dear to both, even from me he withheld any more particular confession, promising to write and tell me all, and after that to see me once again, for the last time on earth. Alas, that was the last time. I had no letter, and I never saw him more. I went, said Mr. Brownlow, after a short pause. I went, when all was over, to the scene of his, I will use the term the world would freely use, for worldly harshness or favour are now alike to him, of his guilty love, resolved that if my fears were realized, that erring child should find one heart and home to shelter and compassionate her. The family had left that part a week before. They had called in such trifling debts as were outstanding, discharged them, and left the place by night. Why or whither, none can tell. Monks drew his breath yet more freely, and looked around with a smile of triumph. When your brother, said Mr. Brownlow, drawing nearer to the other's chair, when your brother, a feeble, ragged, neglected child, was cast in my way by a stronger hand than chance, and rescued by me from a life of vice and infamy—
"What?"
cried Monks. "By me," said Mr. Brownlow. "I told you I should interest you before long. I say by me. I see that your cunning associate suppressed my name, although for aught he knew it would be quite strange to your ears. When he was rescued by me then, and lay recovering from sickness in my house, his strong resemblance to this picture I've spoken of struck me with astonishment. Even when I first saw him in all his dirt and misery, there was a lingering expression in his face that came upon me like a glimpse of some old friend flashing on one in a vivid dream. I need not tell you he was snared away before I knew his history." "Why not?" asked Monks hastily. "Because you know it well." "I?" "Denial to me is vain," replied Mr. Brownlow. "I shall show you that I know more than that." You can't prove anything against me," stammered Monks. "I defy you to do it." "We shall see," returned the old gentleman with a searching glance. "I lost the boy, and no efforts of mine could recover him. Your mother is dead. I knew that you alone could solve the mystery, if anybody could, and as when I had last heard of you, you were on your own estate in the West Indies, whither, as you well know, you retired upon your mother's death to escape the consequences of vicious courses here, I made the voyage. You had left it months before, and were supposed to be in London, but no one could tell where. I returned. Your agents had no clue to your residence. You came and went, they said, as strangely as you had ever done, sometimes for days together and sometimes not for months, keeping to all appearance the same low haunts, and mingling with the same infamous herd who'd been your associates when a fierce, ungovernable boy. I wearied them with new applications. I paced the streets by night and day, but until 2 hours ago all my efforts were fruitless, and I never saw you for an instant." "And now you do see me," said Monks, rising boldly. "What then? Fraud and robbery are high-sounding words, justified, you think, by a fancied resemblance in some young imp to an idle daub of a dead man's brother. You don't even know that a child was born of this maudlin pair. You don't even know that." "I did not," replied Brownlow, rising too, "but within the last fortnight I've learnt it all. You have a brother. You know it, and him. There was a will which your mother destroyed, leaving the secret and the gain to you at her own death. It contained a reference to some child likely to be the result of this sad connection, which child was born and accidentally encountered by you when your suspicions were first awakened by his resemblance to your father. You repaired to the place of his birth. There existed proofs long suppressed, of his birth and parentage. Those proofs were destroyed by you, and now, in your own words to your accomplice the Jew, the only proofs of the boy's identity lie at the bottom of the river, and the old hag that received them from the mother is rotting in her coffin. Unworthy son, coward, liar! You who hold your counsels with thieves and murderers in dark rooms at night, you whose plots and wiles have brought a violent death upon the head of one worth millions such as you, you who from your cradle were gall and bitterness to your own father's heart, and in whom all evil passions, vice, and profligacy festered till they found a vent in a hideous disease which had made your face an index even to your mind. You, Edward Leeford, do you still brave me? No, 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 returned the coward, overwhelmed by these accumulated charges. Every word, cried the gentleman, every word that has passed between you and this detested villain is known to me. Shadows on the wall have caught your whispers and brought them to my ear. The sight of the persecuted child has turned vice itself, and given it the courage and almost the attributes of virtue. Murder has been done, to which you were morally, if not really, a party. No, no, interposed Monks. I knew nothing of that. I was going to inquire the truth of the story when you overtook me. I didn't know the cause. I thought it was a common quarrel. It was the partial disclosure of your secrets, replied Brownlow. Will you disclose the whole? Yes, I will. Set your hand to a statement of truth and facts, and repeat it before witnesses. That I promise to do. Remain quietly here until such a document is drawn up, and proceed with me to such a place as I may deem most advisable for the purpose of attesting it. If you insist upon that, I'll do that also, replied Monks. You must do more than that, said Mr. Brownlow. Make restitution to an innocent and unoffending child, for such he is, although the offspring of a guilty and most miserable love. You've not forgotten the provisions of the will. Carry them into execution so far as your brother is concerned, and then go where you please. In this world you need meet no more. While Monks was pacing up and down, meditating with dark and evil looks on this proposal and the possibilities of evading it, torn by his fears on the one hand and his hatred on the other, the door was hurriedly unlocked, and a gentleman, Mr. Losberne, entered the room in violent agitation. "The man will be taken," he cried. "He will be taken tonight." "The murderer?" asked Mr. Brownlow. "Yes, yes," replied the other. "His dog has been seen lurking about some old haunt, and there seems little doubt that his master either is or will be there under cover of the darkness. Spies are hovering about in every direction. I've spoken to the men who are charged with his capture, and they tell me he cannot escape. A reward of £100 is proclaimed by government tonight." "I will give 50 more," said Mr. Brownlow, "and proclaim it with my own lips upon the spot if I can reach it. Where is Mr. Maylie?" "Harry? As soon as he'd seen your friend here, safe in a coach with you, he hurried off to where he heard this," replied the doctor, and mounting his horse sallied forth to join the first party at some place in the outskirts agreed upon between them. "Fagin," said Mr. Brownlow, "what of him?" "When I last heard, he'd not been taken, but he will be, or is, by this time. They're sure of him." "Have you made up your mind?" asked Mr. Brownlow in a low voice of Monk's. "Yes," he replied. You will be secret with me?" "I will. Remain here till I return. It is your only hope of safety." They left the room, and the door was again locked. "What have you done?" asked the doctor in a whisper. "All that I could hope to do, and even more. Coupling the poor girl's intelligence with my previous knowledge, and the result of our good friend's inquiries on the spot, I left him no loophole of escape, and laid bare the whole villainy which by these lights became plain as day. Write and appoint the evening after tomorrow at 7 for the meeting. We shall be down there a few hours before, but shall require rest, especially the young lady, who may have greater need of firmness than either you or I can quite foresee just now. But my blood boils to avenge this poor murdered creature. Which way have they taken?" "Drive straight to the office, and you'll be in time," replied Mr. Losberne. "I'll remain here." The two gentlemen hastily separated, each in a fervour of excitement wholly uncontrollable. End of chapter 49.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Katie Preston. Oliver Twist by Charles Dickens. Chapter 50. The Pursuit and Escape. Near to that part of the Thames on which the church at Rotherhithe abuts, where the buildings on the banks are dirtiest, and the vessels on the river blackest with the dust of colliers and the smoke of close-built, low-roofed houses, there exists the filthiest, the strangest, the most extraordinary of the many localities that are hidden to London, wholly unknown even by name to the great mass of its inhabitants. To reach this place, the visitor has to penetrate through a maze of close, narrow, and muddy streets, thronged by the roughest and poorest of waterside people, and devoted to the traffic they may be supposed to occasion. The cheapest and least delicate provisions are heaped in the shops. The coarsest and commonest articles of wearing apparel dangle at the salesman's door and stream from the house parapet and windows. Jostling with unemployed labourers of the lowest class, ballast heavers, coal whippers, brazen women, ragged children, and the raff and refuse of the river, he makes his way with difficulty along, assailed by offensive sights and smells from the narrow alleys which branch off on the right and left, and deafened by the clash of ponderous wagons that bear great piles of merchandise from the stacks of warehouses that rise from every corner. Arriving, at length, in streets remoter and less frequented than those through which he has passed, he walks beneath tottering house-fronts projecting over the pavement, dismantled walls that seem to totter as he passes, chimneys half crushed, half hesitating to fall, windows guarded by rusty iron bars that time and dirt have almost eaten away, every imaginable sign of desolation and neglect. In such a neighbourhood, beyond Dockhead in the borough of Southwark, stands Jacob's Island, surrounded by a muddy ditch, 6 or 8 feet deep and 15 or 20 wide when the tide is in, once called Mill Pond, but known in the days of this story as Folly Ditch. It is a creek or inlet from the Thames, and can always be filled at high water by opening the sluices at the lead mills from which it took its old name. At such times, a stranger, looking from one of the wooden bridges thrown across it at Mill Lane, will see the inhabitants of the houses on either side lowering from their back doors and windows buckets, pails, domestic utensils of all kinds, in which to haul the water up, and when his eye is turned from these operations to the houses themselves, his utmost astonishment will be excited by the scene before him. Crazy wooden galleries common to the backs of half a dozen houses, with holes from which to look upon the slime beneath, windows broken and patched, with poles thrust out, on which to dry the linen that is never there, rooms so small, so filthy, so confined, that the air would seem too tainted even for the dirt and squalor which they shelter, wooden chambers thrusting themselves out above the mud, and threatening to fall into it, as some have done, dirt-besmeared walls and decaying foundations, every repulsive lineament of poverty, every loathsome indication of filth, rot, and garbage, all these ornament the banks of Folly Ditch. In Jacob's Island the warehouses are roofless and empty. The walls are crumbling down, the windows are windows no more, the doors are falling into the streets, the chimneys are blackened, but they yield no smoke. 30 or 40 years ago, before losses and chancery suits came upon it, it was a thriving place, but now it is a desolate island indeed. The houses have no owners, they are broken upon and entered upon by those who have the courage, and there they live, and there they die. They must have powerful motives for a secret residence, or be reduced to a destitute condition indeed, who seek a refuge in Jacob's Island. In an upper room of one of these houses, a detached house of fair size, ruinous in other respects, but strongly defended at door and window, of which house the back commanded the ditch in manner already described, there were assembled 3 men, who, regarding each other every now and then with looks expressive of perplexity and expectation, sat for some time in profound and gloomy silence. One of these was Toby Crackit, another Mr. Chitling, and the third a robber of 50 years, whose nose had been almost beaten in some old scuffle, and whose face bore a frightful scar which might probably be traced to the same occasion. This man was a returned transport, and his name was Caggs. "I wish," said Toby, turning to Mr. Chitling, "that you had picked out some other crib when the 2 old ones got too warm, and had not come here, my fine feller." "Why didn't you, blunderhead?" said Caggs. "Well, I thought you'd have been a little more glad to see me than this," replied Mr. Chitling with a melancholy air. "Why, look'ee, young gentleman," said Toby, "when a man keeps himself so very exclusive as I have done, and by that means has a snug house over his head, with nobody a prying and smelling about it, it's rather a startling thing to have the honour of a visit from a young gentleman, however respectable and pleasant a person he may be to play cards with at conveniency, circumstanced as you are. Especially when the exclusive young man has got a friend stopping with him that's arrived sooner than was expected from foreign parts, and is too modest to want to be presented to the judges on his return," added Mr. Caggs. There was a short silence, after which Toby Crackit, seeming to abandon as hopeless any further effort to maintain his usual devil-may-care swagger, turned to Chitling and said, "When was Fagin took, then?" "Just at dinner-time, 2 o'clock this afternoon. Charlie and I made our lucky up the washus chimney, and Bolter got into the empty water-butt head downwards, but his legs were so precious long that they stuck out at the top, and so they took him too." "And Bet?" "Poor Bet! She went to see the body to speak to who it was," replied Chitling, his countenance falling more and more, "and went off mad, screaming and raving and beating her head against the boards. So they put a strait waistcoat on her and took her to the hospital, and there she is." "What's come of young Bates?" demanded Caggs. "He hung about, not to come over here afore dark, but he'll be here soon," replied Chitling. "There's nowhere else to go to now, for the people at the Cripples are all in custody, and the bar of the Ken, I went up there and see it with my own eyes, is filled with traps." "This is a smash," observed Toby, biting his lips. "There's more than one will go with this." "The sessions are on," said Caggs. "If they get the inquest over, and Bolter turns King's evidence, as of course he will, from what he said already, they can prove Fagin an accessory before the fact, and get the trial on Friday, and he'll swing in 6 days from this, by God." "You should have heard the people groan," said Chitling. "The officers fought like devils, or they'd have torn him away. He was down once, but they made a ring about him, and fought their way along. You should have seen how he looked about him, all muddy and bleeding, and clung to them as if they were his dearest friends. I can see him now, not able to stand upright with the pressing of the mob, and dragging him along against 'em. I can see the people jumping up, one behind another, and snarling with their teeth and making at him. I can see the blood upon his hair and beard, and hear the cries with which the women worked themselves into the centre of the crowd at the street corner, and swore they'd tear his heart out." The horror-stricken witness of this scene pressed his hands upon his ears, and with his eyes closed got up and paced violently to and fro, like one distracted. While he was thus engaged, and the 2 men sat by in silence with their eyes fixed upon the door, a pattering noise was heard upon the stairs, and Sykes's dog bounded into the room. They ran to the window, downstairs, and into the street. The dog had jumped in at an open window.
He made no attempt to follow them, nor was his master to be seen. "What's the meaning of this?" said Toby when they had returned. "He can't be coming here. I hope not." "If he was coming here, he'd have come with the dog," said Kaggs, stooping down to examine the animal, who lay panting on the floor. "Here, give us some water for him. He has run himself faint." "He's drunk it all up, every drop," said Chitling, after watching the dog some time in silence. "Covered with mud, lame, half blind. He must have come a long way." "Where can he have come from?" exclaimed Toby. "He's been to the other kens, of course, and finding them filled with strangers, come on here, where he's been many a time and often. But where can he have come from first, and how comes he here alone without the other?" None of them called the murderer by his old name. "He can't have made away with himself." "What do you think?" said Chitling. Toby shook his head. "If he had," said Kaggs, "the dog'd want to lead us away to where he did it. No, I think he's got out of the country and left the dog behind. He must have given him the slip somehow, or he wouldn't be so easy." This solution, appearing the most probable one, was adopted as the right. The dog, creeping under a chair, coiled himself up to sleep, without more notice from anybody. It being now dark, the shutter was closed, and a candle lighted and placed upon the table. The terrible events of the last 2 days had made a deep impression on all three, increased by the danger and uncertainty of their own position. They drew their chairs closer together, starting at every sound. They spoke little, and that in whispers, and were as silent and awe-stricken as if the remains of the murdered woman lay in the next room. They had sat thus some time, when suddenly was heard a hurried knocking at the door below. "Young Bates," said Kaggs, looking angrily round to check the fear he felt himself. The knocking came again. No, it wasn't he. He never knocked like that. Crackit went to the window, and shaking all over, drew in his head. There was no need to tell them who it was. His pale face was enough. The dog, too, was on the alert in an instant, and ran whining to the door. "We must let him in," he said, taking up the candle. "Isn't there any help for it?" asked the other man in a hoarse voice. "None. He must come in." "Don't leave us in the dark," said Kaggs, taking down a candle from the chimney-piece and lighting it with such a trembling hand that the knocking was twice repeated before he had finished. Crackit went down to the door, and returned followed by a man with the lower part of his face buried in a handkerchief, and another tied over his head under his hat. He drew them slowly off. Blanched face, sunken eyes, hollow cheeks, beard of 3 days' growth, wasted flesh, short, thick breath. It was the very ghost of Sikes. He laid his hand upon a chair which stood in the middle of the room, but shuddering as he was about to drop into it, and seeming to glance over his shoulder, dragged it back close to the wall, as close as it would go, and ground it against it, and sat down. Not a word had been exchanged. He looked from one to another in silence. If an eye were furtively raised and met his, it was instantly averted. When his hollow voice broke silence, they all three started. They seemed never to have heard its tones before. "How came that dog here?" he asked. "Alone, 3 hours ago." "Tonight's paper says that Fagin's took. Is it true or a lie?" "True." They were silent again. "Damn you all," said Sikes, passing his hand across his forehead. "Have you nothing to say to me?" There was an uneasy movement among them, but nobody spoke. "You that keep this house," said Sikes, turning his face to Crackit, "do you mean to sell me, or to let me lie here till this hunt is over?" "You may stop here, if you think it safe," returned the person addressed, after some hesitation. Sikes carried his eyes slowly up the wall behind them, rather trying to turn his head than actually doing it, and said, "Is it the body? Is it buried?" They shook their heads. "Why isn't it?" he retorted with the same glance behind him. "What do they keep such ugly things above the ground for? Who's that knocking?" Crackit intimated by a motion of his hand as he left the room that there was nothing to fear, and directly came back with Charley Bates behind him. Sikes sat opposite the door, so that the moment the boy entered the room he encountered his figure. "Toby," said the boy, falling back, as Sikes turned his eyes towards him, "why didn't you tell me this downstairs?" There had been something so tremendous in the shrinking off of the three that the wretched man was willing to propitiate even this lad. Accordingly he nodded, and made as though he would shake hands with him. "Let me go into some other room," said the boy, retreating still farther. "Charlie," said Sikes, stepping forward, don't you know me?" "Don't come near me," answered the boy, still retreating, and looking with horror in his eyes upon the murderer's face. "You monster!" The man stopped halfway, and they looked at each other, but Sikes's eyes sunk gradually to the ground. "Witness you three," cried the boy, shaking his clenched fist, and becoming more and more excited as he spoke. "Witness you three. I'm not afraid of him. If they come here after him, I'll give him up. I will. I'll tell you at once. He may kill me for it if he likes, or if he dares, but if I'm here I'll give him up. I'll give him up if he was to be boiled alive. Murder! Help! If there's the pluck of a man among you three, you'll help me. Murder! Help! Down with him!" Pouring out these cries, and accompanying them with violent gesticulation, the boy actually threw himself single-handed upon the strong man, and in the intensity of his energy and the suddenness of his surprise, brought him heavily to the ground. The three spectators seemed quite stupefied. They offered no interference, and the boy and man rolled on the ground together, the former heedless of the blows that showered upon him, wrenching his hands tighter and tighter in the garments about the murderer's breast, and never ceasing to call for help with all his might. The contest, however, was too unequal to last long. Sikes had him down, and his knee was on his throat, when Crackit pulled him back with a look of alarm, and pointed to the window. There were lights gleaming below, voices in loud and earnest conversation, the tramp of hurried footsteps, endless they seemed in number, crossing the nearest wooden bridge. One man on horseback seemed to be among the crowd, for there was the noise of hoofs rattling the uneven pavement. The gleam of lights increased, the footsteps came more thickly and noisily on. Then came a loud knocking at the door, and then a hoarse murmur from such a multitude of angry voices as would have made the boldest quail. "Help!" shrieked the boy, in a voice that rent the air. "He's here! Break down the door!" "In the king's name!" cried the voices without, and the hoarse cry arose again, but louder. "Break down the door!" screamed the boy. "I tell you they'll never open it. Run straight to the room where the light is. Break down the door." Strokes, thick and heavy, rattled upon the door and lower window shutters as he ceased to speak, and a loud huzzah burst from the crowd, giving the listener, for the first time, some adequate idea of its immense extent. "Open the door of some place where I can lock this screeching hell-babe," cried Sikes fiercely, running to and fro, and dragging the boy now as easily as if he were an empty sack. "That door! Quick!" He flung him in, bolted it, and turned the key. "Is the downstairs door fast?" "Double locked and chained," replied Crackit, who, with the other two men, still remained quite helpless and bewildered. "The panels, are they strong?" "Lined with sheet iron." "And the windows, too?" "Yes, and the windows." "Damn you!" cried the desperate ruffian, throwing up the sash and menacing the crowd. "Do your worst! I'll cheat you yet!" Of all the terrific yells that ever fell on mortal ears, none could exceed the cry of the infuriated throng. Some shouted to those who were nearest to set the house on fire. Others roared to the officers to shoot him dead. Among them all, none showed such fury as the man on horseback, who, throwing himself out of the saddle, and bursting through the crowd as if he were parting water, cried beneath the window, in a voice that rose above all others, 20 guineas to the man who brings the ladder." The nearest voices took up the cry, and hundreds echoed it. Some called for ladders, some for sledge-hammers, some ran with torches to and fro as if to seek them, and still came back and roared again. Some spent their breath in impotent curses and execrations. Some pressed forward with the ecstasy of madmen, and thus impeded the progress of those below. Some among the boldest attempted to climb up by the waterspout and crevices in the wall, and all waved to and fro in the darkness beneath, like a field of corn moved by an angry wind, and joined from time to time in one loud, furious roar. "The tide!" cried the murderer, as he staggered back into the room and shut the faces out. "The tide was in as I came up. Give me a rope, a long rope. They're all in front. I may drop into the folly ditch and clear off that way. Give me a rope, or I shall do 3 more murders and kill myself." The panic-stricken men pointed to where such articles were kept. The murderer, hastily selecting the longest and strongest cord, hurried up to the housetop. All the window in the rear of the house had been long ago bricked up, except one small trap in the room where the boy was locked, and that was too small even for the passage of his body. But from this aperture he had never ceased to call on those without, to guard the back, and thus when the murderer emerged at last on the housetop by the door in the roof, a loud shout proclaimed the fact to those in front, who immediately began to pour round, pressing upon each other in an unbroken stream. He planted a board which he had carried up with him for the purpose so firmly against the door that it must be matter of great difficulty to open it from the inside, and creeping over the tiles, looked over the low parapet. The water was out, and the ditch a bed of mud. The crowd had been hushed during these few moments, watching his motions and doubtful of his purpose, but the instant they perceived it and knew it was defeated, they raised a cry of triumphant execration, to which all their previous shouting had been whispers. Again and again it rose. Those who were too great a distance to know its meaning took up the sound. It echoed and re-echoed. It seemed as though the whole city had poured its population out to curse him. On pressed the people from the front. On, in a strong, struggling current of angry faces, with here and there a glaring torch to lighten them up, and show them out in all their wrath and passion. The houses on the opposite side of the ditch had been entered by the mob. Sashes were thrown up, or torn bodily out. There were tiers and tiers of faces in every window, cluster upon cluster of people clinging to every housetop. Each little bridge, and there were 3 in sight, bent beneath the weight of the crowd upon it. Still, the current poured on to find some nook or hole from which to vent their shouts, and only for an instant to see the wretch. "They have him now," cried a man on the nearest bridge. "Hurrah!" The crowd grew light with uncovered heads, and again the shout uprose. "I will give £50," cried an old gentleman from the same quarter, "to the man who takes him alive. I will remain here till he come to ask me for it." There was another roar. At this moment the word was passed among the crowd that the door was forced at last, and that he who had first called for the ladder had mounted into the room. The stream abruptly turned, as this intelligence ran from mouth to mouth, and the people at the windows, seeing those upon the bridges pouring back, quitted their stations, and running into the street, joined the concourse that now thronged pell-mell to the spot they had left, each man crushing and striving with his neighbour, and all panting with impatience to get near the door, and look upon the criminal as the officers brought him out. The cries and shrieks of those who were pressed almost to suffocation, or trampled down and trodden under foot in the confusion, were dreadful. The narrow ways were completely blocked up, and at this time, between the rush of some to regain the space in front of the house, and the unavailing struggles of others to extricate themselves from the mass, the immediate attention was distracted from the murderer, although the universal eagerness for his capture was, if possible, increased. The man had shrunk down, thoroughly quelled by the ferocity of the crowd, and the impossibility of escape. But seeing this sudden change with no less rapidity than it had occurred, he sprang upon his feet, determined to make one last effort for his life by dropping into the ditch and, at the risk of being stifled, endeavouring to creep away in the darkness and confusion. Roused into new strength and energy, and stimulated by the noise within the house which announced that an entrance had really been effected, he set his foot against the stack of chimneys, fastened one end of the rope tightly and firmly round it, and with the other made a strong running noose by the aid of his hands and teeth almost in a second. He could let himself down by the cord to within a less distance of the ground than his own height, and had his knife ready in his hand to cut it and then drop. At the very instant when he brought the loop over his head, previous to slipping it beneath his armpits, and when the old gentleman before mentioned, who had clung so tight to the railing of the bridge as to resist the force of the crowd, and retain his position, earnestly warned those about him that the man was about to lower himself down, at that very instant the murderer, looking behind him on the roof, threw his arms above his head, and uttered a yell of terror. "The eyes again!" he cried, in an unearthly screech. Staggering as if struck by lightning, he lost his balance, and tumbled over the parapet. The noose was on his neck. It ran up with his weight, tight as a box string, and swift as the arrow it speeds. He fell for 35 feet. There was a sudden jerk, a terrific convulsion of the limbs, and there he hung, with the open knife clenched in his stiffening hand. The old chimney quivered with the shock, but stood it bravely. The murderer swung lifeless against the wall, and the boy, thrusting aside the dangling body which obscured his view, called to the people to come and take him out for God's sake. A dog, which had lain concealed till now, ran backwards and forwards on the parapet with a dismal howl, and collecting himself for a spring, jumped for the dead man's shoulders. Missing his aim, he fell into the ditch, turning completely over as he went, and striking his head against a stone, dashed out his brains. End of chapter 50.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kim Zuckert, Tales of the Brass Hedgehog, hedgehog.net. Oliver Twist, by Charles Dickens, Chapter 51, affording an explanation of more mysteries than one, and comprehending a proposal of marriage with no word of settlement or pin money. The events narrated in the last chapter were yet but 2 days old when Oliver found himself, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, in a travelling carriage rolling fast towards his native town. Mrs. Maylie and Rose and Mrs. Bedwin and the good doctor were with him, and Mr. Brownlow followed in a post-chaise, accompanied by one other person whose name had not been mentioned. They had not talked much upon the way, for Oliver was in a flutter of agitation and uncertainty which deprived him of the power of collecting his thoughts, and almost of speech, and appeared to have scarcely less effect on his companions, who shared it in at least an equal degree. He and the two ladies had been very carefully made acquainted by Mr. Brownlow with the nature of the admissions which had been forced from monks, and, although they knew that the object of their present journey was to complete the work which had been so well begun, still the whole matter was enveloped in enough of doubt and mystery to leave them in endurance of the most intense suspense. The same kind friend had, with Mr. Losburn's assistance, cautiously stopped all channels of communication through which they could receive intelligence of the dreadful occurrences that had so recently taken place. It was quite true, he said, that they must know them before long, but it might be at a better time than the present, and it could not be at a worse. So they travelled on in silence, each busied with reflection on the object which had brought them together, and no one disposed to give utterance to the thoughts which crowded upon all. But if Oliver, under these influences, had remained silent while they journeyed towards his birthplace by a road he had never seen, how the whole current of his recollections ran back to old times, and what a crowd of emotions were wakened up in him when they turned into that which he had traversed on foot, a poor, houseless, wandering boy, without a friend to help him or a roof to shelter his head. "See, there!" cried Oliver, eagerly clasping the hand of Rose and pointing out at the carriage window. "That's the stile I came over. There are the hedges I crept behind, for fear anyone should overtake me and force me back. Yonder is the path along the field leading to the old house where I was a little child. Oh, Dick, my dear old friend, if I could only see you now!" "You will see him soon," replied Rose, gently taking his folded hands between her own. "You shall tell him how happy you are, and how rich you have grown, and that in all your happiness you have none so great as the coming back to make him happy too." Yes, said Oliver, "and we'll take him away from here, and have him clothed and taught, and send him to some quiet country place where he may grow strong and well. Shall we?" Rose nodded yes, for the boy was smiling through such happy tears that she could not speak. "You will be kind and good to him, for you are to everyone," said Oliver. "It will make you cry, I know, to hear what he can tell. But never mind, it will all be over, and you will smile again. I know that too, to think how changed he is. You did the same with me. He said, 'God bless you,' to me when I ran away," cried the boy, with a burst of affection and emotion. "And I will say 'God bless you' now, and show him how I love him for it." As they approached the town, and at length drove through its narrow streets, it became a matter of no small difficulty to restrain the boy within reasonable bounds. There was Sowerberry's the undertaker's just as it used to be, only smaller and less imposing in appearance than he remembered it. There were all the well-known shops and houses, with almost every one of which he had some slight incident connected. There was Gamfield's cart, the very cart he used to have standing at the old public-house door. There was the workhouse, the dreary prison of his youthful days, with its dismal windows frowning on the street. There was the same lean porter standing at the gate, at sight of whom Oliver involuntarily shrunk back, and then laughed at himself for being so foolish, then cried, and then laughed again. There were scores of faces at the doors and windows that he knew quite well. There was nearly everything as if he had left it but yesterday, and all his recent life had been but a happy dream. But it was pure, earnest, joyful reality. They drove straight to the door of the chief hotel, which Oliver used to stare up with awe and think a mighty palace, but which had somehow fallen off in grandeur and size. There was Mr. Grimwig, all ready to receive them, kissing the young lady, and the old one too, when they got out of the coach, as if he were the grandfather of the whole party, all smiles and kindness, and not offering to eat his head, no, not once, not even when he contradicted a very old postboy about the nearest road to London, and maintained he knew it best, though he had only come that way once, and that time fast asleep. There was dinner prepared, and there were bedrooms ready, and everything was arranged as if by magic. Notwithstanding all this, when the hurry of the first half-hour was over, the same silence and constraint prevailed that had marked their journey down. Mr. Brownlow did not join them at dinner, but remained in a separate room. The two other gentlemen hurried in and out with anxious faces, and, during the short intervals when they were present, conversed apart. Once Mrs. Maylie was called away, and after being absent for nearly an hour, returned with eyes swollen with weeping. All these things made Rose and Oliver, who were not in any new secrets, nervous and uncomfortable. They sat wondering in silence, or, if they exchanged a few words, spoke in whispers, as if they were afraid to hear the sound of their own voices. At length, when 9 o'clock had come, and they began to think they were to hear no more that night, Mr. Losberne and Mr. Grimwig entered the room, followed by Mr. Brownlow and a man whom Oliver almost shrieked with surprise to see, for they told him it was his brother, and it was the same man he had met at the market town, and seen looking in with Fagin at the window of his little room. Monks cast a look of hate, which even then he could not dissemble, at the astonished boy, and sat down near the door. Mr. Brownlow, who had papers in his hand, walked to a table near where Rose and Oliver were seated. "This is a painful task," said he, "but these declarations, which have been signed in London before many gentlemen, must be in substance repeated here. I would have spared you the degradation, but we must hear them from your own lips before we part, and you know why." "Go on," said the person addressed, turning away his face. "Quick, I have almost done enough, I think. Don't keep me here." "This child," said Mr. Brownlow, drawing Oliver to him and laying his hand upon his head, "is your half-brother, the illegitimate son of your father, my dear friend Edward Leeford, by poor young Agnes Fleming, who died in giving him birth." "Yes," said Monks, scowling at the trembling boy, the beating of whose heart he might have heard. "That is the bastard child." "The term you use," said Mr. Brownlow sternly, "is a reproach to those long since passed beyond the feeble censure of the world. It reflects disgrace on no one living, except you who use it. Let that pass. He was born in this town." "In the workhouse of this town," was the sullen reply. "You have the story there." He pointed impatiently to the papers as he spoke. "I must have it here, too," said Mr. Brownlow, looking round upon the listeners. "Listen, then, you," returned Monks. "His father, being taken ill at Rome, was joined by his wife, my mother, from whom he had been long separated, who went from Paris and took me with her, to look after his property, for what I know, for she had no great affection for him, nor he for her. He knew nothing of us, for his senses were gone, and he slumbered on until next day, when he died. Among the papers in his desk were two, dated on the night his illness first came on, directed to yourself," he addressed himself to Mr. Brownlow, "and enclosed in a few short lines, with an intimation on the cover of the package that it was not to be forwarded till after he was dead. One of these papers was a letter to this girl Agnes, the other a will." "What of the letter?" asked Mr. Brownlow. "The letter," a sheet of paper crossed and crossed again, with a penitent confession and prayers to God to help her. He had palmed a tale on the girl that some secret mystery, to be explained one day, prevented his marrying her just then, and so she had gone on, trusting patiently to him until she trusted too far and lost what none could ever give her back. She was at that time within a few months of her confinement. He told her all he had meant to do to hide her shame if he had lived, and prayed her, if he died, not to curse his memory, or think the consequences of their sin would be visited on her or their young child, for all the guilt was his. He reminded her of the day he had given her the little locket and the ring with a Christian name engraved upon it, and a blank left for that which he hoped one day to have bestowed upon her. Prayed her yet to keep it and wear it next her heart, as she had done before, and then ran on wildly in the same words over and over again, as if he had gone distracted. I believe he had. "The will," said Mr. Brownlow, as Oliver's tears fell fast. Monks was silent. "The will," said Mr. Brownlow, speaking for him, "was in the same spirit as the letter. He talked of miseries which his wife had brought upon him, of the rebellious disposition, vice, malice, and premature bad passions of you, his only son, who had been trained to hate him, and left you and your mother each an annuity of £800. The bulk of his property he divided into 2 equal portions, one for Agnes Fleming and the other for their child, if it should be born alive, and ever come of age. If it were a girl, it was to inherit the money unconditionally, but if a boy, only on the stipulation that in his minority he should never have stained his name with any public act of dishonour, meanness, cowardice, or wrong. He did this, he said, to mark his confidence in the other, and his conviction, only strengthened by approaching death, that the child would share her gentle heart and noble nature. If you were disappointed in this expectation, then the money was to come to you, for then, and not till then, when both children were equal, would he recognize your prior claim upon his purse, who had none upon his heart, but had from an infant repulsed him with coldness and aversion. My mother, said Monks in a louder tone, did what a woman should have done. She burnt this will. The letter never reached its destination, but that and other proofs she kept, in case they ever tried to lie away the blot. The girl's father had the truth from her with every aggravation that her violent hate, I love her for it now, could add. Goaded by shame and dishonour, he fled with his children into a remote corner of Wales, changing his very name, that his friends might never know of his retreat, and here, no great while afterwards, he was found dead in his bed. The girl had left her home in secret some weeks before. He had searched for her on foot in every town and village near. It was on the night when he returned home, assured that she had destroyed herself to hide her shame in his, that his old heart broke. There was a short silence here, until Mr. Brownlow took up the thread of the narrative. Years after this, he said, this man's, Edward Leaford's, mother came to me. He had left her when only 18, robbed her of jewels and money, gambled, squandered, and fled into London, where for 2 years he had associated with the lowest outcasts. She was sinking under a painful and incurable disease, and wished to recover him before she died. Inquiries were set on foot, and strict searches made. They were unavailing for a long time, but ultimately successful, and he went back with her to France. There she died, said Monks, after a lingering illness, and on her deathbed she bequeathed these secrets to me, together with her unquenchable and deadly hatred of all whom they involved, though she need not have left me that, for I had inherited it long before. She would not believe that the girl had destroyed herself, and the child too, but was filled with the impression that a male child had been born and was alive. I swore to her, if it ever crossed my path, to hunt it down, never to let it rest, to pursue it with the bitterest and most unrelenting animosity, to vent upon it the hatred that I deeply felt, and to spit upon the empty vaunt of that insulting will, by dragging it, if I could, to the very gallows foot. She was right. He came in my way at last. I began well, but for babbling drabs I would have finished as I began. As the villain folded his arms tight together and muttered curses on himself in the impotence of baffled malice, Mr. Brownlow turned to the terrified group beside him, and explained that the Jew, who had been his old accomplice and confidant, had a large reward for keeping Oliver ensnared, of which some part was to be given up, in the event of his being rescued, and that a dispute on this head had led to their visit to the country house for the purpose of identifying him. "The locket and ring?" said Mr. Brownlow, turning to Monks. "I bought them from the man and woman I told you of, who stole them from the nurse who stole them from the corpse," answered Monks, without raising his eyes. "You know what became of them." Mr. Brownlow merely nodded to Mr. Grimwig, who disappeared with great alacrity, shortly returned, pushing in Mrs. Bumble and dragging her unwilling consort after him. "Do my eyes deceive me?" cried Mr. Bumble with ill-feigned enthusiasm. "Or is that little Oliver? Oh, Oliver, if you'd known how I'd been a-grieving for you." "Hold your tongue, fool," murmured Mrs. Bumble. "Isn't it nature, Mrs. Bumble?" remonstrated the workhouse master. "Can't I be supposed to feel I as brought him up parochially, when I see him a-setting here among the ladies and gentlemen of the very affablest description? I always loved that boy as if he'd been my own grandfather," said Mr. Bumble, halting for an appropriate comparison. "Master Oliver, my dear, you remember the blessed gentleman in the white waistcoat? Ah, he went to heaven last week, in an oak coffin with plated handles, Oliver." "Come, sir," said Mr. Grimwig, tartly, "suppress your feelings." "I will do my endeavours, sir," replied Mr. Bumble. "How do you do, sir? I hope you're very well." This salutation was addressed to Mr. Brownlow, who had stepped up to within a short distance of the respectable couple. He inquired, as he pointed to Monks, "Do you know that person?" "No," replied Mrs. Bumble, flatly. "Perhaps you don't," said Mr. Brownlow, addressing her spouse. "I never saw him in all my life," said Mr. Bumble. "Nor sold him anything, perhaps?" "No," replied Mrs. Bumble. "You never had, perhaps, a certain gold locket and ring?" said Mr. Brownlow. "Certainly not," replied the matron. "Why are we brought here to answer such nonsense as this?" Again Mr. Brownlow nodded to Mr. Grimwig, and again that gentleman limped away with extraordinary readiness. But not again did he return with a stout man and wife, for this time he led in two palsied women, who shook and tottered as they walked. "You shut the door the night old Sally died," said the foremost one, raising her shriveled hand, "but you couldn't shut out the sound, nor stop the chinks." "No, no," said the other, looking round her and wagging her toothless jaws. "No, no, 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 no. We heard you try to tell what she'd done, and saw you take a paper from her hand and watched you two next day to the pawnbroker's shop," said the first. "Yes," added the second, "and it was a locket and gold ring. We found out that and saw it given you. We were by, oh, we were by." "And we know more than that," resumed the first, "for she told us often long ago that the young mother had told her that, feeling she could never get over it, she was on her way at the time she was taken ill to die near the grave of the father of her child." "Would you like to see the pawnbroker himself?" asked Mr. Grimwig, with a motion towards the door. "No," replied the woman. "If he," she pointed to Monks, "has been coward enough to confess, as I see he has, and you have sounded out all these hags till you found the right ones, I have nothing more to say. I did sell them, and they're where you'll never get them. What then?" "Nothing," replied Mr. Brownlow, "except that it remains for us to take care that neither of you is employed in a situation of trust again. You may leave the room." "I hope," said Mr. Bumble, looking about him with great ruefulness, as Mr. Grimwig disappeared with the two old women, "I hope that this unfortunate little circumstance will not deprive me of my parochial office." "Indeed it will," replied Mr. Brownlow. "You may make up your mind to that, and think yourself well off besides." "It was all Mrs. Bumble. She would do it," urged Mr. Bumble, first looking round to ascertain that his partner had left the room. "That is no excuse," replied Mr. Brownlow. "You were present on the occasion of the destruction of these trinkets, and indeed are the more guilty of the two, in the eye of the law, for the law supposes that your wife acts under your direction." "If the law supposes that," said Mr. Bumble, squeezing his hat emphatically in both hands, "the law is a ass, a idiot. If that's the eye of the law is a bachelor. And the worst I wish the law is, that his eye may be opened by experience. By experience." Laying great stress on the repetition of these two words, Mr. Bumble fixed his hat on very tight, and, putting his hands in his pockets, followed his helpmate downstairs. "Young lady," said Mr. Brownlow, turning to Rose, "give me your hand. Do not tremble. You need not fear to hear the few remaining words we have to say." If they have, I don't know how they can, but if they have any reference to me, said Rose, pray let me hear them at some other time. I have not strength or spirits now. Nay, returned the old gentleman, drawing her arm through his, you have more fortitude than this, I am sure. Do you know this young lady, sir? Yes, replied Monks. I never saw you before, said Rose faintly. I have seen you often, returned Monks. The father of the unhappy Agnes had 2 daughters, said Mr. Brownlow. What was the fate of the other, the child? The child, replied Monks. When her father died in a strange place, in a strange name, without a letter, book, or scrap of paper that yielded the faintest clue by which his friends or relatives could be traced, the child was taken by some wretched cottagers who reared it as their own. Go on, said Mr. Brownlow, signing to Mrs. Maylie to approach. Go on. You couldn't find the spot to which these people had repaired, said Monks, but where friendship fails, hatred will often force a way. My mother found it, after a year of cunning search. Aye, and she found the child. She took it, did she? No, the people were poor, and began to sicken, at least the man did, of their fine humanity. So she left it with them, giving them a small present of money, which would not last long, and promised more, which she never meant to send. She didn't quite rely, however, on their discontent and poverty for the child's unhappiness, but told the history of the sister's shame, with such alterations as suited her, and bade them take good heed of the child, for she came of bad blood, and told them she was illegitimate, and sure to go wrong at one time or other. The circumstances countenanced all this. The people believed her, and there the child dragged on an existence miserable enough even to satisfy us, until a widow lady, residing then at Chester, saw the girl by chance, pitied her, and took her home. There was some cursed spell, I think, against us, for in spite of all our efforts, she remained there and was happy. I lost sight of her 2 or 3 years ago, and saw her no more until a few months back. Do you see her now? Yes, leaning on your arm. But not the less my niece, cried Mrs. Maylie, folding the fainting girl in her arms. Not the less my dearest child. I would not lose her now for all the treasures of the world, my sweet companion, my own dear girl. The only friend I ever had, cried Rose, clinging to her, the kindest, best of friends. My heart will burst. I cannot bear all this. You have borne more and been through all the best and gentlest creature that ever shed happiness on every one she knew, said Mrs. Maylie, embracing her tenderly. Come, come, my love, remember who this is who waits to clasp you in his arms, poor child. See here, look, my dear. Not aunt, cried Oliver, throwing his arms about her neck. I never call her aunt. Sister, my own dear sister, that something taught my heart to love so dearly from the first. Rose, dear, darling Rose. Let the tears which fell and the broken words which were exchanged in the long embrace between the orphans be sacred. A father, sister, and mother were gained and lost in that one moment. Joy and grief were mingled in the cup, but there were no bitter tears. For even grief itself arose so softened and clothed in such sweet and tender recollections, that it became a solemn pleasure, and lost all character of pain. They were a long, long time alone. A soft tap at the door at length announced that someone was without. Oliver opened it, glided away, and gave place to Harry Maylie. I know it all, he said, taking a seat beside the lovely girl. Dear Rose, I know it all. I am not here by accident, he added, after a lengthened silence, nor have I heard all this tonight, for I knew it yesterday, only yesterday. Do you guess that I have come to remind you of a promise? Stay, said Rose. You do know all. All. You gave me leave at any time within a year to renew the subject of our last discourse. I did. Not to press you to alter your determination, maintained the young man, but to hear you repeat it, if you would. I was to lay whatever of station or fortune I might possess at your feet, and if you still adhered to your former determination, I pledged myself by no word or act to seek to change it. The same reasons which influenced me then will influence me now, said Rose firmly. If I ever owed a strict and rigid duty to her whose goodness saved me from a life of indigence and suffering, when should I ever feel it, as I should tonight? It is a struggle, said Rose, but one I am proud to make. It is a pang, but one my heart shall bear. The disclosure of tonight, Harry began. The disclosure of tonight, replied Rose softly. leaves me in the same position with reference to you as that in which I stood before. You harden your heart against me, Rose, urged her lover. Oh, Harry, Harry, said the young lady, bursting into tears, I wish I could and spare myself this pain. Then why inflict it on yourself? Said Harry, taking her hand. Think, dear Rose, think what you have heard tonight. And what have I heard? What have I heard? Cried Rose. That a sense of this deep disgrace so worked upon my own father that he shunned all. There, we have said enough, Harry, we have said enough. Not yet, not yet, said the young man, detaining her as she rose. My hopes, my wishes, my prospects, feeling, every thought in life except my love for you, have undergone a change. I offer you now no distinction among a bustling crowd, no mingling with word or malice and detraction where the blood is called into honest cheeks by aught but real disgrace and shame, but a home, a heart and home, yes, dearest Rose, and those alone are all I have to offer. What do you mean? She faltered. I mean but this, that when I left you last, I left you with a firm determination to level all fancied barriers between you and myself, resolved that if my world could not be yours, I would make yours mine, that no pride of birth should curl the lip at you, for I would turn from it. This I have done. Those who have shrunk from me because of this have shrunk from you, and proved you so far right. Such power and patronage, such relatives of influence and rank as smiled upon me then, look coldly now. But there are smiling fields and waving trees in England's richest county, and by one village church, mine, Rose, my own, there stands a rustic dwelling, which you can make me prouder of than all the hopes I have renounced, measured 1,000-fold. This is my rank and station now, and here I lay it down. It's a trying thing waiting supper for lovers, said Mr. Grimwig, waking up and pulling his pocket-handkerchief from over his head. Truth to tell, the supper had been waiting a most unreasonable time. Neither Mrs. Maylie, nor Harry, nor Rose, who all came in together, could offer a word in extenuation. I had serious thoughts of eating my head tonight, said Mr. Grimwig, for I began to think I should get nothing else. I'll take the liberty, if you'll allow me, of saluting the bride that is to be. Mr. Grimwig lost no time in carrying this notice into effect upon the blushing girl, and the example being contagious was followed both by the doctor and Mr. Brownlow. Some people affirmed that Harry Maylie had been observed to set it, originally in a dark room adjoining, but the best authorities concede this downright scandal, he being young and a clergyman. Oliver, my child, said Mrs. Maylie, where have you been, and why do you look so sad? There are tears stealing down your face at this moment. What is the matter? It is a world of disappointment, often to the hopes we most cherish, and hopes that do our nature the greatest honour. Poor Dick was dead. End of chapter 51.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Oliver Twist by Charles Dickens. Chapter 52. The court was paved from floor to roof with human faces. Inquisitive and eager eyes peered from every inch of space. From the rail before the dock away into the sharpest angle of the smallest corner in the galleries, all looks were fixed upon one man, Fagin. Before him and behind, above, below, on the right and on the left, he seemed to stand surrounded by a firmament all bright with gleaming eyes. He stood there in this glare of living light, with one hand resting on the wooden slab before him, and the other held to his ear, and his head thrust forward to enable him to catch with greater distinctness every word that fell from the presiding judge, who was delivering his charge to the jury. At times he turned his eyes sharply upon them to observe the effect of the slightest featherweight in his favor, and when the points against him were stated with terrible distinctness, looked towards his counsel in mute appeal that he would even then urge something in his behalf. Beyond these manifestations of anxiety, he stirred not hand or foot. He scarcely moved since the trial began, and now that the judge ceased to speak, he still remained in the same strained attitude of close attention, with his gaze bent on him as though he listened still. A slight bustle in the court recalled him to himself. Looking round, he saw that the jurymen had turned together to consider their verdict. As his eyes wandered to the gallery, he could see the people rising above each other to see his face, some hastily applying their glasses to their eyes, and others whispering their neighbors with looks of expressive abhorrence. A few there were who seemed unmindful of him and looked only to the jury, in impatient wonder how they could delay. But in no one face, not even among the women, of whom there were many there, could he read the faintest sympathy with himself, or any feeling but one of all, absorbing interest that he should be condemned. As he saw all this in one bewildering glance, the death-like stillness came again, and looking back he saw the jurymen had turned towards the judge. Hush! They only sought permission to retire. He looked wistfully into their faces, one by one, when they passed out, as though to see which way the greater number leant, but that was fruitless. The jailer touched him on the shoulder. He followed mechanically to the end of the dock and sat down in a chair. The man pointed it out, or he would not have seen it. He looked up into the gallery again. Some of the people were eating, and some fanning themselves with handkerchiefs, for the crowded place was very hot. There was one young man sketching his face in a little notebook. He wondered whether it was like, and looked on when the artist broke his pencil point and made another one with his knife, as any idle spectator might have done. In the same way, when he turned his eyes towards the judge, his mind began to busy itself with the fashion of his dress, and what it cost, and how he put it on. There was an old fat gentleman on the bench, too, who had gone out some half an hour before, and now come back. He wondered within himself whether this man had been to get his dinner, what he had had, and where he had had it, and pursued this train of careless thought until some new object caught his eye and roused another. Not that all this time his mind was for an instant free from one oppressive, overwhelming sense of the grave that opened at his feet. It was ever present to him, but in a vague and general way, and he could not fix his thoughts upon it. Thus, even while he trembled, burning hot at the idea of speedy death, he fell to counting the iron spikes before him, and wondering how the head of one had been broken off, and whether they would mend it, or leave it as it was. Then he thought of all the horrors of the gallows and the scaffold, and stopped to watch a man sprinkling the floor to cool it, and then went on to think again. At length there was a cry of silence and a breathless look from all towards the door. The jury returned and passed him close. He could glean nothing from their faces. They might as well have been of stone. Perfect stillness ensued. Not a rustle, not a breath. Guilty. The building rang with a tremendous shout, and another, and then it echoed loud groans and gathered strength as they swelled out like angry thunder. It was a peal of joy from the populace outside, greeting the news that he would die on Monday. The noise subsided, and he was asked if he had anything to say why sentence of death should not be passed upon him. He had resumed his listening attitude, and looked intently at his questioner while the demand was made, but it was twice repeated before he seemed to hear it, and then he only muttered that he was an old man, and so, dropping into a whisper, was silent again. The judge assumed the black cap, and the prisoner still stood with the same air and gesture. A woman in the gallery uttered some exclamation, called forth by this dread solemnity. He looked hastily up, as if angry at the interruption, and bent forward, yet more attentively. The address was solemn and impressive, the sentence fearful to hear, but he stood like a marble figure without the motion of a nerve. His haggard face was still thrust forward, his under jaw hanging down and his eyes staring out before him, when the jailer put his hand upon his arm and beckoned him away. He gazed stupidly about him for an instant and obeyed. They led him through a paved room under the court, where some prisoners were waiting till their turns came, and others were talking to their friends, who crowded round a grate and looked into the open yard. There was nobody there to speak to him, but as he passed, the prisoners fell back to render him more visible to the people who were clinging to the bars, and they assailed him with uproarious names and screeched and hissed. He shook his fist and would have spat upon them, but his conductors hurried him on, through a gloomy passage lighted by a few dim lamps, into the interior of the prison. Here he was searched, that he might not have about him the means of anticipating the law. This ceremony performed, they led him to one of the condemned cells and left him there, alone. He sat down on a stone bench opposite the door, which served for seat and bedstead, and casting his bloodshot eyes upon the ground, tried to collect his thoughts. After a while he began to remember a few disjointed fragments of what the judge had said, though it had seemed to him at the time that he could not hear a word. These gradually fell into their proper places, and by degrees suggested more, so that in a little time he had the whole, almost as it was delivered: to be hanged by the neck till he was dead. That was the end. To be hanged by the neck till he was dead. As it came on very dark, he began to think of all the men he had known who had died upon the scaffold, some of them through his means. They rose up in such quick succession that he could hardly count them. He had seen some of them die, and had joked, too, because they died with prayers upon their lips. With what a rattling noise the drop went down, and how suddenly they changed from strong and vigorous men to dangling heaps of clothes. Some of them might have inhabited that very cell, sat upon that very spot. It was very dark. Why didn't they bring a light? The cell had been built for many years. Scores of men must have passed their last hours there. It was like sitting in a vault strewn with dead bodies. The cap, the noose, the pinioned arms, the face that he knew. Even beneath that hideous veil, light, light. At length, when his hands were raw with beating against the heavy door and walls, 2 men appeared, one bearing a candle which he thrust into an iron candlestick fixed against the wall, the other dragging in a mattress on which to pass the night, for the prisoner was to be left alone no more. Then came the night. Dark, dismal, silent night. Other watchers are glad to hear this church clock strike, for they tell of life and coming day. To him they brought despair. The boom of every iron bell came laden with one deep, hollow sound. Death. What availed the noise of bustle and cheerful morning, which penetrated even there, to him? It was another form of knell, with mockery added to the warning. The day passed off. Day? There was no day. It was gone as soon as come, and night came on again. Night so long and yet so short, long in its dreadful silence and short in its fleeting hours. At one time he raved and blasphemed, and at another howled and tore his hair. Venerable men of his own persuasion had come to pray beside him, but he had driven them away with curses. They renewed their charitable efforts, and he beat them off. Saturday night. He had only one night more to live, and as he had thought of this, the day broke. Sunday. It was not until the night of this last awful day that a withering sense of his helpless, desperate state came in its full intensity upon his blighted soul. Not that he had ever held any defined or positive hope of mercy, but that he had never been able to consider more than the dim probability of dying so soon. He had spoken little to either of the two men, who relieved each other in their attendance upon him, and they, for their parts, made no effort to rouse his attention. He had sat there awake, but dreaming. Now he started up, every minute, and with gasping mouth and burning skin hurried to and fro, in such a paroxysm of fear and wrath that even they, used to such sights, recoiled from him with horror. He grew so terrible at last, in all the tortures of his evil conscience, that one man could not bear to sit there eyeing him alone, and so the two kept watch together. He cowered down upon his stone bed, and thought of the past. He had been wounded with some missiles from the crowd on the day of his capture, and his head was bandaged with a linen cloth. His red hair hung down upon his bloodless face, his beard was torn and twisted into knots. His eyes shone with a terrible light, his unwashed flesh crackled with the fever that burnt him up. 8, 9, then, if it was not a trick to frighten him, and those were the real hours treading on each other's heels, where would he be when they came round again? 11, another struck before the voice of the previous hour had ceased to vibrate. At 8 he would be the only mourner in his own funeral train. At 11, those dreadful walls of Newgate, which have hidden so much misery and such unspeakable anguish, not only from the eyes, but too often and too long from the thoughts of men, never held so dread a spectacle as that. The few who lingered as they passed and wondered what the man was doing who was to be hanged tomorrow would have slept but ill that night if they could have seen him. From early in the evening until nearly midnight, little groups of 2 and 3 presented themselves at the lodge gate and inquired with anxious faces whether any reprieve had been received. These being answered in the negative, communicated the welcome intelligence to clusters in the street, who pointed out to one another the door from which he must come out, and showed where the scaffold would be built, and, walking with unwilling steps away, turned back to conjure up the scene. By degrees they fell off, one by one, and for an hour, in the dead of night, the street was left to solitude and darkness. The space before the prison was cleared, and a few strong barriers painted black had been already thrown across the road to break the pressure of the expected crowd, when Mr. Brownlow and Oliver appeared at the wicket, and presented an order of admission to the prisoner, signed by one of the sheriffs. They were immediately admitted into the lodge.
"Is the young gentleman to come too, sir?" said the man whose duty it was to conduct them. "It's not a sight for children, sir."
"It is not indeed, my friend," rejoined Mr. Brownlow, "but my business with this man is intimately connected with him, and as this child has seen him in the full career of his success and villainy, I think it as well, even at the cost of some pain and fear, that he should see him now."
These few words had been said apart, so as to be inaudible to Oliver. The man touched his hat, and glancing at Oliver with some curiosity, opened another gate, opposite to that by which he had entered, and led them on, through dark and winding ways towards the cells.
"This," said the man, stopping in a gloomy passage where a couple of workmen were making some preparations in profound silence,
"this is the place he passes through. If you step this way, you can see the door he goes out at."
He led them into a stone kitchen, fitted with coppers for dressing the prison food, and pointed to a door. There was an open grating above it through which came the sound of men's voices mingled with the noise of hammering and the throwing down of boards. They were putting up the scaffold. From this place they passed through several strong gates, opened by other turnkeys from the inner side, and having entered an open yard, ascended a flight of narrow steps, and came into a passage with a row of strong doors on the left hand. Monitoring them to remain where they were, the turnkey knocked at one of these with his bunch of keys. The two attendants, after a little whispering, came out into the passage, stretching themselves as if glad of the temporary relief, and motioned the visitors to follow the jailer into the cell. They did so. The condemned criminal was seated on his bed, rocking himself from side to side with a countenance more like that of a snared beast than the face of a man. His mind was evidently wandering to his old life, for he continued to mutter without appearing conscious of their presence otherwise than as a part of his vision.
"Good boy, Charlie. Well done," he mumbled. "Oliver, too? Ha ha ha! Oliver, too. Quite the gentleman now. Quite the... Take that boy away to bed."
The jailer took the disengaged hand of Oliver, and whispering him not to be alarmed, looked on without speaking.
"Take him away to bed," cried Fagin. "Do you hear me, some of you? He has been somehow the cause of all this. It's worth the money to bring him up to it. Bolt his throat, Bill, never mind the girl. Bolt his throat as deep as you can cut. Saw his head off."
"Fagin," said the jailer.
"That's me,"
cried the Jew, falling instantly into an attitude of listening he had assumed upon his trial.
"An old man, my lord. A very old, old man."
"Here," said the turnkey, laying his hand upon his breast to keep him down. "Here's somebody wants to see you. To ask you some questions, I suppose. Fagin, are you a man?"
"I shan't be one long,"
he replied, looking up with a face retaining no human expression, but rage and terror.
"Strike them all dead! What right have they to butcher me?"
As he spoke, he caught sight of Oliver and Mr. Brownlow. Shrinking to the furthest corner of the seat, he demanded to know what they wanted there.
"Steady,"
said the turnkey, still holding him down.
"Now, sir, tell him what you want. Quick, if you please, for he grows worse as the time gets on." "You have some papers," said Mr. Brownlow, advancing, "which were placed in your hands for better security by a man called Monks." "It's all a lie together," replied Fagin. "I haven't one, not one." "For the love of God," said Mr. Brownlow solemnly, "do not say that now, upon the very verge of death, but tell me where they are. You know that Sykes is dead, that Monks has confessed, that there is no hope of any further gain. Where are those papers?" "Oliver!" cried Fagin, beckoning to him. Here, let me whisper to you." "I'm not afraid," said Oliver in a low voice, as he relinquished Mr. Brownlow's hand. "The papers," said Fagin, drawing Oliver towards him, "are in a canvas bag, in a hole a little way up the chimney, in the top front room. I want to talk to you, my dear. I want to talk to you." "Yes, returned Oliver. "Let me say a prayer, do. Let me say one prayer. Say only one upon your knees with me, and we will talk till morning." Outside, replied Fagin, pushing the boy before him towards the door, and looking vacantly over his head. "Say I've gone to sleep. They'll believe you. You can get me out if you'll take me so. Now then! Now then!"
"Oh, God, forgive this wretched man!" cried the boy with a burst of tears.
That's right, said Fagin. "That'll help us on. This door first. If I shake and tremble as we pass the gallows, don't you mind, but hurry on."
"Now! Now! Now!"
"Have you nothing else to ask him, sir?"
inquired the turnkey.
"No other question," replied Mr. Brownlow. "If I hoped we could recall him to a sense of his position—" "Nothing will do that, sir," replied the man, shaking his head. "You had better leave him."
The door of the cell opened, and the attendants returned.
Press on! Cried Fagin. "Softly, but not so slow. Faster! Faster!"
The men laid hands upon him, and disengaging Oliver from his grasp, held him back. He struggled with the power of desperation for an instant, and then sent up cry upon cry that penetrated even those massive walls, and rang in their ears until they reached the open yard. It was some time before they left the prison. Oliver nearly swooned after this frightful scene, and was so weak that for an hour or more he had not the strength to walk. Day was dawning when they again emerged. A great multitude had already assembled. The windows were filled with people, smoking and playing cards to beguile the time. The crowd were pushing, quarreling, joking. Everything told of life and animation, but one dark cluster of objects in the center of all. The black stage, the crossbeam, the rope, and all the hideous apparatus of death. End of chapter 52.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Annie Coleman in St. Louis, Missouri in March 2006. Oliver Twist by Charles Dickens. Chapter 53. And Last. The fortunes of those who have figured in this tale are nearly closed. The little that remains to their historian to relate is told in few and simple words. Before 3 months had passed, Rose Fleming and Harry Maylie were married in the village church, which was henceforth to be the scene of the young clergyman's labours. On the same day they entered into possession of their new and happy home. Mrs. Maylie took up her abode with her son and daughter-in-law to enjoy, during the tranquil remainder of her days, the greatest felicity that age and worth can know, the contemplation of the happiness of those on whom the warmest affections and tenderest cares of a well-spent life have been unceasingly bestowed. It appeared, on full and careful investigation, that if the wreck of property remaining in the custody of Monks, which had never prospered either in his hands or in those of his mother, were equally divided between himself and Oliver, it would yield, to each, little more than £3,000. By the provisions of his father's will, Oliver would have been entitled to the whole, but Mr. Brownlow, unwilling to deprive the elder son of the opportunity of retrieving his former vices and pursuing an honest career, proposed this mode of distribution, to which his young charge joyfully acceded. Monks, still bearing that assumed name, retired with his portion to a distant part of the New World, where, having quickly squandered it, he fell once more into his old courses, and, after undergoing a long confinement for some fresh act of fraud and knavery, at length sunk under an attack of his old disorder, and died in prison. As far from home, died the chief remaining members of his friend Fagin's gang. Mr. Brownlow adopted Oliver as his son. Removing with him and the old housekeeper to within a mile of the parsonage house where his dear friends resided, he gratified the only remaining wish of Oliver's warm and earnest heart, and thus linked together a little society whose condition approached as nearly to one of perfect happiness as can ever be known in this changing world. Soon after the marriage of the young people, the worthy doctor returned to Chertsey, where, bereft of the presence of his old friends, he would have been discontented if his temperament had admitted of such a feeling, and would have turned quite peevish if he had known how. For 2 or 3 months he contented himself with hinting that he feared the air began to disagree with him. Then, finding that the place really no longer was, to him, what it had been, he settled his business on his assistant, took a bachelor's cottage outside the village of which his young friend was pastor, and instantaneously recovered. Here he took to gardening, planting, fishing, carpentering, and various other pursuits of a similar kind, all undertaken with his characteristic impetuosity. In each and all he has since become famous throughout the neighborhood as a most profound authority. Before his removal he had managed to contract a strong friendship for Mr. Grimwig, which that eccentric gentleman cordially reciprocated. He is accordingly visited by Mr. Grimwig a great many times in the course of the year. On all such occasions Mr. Grimwig plants, fishes, and carpenters with great ardour, doing everything in a very singular and unprecedented manner, but always maintaining with his favourite asseveration that his mode is the right one. On Sundays he never fails to criticize the sermon to the young clergyman's face, always informing Mr. Losberne, in strict confidence afterwards, that he considers it an excellent performance, but deems it as well not to say so. It is a standing and very favourite joke for Mr. Brownlow to rally him on his old prophecy concerning Oliver, and to remind him of the night on which they sat with a watch between them, waiting his return. But Mr. Grimwig contends that he was right in the main, and, in proof thereof, remarks that Oliver did not come back after all, which always calls forth a laugh on his side, and increases his good humour. Mr. Noah Claypool, receiving a free pardon from the Crown in consequence of being admitted a prover against Fagin, and considering his profession not altogether as safe a one as he could wish, was for some time at a loss for the means of a livelihood, not burdened with too much work. After some consideration, he went into business as an informer, in which calling he realizes a genteel subsistence. His plan is to walk out once a week during church time, attended by Charlotte in respectable attire, and the gentleman being accommodated with 3 penny worth of brandy to restore her, lays an information next day, and pockets half the penalty. Sometimes Mr. Claypole faints himself, but the result is the same. Mr. and Mrs. Bumble, deprived of their situations, were gradually reduced to great indigence and misery, and finally became paupers in that very same workhouse in which they had once lorded it over others. Mr. Bumble has been heard to say that, in this reverse and degradation, he has not even spirits to be thankful for being separated from his wife. As to Mr. Giles and Brittles, they still remain in their old posts, although the former is bald, and the last-named boy quite grey. They sleep at the parsonage, but divided their attention so equally among its inmates and Oliver and Mr. Brownlow and Mr. Losberne, that to this day the villagers have never been able to discover to which establishment they properly belong. Master Charles Bates, appalled by Sikes's crime, fell into a train of reflection whether an honest life was not, after all, the best. Arriving at the conclusion that it certainly was, he turned his back upon the scenes of the past, resolved to amend it in some new sphere of action. He struggled hard, and suffered much, for some time, but having a contented disposition and a good purpose, succeeded in the end, and, from being a farmer's drudge and a carrier's lad, he is now the merriest young grazier in all Northamptonshire. And now the hand that traces these words falters as it approaches the conclusion of its task, and would weave for a little longer space the thread of these adventures. I would fain linger yet with a few of those among whom I have so long moved, and share their happiness by endeavouring to depict it. I would show Rose Maylie in all the bloom and grace of early womanhood, shedding on her secluded path in life's soft and gentle light that fell on all who trod it with her and shone into their hearts. I would paint her the life and joy of the fireside circle and the lively summer group. I would follow her through the sultry fields at noon, and hear the low tones of her sweet voice in the moonlit evening walk. I would watch her in all her goodness and charity abroad, and the smiling, untiring discharge of domestic duties at home. I would paint her and her dead sister's child, happy in their love for one another, and passing whole hours together in picturing the friends whom they had so sadly lost. I would summon before me once again those joyous little faces that clustered round her knee, and listen to their merry prattle. I would recall the tones of that clear laugh, and conjure up the sympathizing tear that glistened in the soft blue eye. These, and 1,000 looks and smiles, and turns of thought and speech, I would fain recall them every one. How Mr. Brownlow went on from day to day, filling the mind of his adopted child with stores of knowledge, and becoming attached to him more and more as his nature developed itself and showed the thriving seeds of all he wished him to become. How he traced in him new traits of his early friend, that awakened in his own bosom old remembrances, melancholy and yet sweet and soothing. How the two orphans, tried by adversity, remembered its lessons in mercy to others and mutual love, and fervent thanks to Him who had protected and preserved them. These are all matters which need not to be told. I have said that they were truly happy, and without strong affection and humanity of heart, and gratitude to that Being whose code is mercy, and whose great attribute is benevolence to all things that breathe, happiness can never be attained. Within the altar of the old village church there stands a white marble tablet, which bears as yet but one word, Agnes. There is no coffin in that tomb, and may it be many, many years before another name is placed above it. But if the spirits of the dead ever come back to earth, to visit spots hallowed by the love beyond the grave, of those whom they knew in life, I believe that the shade of Agnes sometimes hovers round that solemn nook. I believe it none the less because that nook is in a church, and she was weak and erring. End of chapter 53, and end of Oliver Twist by Charles Dickens.